Hey, Muggles. How you doing, man? Yeah, come on. Let's have a chinwag. You're more than welcome, man. Hey,
Hello.
Muggles.
How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, tired, but yeah, I've been getting out the house the last 3 days. I've been out the house, so quite
A
chuffed.
lot.
No, just once each day. I did a live earlier. Just going to play the old snooker again. Yeah,
Good.
but
That's
yeah,
good. I think I said
yeah.
to you, I like the uniqueness of the snooker stroke live. Nobody's doing that, Muggles. You've cornered the market. You've cornered the market.
Yeah,
So you're feeling better about yourself. Feeling better about the world.
yeah. I think I don't know. There was I don't know if you know, there's this Anne Marie. She did a stream earlier on, and it was quite positive. And I had no intentions of going out or anything. And I sort of did earlier, and I think, yeah, I should get myself out again. And then it was a positive live, and I just thought, just get you sent out because I've over the last 2 years, like I said before, people have been saying to me, "Come on, you have to do it. No one can do it for you." And yeah, it's hard, but that's it, innit? You've got to keep battling on.
Well, as we said the other day in our uh, long chat that we had, I'm sorry, it sounds a bit harsh, but nobody else can help you really. You've got to
Yeah,
you've got to find it in yourself. There are tried and tested
mm,
methods, there's techniques that people can use with you, but ultimately you're the you're the decider. Sometimes people just don't want to go out. It's not the end of the world if somebody doesn't go out. But if they're in all the time, then maybe it's not good for their own well-being. For their own
yeah,
sense of feeling part of the human race.
yeah,
So that's
yeah,
good.
yeah, yeah. I'm chuffed. All I do is I think there was a bloke. I think it was on Crinkles. He was. I woke up and I just seemed to always wake up and I just put YouTube on, and
Yeah,
he was
same
on
here.
about he was talking about religion, and because my eldest brother, is I
Was
don't know
this
if I
last
told
night?
you.
Was I on it?
Yeah.
This was Love Wins.
All right.
Oh
Real,
my
he was real
lord.
shouting and anyhow, my eldest brother, he goes round preaching on the streets,
Okay.
and I thought, oh, that'd be good to get my brother on, because he always said he'd never go to church, never. He
Yeah.
wasn't very good at English and writing, or you want a very good speaker, just well, sort of a bit like me. And anyhow, in 1999, my dad was in intensive. Anyhow, he got better, and then me and my other two brothers went to in the church. The pastor always says at the end when everyone's praying, he says, "Does anybody want to give the heart to the Lord?" And my brother, eldest brother, put his hand up. And anyhow, this was like obviously back in this would have been 2000 because it was in late 1999. And now, he speaks so well. His English is improved. He's always studying, and
It's good.
but that's for him, it's just
How?
strange how things come about.
What type of a reception does he get when he's preaching?
He says he gets people because I like worry about him sometimes, you know. But he says, yeah, he has people coming up to him, having a go and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
the film Die Hard, I don't know if it's Die Hard 1 or 2, where he has like a sandwich board on.
Right. Yeah, I
And,
think I know what you mean.
and my brother has one of them. I came downstairs because he comes back to the house every now and again. And I went and he was leaving and I went downstairs and he had these two sandwich boards downstairs and I thought, what the sort of going that
What's he doing now?
He's gone I think he's in Scotland at the moment.
Well, there's a place for religion in the world, of course there is. It's fair to say as well, people have lost their connection with religion, but of course there's a place for religion. It's generally a good thing. There's a few not so good things associated with religion, but ultimately the message is good. The message is, be good, love your fellow man and all that, all the commandments. So he's gone. He's gone. Baron, it's funny you should say that. Me and SG are a killer team. I don't know if you've listened to any of SG's lives recently, but I've spent a lot of time on there. I consider SG the Don. Morning, local experimentalist. How are you, sir?
Hi, local.
But yeah,
local's always up at this time with him being working.
He's
a baker.
Anyone connected to Danny Shine is a good man in my book.
Yeah, I think people. Like sometimes I think with Danny Shine, I don't know if to take him serious or not.
That's the thing, you see.
Yeah, I think
exactly what he's aiming to do.
I think he's a very intelligent man.
He's an incredibly intelligent man, and he's also a thinking man as well. You can see his brain really, really sort of thinks before he says anything. He's incredibly astute at that. I've watched him for years. I've met him a couple of times, seen him a few more times. I find him hilarious. And whilst I mean, this is the beautiful thing about the world, Muggles. I disagree with one or maybe two of his views. I wouldn't hold it against him. His view is as valid as anyone else. He's got a right to stand there. He's got a right to say what he wants. And that's the wonderful thing. Or else we're going to be in trouble if we lose those rights, Muggles.
Yeah, I agree.
So you're on a positive shift. You've got a bit of fire in your belly.
And I started just coming on these lives again, and typing in the chat. It seems to be that's what seems to help me. But sometimes I don't want to type in the chat and I've said this to some of my people that come in my chat. I'm looking at the thought now. If someone was to say, "Oh, how are you?" Because there was a time when I was always saying, "Oh, I'm feeling shit," you know what I mean? And I thought, "Oh, people are going to get sick of hearing that."
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Well,
so
there's always another way of saying it. You don't have to say you're feeling shit. You could always just put, "Well, not the best day, but hey ho," and that's it. You don't have to sort of say it so that you would feel bad about saying it, because other people, will take it how they want it. It's how you sort of process the sentence that you put in is probably more important to you. I didn't see you in the chat last night, so you definitely didn't comment last night.
No, I just listened for a bit because I thought, that's what I mean. That's what annoys me about myself. I can't seem to. I'm awful at typing, and this is what my brother said on the way home from playing snooker today. He said, "Well, look at Damon. He couldn't write, and his spelling and stuff, and his grammar and stuff. And now, he's brilliant, and the way he speaks, it's compared to what he was." There was one time was downstairs when my dad was still here, and for about 10 minutes it was like someone took over him, and I said to him,
"Oh, it's gone again." Hi, Ant. Hi, Marisi. Yeah, I only came on just to really try and learn a bit more about StreamYards, how to bring a video up and things like that. I've literally just finished work about an hour ago. So I just came on. I thought everyone be asleep. Nobody will spot me. I'll be able to do all the things I want to do and then go to bed. But no, there is somebody out there is the answer to my title.
Yes. Hey,
go on, Muggles.
I forgot where I was.
You were talking about your brother being eloquent now, and he wasn't once, and now he's.
Yeah,
I remember you saying last time he's read a few books and he's expanded his mind, and the mouth is an organ. It's just like your arm, just like your leg. It's a limb. Effectively, you use it, and it will improve. It'll get stronger. Simple as that.
I think I do seem to put myself down a lot.
Well, let's not cover that because that's for you really to work out. But you did say about sometimes you don't feel confident enough or right to put in the comments or interact. But if you remember that long chat we had on my live Muggles, there's nothing wrong that I could see. You led that whole thing. I barely got a word in. I know I made a joke of it at the end of it. It was true. I barely got a word in. So don't start giving me this, oh, I'm a bit shy. I don't really sometimes know how to, You did all right, man. You did all right. So,
it helps when some, like I always say, like I don't really put the link out for someone to come on that much. Well, at snooker, there's no point in me putting the link out when I'm playing snooker because you do look at the chat.
Of course. I promise you, if I saw you live and you had a StreamYard link up, I'd come in.
No, I appreciate it.
So, well, I appreciate you coming in here as well. So,
I don't know. I was just because I jump on my bed and I put the iPad there because for some reason I need some noise in the background to fall to sleep, and then I just scroll down and then it popped up that you was going live, and then you just put everybody out there, and that's why I commented. Do you need to talk to someone? Because I just I thought, does he need to talk to someone? Does he really need to talk to someone? Is it is this something wrong? That's what went through my mind. So I thought, and then when you said, I think you did. Did you?
I always like to talk to people. I'll
just thought I'll jump on for a bit.
I get your sentiment with that. I'm not sort of. I'm lucky. I've got some really good people around me. I've got a beautiful little son who loves me. I kind of know what the really good stuff in my life is, even though he's not in the same country as me. But for now. But no, I appreciate you coming on. I don't want you to go anywhere, so sit with me. But I was going to say that about I do this listening to panels, and I fall asleep listening to them because the panels go on for endless hours. When I wake up 5-6 hours later, it's still going on. And do you know what my biggest concern is? You know, they talk about how you can sleep with a recording of how to learn French, and then in the morning you'll have just that little bit more of an understanding of the language. I worry I'm going to be pre-programmed by the people who are going on these lives. Anything could
Yeah,
happen. You know, if they talk
yeah.
about, I don't know, far right madness, or if they're talking about anything, it could be a sort of a shift to the dark side. But no, generally they're all well behaved. But you know what I mean.
Keeps kicking me out and we're coming back in.
Yeah, I noticed
Right,
this.
Ronnie.
Ronnie, come on, Ronnie. You've left me for 3 days now. We can talk about it, son. I'm not gonna grill you. I understand. It wasn't going to be the butt fucking that you thought it was going to be. Honestly, it wouldn't have been anything personal either. It would have just been life, love, and the future. And it wasn't about you, man. Honestly, it was about us all, humanity. That's what it was going to be, and I didn't set that out. So if that scared you, I apologized. Ronnie's a good guy, you know.
Pardon?
Ronnie is a good guy.
Yeah, he's yeah. I don't think he's been coming on the lives that long, but he's sort of like made an impact, you know. He's a nice
He
kid.
probably, yeah, oh, he is an honest kid. He's about 2 weeks before me that he started coming on. He was the inspiration for me coming on. He came on as this, with respect, and I said it to his well, not to his face, but in a room with him. He came on as this gobby sort of voice. It made so much fucking sense. Made
Yeah,
so much sense. You know,
yeah,
he pointed out all of the things almost that I was thinking about,
yeah,
all the sort of the injustices, or the you know the toings and fro-ins within the auditing community, and he just made perfect sense, and he truly inspired me to come on. And I was terrified when I came on, because I don't
I can't
see.
imagine that.
No, I was. I don't see myself as confident as Ronnie. You know,
No,
Ronnie's of no. I see Ronnie as a really confident guy. I don't
yes,
see myself as that. I am a confident guy, but I don't see myself as a confident guy to come on live streams and bare myself. Do you know what I mean, Muggles? It takes a lot.
yeah,
There's a lot of
yeah.
people that watch that would never consider coming onto the lives, because they don't want to don't want to do that gigantic leap, you know.
Yeah. I mean,
So
I always
you
try and
do,
get people to come on, but yeah.
you do. So there's
Mm,
something in you that wants to be heard, or you have a message or something like that.
yeah. I mean, I look, when I was, people said to you when I remember like uh, a copper coming into school and showing us all these knives and stuff like that, and and then even just people saying, "Oh, you shouldn't be um, talking about drugs and crime and stuff," and you don't really take it in. But when you get, when you're older, when you look back, and even I've done it, and I've said to a couple of kids around here, that they're good kids and they've got a good head on their shoulders, but they've just started going down the wrong path.
Yeah.
And so it's like when you get older, it's just sort of is it wisdom? And you look, I can't explain myself.
Well, some people mature, some people don't
Yeah, no, that's
mature
what I
as
was
as
saying.
much.
It's not. It just seems to go around in a circle. This what we're sort of like talking about now. It's been talked about, and it's just, you know, I don't know. It just keeps going in a circle.
Well, some people learn right from wrong as they mature, as they become an adult. Some people are not
Yeah.
so bothered about right from wrong. Some people
Mm,
were never taught right from wrong. It's easy to judge. I had a little situation earlier, and somebody I heard on who was live streaming got really upset and really frustrated and quite angry. And he was talking with the person who had brought that on. And you just don't know what people are going through. I wish it was so simple as to just, look at a little indicator card and say, oh, he's a 1, or he's a 2, or he's a 3. And it's not. Unfortunately, those numbers are infinite. They're infinite. And sometimes you'll never find out, but you can talk and you can ask them and you can kind of work it out. And I did end up talking to the person who was really angry online. And I didn't go in there to agree with anyone. I didn't go in there to sort of agree with him or not, but just had a nice chat with him, pointed out a few things, and calm the situation, hopefully.
Yeah, I think you do well on. You come. I don't know. I think I said it on that last stream with you. I don't know. I just get this feeling that there's just something about you that I just think you're a good bloke. Yeah.
I am. Thank you. I am. Have you listened back to our chat?
I hate hearing my own voice.
Yeah, you need to put that aside. I have. I've listened back to it fully. You held your own. I barely talked, as I said. You held your own and you come across very well. And I know you've got a bit of a sad story to tell, Muggles, but we've all got that to a degree. But it's also important to concentrate on the good things that have happened to you and the good things that can still happen to you. None of us are coming to the end yet.
Wingnut, Anarchy Television put in, he always puts it in the chat, I woke up today, and I thought that was a real sort of good point,
What did he put? Let me have a look.
He just put, I don't know the exact word, but just I woke up today, so just that, so be grateful that you're here still.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Well, this is true. Absolutely true. If you are still above ground, you're doing reasonably well, and you still have opportunities, and until you're not above ground, those opportunities still remain. So what do you do, Muggles? Do you set goals? Do you set yourself, lines in the sand that you want to reach?
I want to do something to like with drugs, because that's just the thing that I know, and like with sort of mental health as well. But I started doing like AA meetings, drug meetings. Well, it was just anyone who had mental health problems, and I went into these groups, and I think I don't know how many times I went to them. Well, it wasn't going to them; it was over the phone, and I couldn't. It was hard listening to other people, because I was maybe I was too wrapped up in myself and feeling down, or I don't know, but I just couldn't take on their problems as well at that time. Yeah. So I thought, I can't do this.
It's difficult to do
this. So maybe down the line, because I just think I think you said something about this when I mentioned about the doctors. They don't connect with each, the drug place and the mental health place. They don't work sort of with one another.
They just physically can't, Muggles. Yeah, they have incredibly difficult workloads. They want, yeah. I'm sure all doctors have the intention to help, but ultimately they find themselves stretched for time, resources, money,
Yeah.
They have to do the best that they can with what they have available to them. And for some people, those problems are easy. For some people, those problems are not. And sometimes, and the biggest issue there is when they're seeing 30, 40 people in 1 week, it's difficult for them to be able to work out which one needs the most help and which ones need a sort of a smaller amount of help. It's impossible. It's impossible unless that person going in there is really good at getting their condition across and their feelings across in a very short amount of time with the doctor as well.
Yeah.
It's difficult. You need good people around you. If you haven't got good people around, you need to find those people. There are charitable organisations that deal with this. There's people like you out there, Muggles, that want to help. It's a messy old business, really.
I wouldn't have met all you, like the people I've met online and the people who I've met online and I speak to offline. It's I've only really had one friend, and my best mate who I went to school and that with, and he just lives down the road from me. Well, not anymore. He still lives in the same town, but some people ain't got no friends. But I'm just saying, I've met all these people online, and it's gone down the line, and I've met you and the other people, other people in the chat that, especially like local, I've known since I first come online.
Yeah.
Which was, it was the virus, that I was already online, but I want, going on lives, and it was it was called the Real North Audit, and he was doing these lives at 10 in the morning. I think I said it before, in fact, at 10 in the morning and 5 at night, and he did a mental health live, and that's when I first went on and typed in the chat. So but that's this is what I think I'm saying, just repeating myself from what I said to you the other day, but
doesn't matter. There's different people listening now. Doesn't matter. I'll hear it 10 times if you want.
Yeah, there's different. What this bloke is called Phil, and he's been the amount of time he's given to me and my brother to help us get along is amazing, and I never really took it on board. Always trying to be positive and push me forward, and I bet he's pissed off with me sometimes, like with me painting my room. There's my back wall. I think I'm repeating myself, and anyhow, he said, "Oh, he's still painting the Great Wall of China." But yeah, he's mainly everything that he's said to me over the last, it'll be 2 years in April, I think, and he was right all along. They're the things that I should have been doing. Taking these little steps. And looking, just thinking it wasn't that long ago I was doing that CBT.
Yes.
And I think it does come down to me being maybe a little bit lazy as well, as sort of being down and depressed. Because I'm that used to just sitting in my room because it's their comfort place.
It is.
So, I think I don't know what it is,
I'll let you into a secret, Muggles. I'm bone idle. Seriously. I am. For the last 6 months, I've become really sort of lazy. And I know why. It's because sort of things haven't gone quite my way, and I know I can get out of it as well. I don't know if that makes sense to you. Probably in a way, I'm deliberately being lazy. I've just forgotten about everything. I have, seriously. These lives have lit me up again a little bit, and I have become a little bit more go-y outy and stuff like that. But yeah, gone proper lazy, almost as though I've switched off from the world. You said this the other day. You just sit in your room, with your legs crossed. I get it. I understand totally. We're probably doing exactly the same things. But well, yeah. But I know at some point, like I say, I know a way out of it. I know I have to shift my arse. I know I have to put things back together. I've got a little boy abroad that expects me to be there in about a month and a half again for a couple of weeks, and but even daft things like don't bother doing washing up anymore for about 6 days. It'll just piles, and I've never been like that. I've always been quite sort of what's the word? What's the word? Not tidy, but just do it. I'd do it all at the same time. I would cook and then do all, and everything would be back to normal. And at the moment, I don't care. I just don't care. Couldn't be bothered. Nobody sees it anyway, so
Yeah,
why worry?
just we mentioning washing up. Ronnie London, he said the other day, "Oh, I only have one set of
That
cutlery
is
and plate," and
genius.
I thought that was brilliant. I thought it was brilliant.
Yeah, that is genius. Honestly, I thought once of just buying disposable stuff and
Yeah,
just throw it away every single time, but it's not good for the environment apparently. So I haven't done that. But yeah, we all fall into those traps. Smuggles, he's gone again. Like a cloud of comfort. Domesticated. I'm not very domesticated at the moment, Jamie. I
different
used to
areas of
be.
the
I
country,
had a
the interpretation of a wrong one.
well, yeah. Depends
People,
how you're
yeah,
saying wrong and no. Be
yeah,
careful, because I've heard various definitions of
yeah,
wrong, and I did have a little debate about this with somebody the other day.
yeah, I was surprised, how different people's views were on it,
Well, for me, a wrong is somebody who steals an apple because he's hungry, you know. And the
Yeah,
definitions that have been presented, I think they're wholly exaggerated and wholly
yes,
out of proportion.
mm,
There are specific words for the people that are wrong and has been directed at. Those words exist already,
yeah,
Wrong and is not a catch-all for everyone.
mm,
So do you set self goals,
no,
Muggles? Do you put the flag 10 foot ahead of you and head for it, or what?
no, I don't.
I meant
And I probably should,
what
maybe.
what I meant was, do you feel as though you could
I don't know
right
what I
now?
want. I don't know what I want. You
Right,
know, I don't know what I want.
that's half the
And
battle.
I probably do lot of this, and probably a lot of people notice it with me. I feel sorry for myself.
Uh-huh. I could win you at feeling sorry for myself over the last 2 years. Seriously, you wouldn't stand a chance. But Ants just said, and I was just about to say it's exact thing. He bought a diary day before yesterday to put stuff to do to tick off, and that's exactly what it is.
I've heard that from mental health workers and my
Yeah,
drug counsellor.
I love making lists.
Strangely
I love
enough,
making lists, and it's so satisfying to put your line through things that you've done anyway. But do you know what you have to do, Muggles? You have to put the tiniest things in, even so much as left the house, tick. Spoke to
yeah,
somebody, tick.
mm,
Stopped and had a coffee somewhere, tick. Spoke to somebody while I had my coffee, tick.
yeah,
That's it. Nobody's nobody's going to be aiming for these massive milestones or achievements, because it starts with the small stuff. If you manage to
yeah,
do the small stuff, you can build up from that real easy. It's just conditioning your mind and conditioning your body to make it a habit, as we spoke about a habit
yeah.
the other day. You can
I
have
mean
bad
that
habits,
a
you
drug
can have good
counsellor.
habits.
She said when she was just said, just open your, because I always have my curtains closed, and I've just started opening one fully. Right.
See, this is
But
an improvement.
she used to say, just open it a little bit, and then I didn't do it for ages, and then I
Yeah.
started doing it, and then I started fully opening it. But I think with me opening just one side of the curtain, and it has, I think it has just been in the last few days I've been doing it, and then I've been going out. So that's, I don't know, weird.
Do you know how what's the word? How 4 o'clock in the morning brain. It's healthy to open your curtains because it effectively bleaches your room. It disinfects. The sunshine will get rid of all the harmful bugs in the air, kills them off.
Oh, it was a
So
lovely
it's
day outside today.
it was very sunny
And when
today.
we left Tesco's, it was dark by that time. We got up to Tesco, and the sky, what it was like, right in the distance, and it was on. I think it was. I don't know if it was from. It must have been from the sun. It was like. Wish I had. I wish I was still alive to show it. It was such a lovely thing. But saying that, I say lovely. And then I said to my brother, "That looks a bit apocalyptic. If the sky was that colour all over, instead of just right in the distance."
Yeah, it today gave me hope that the winter is slowly becoming behind us. The days are getting lighter now. We had that day a couple of weeks ago where now things are getting brighter. So every day is longer, Moggles.
No,
Every
right.
day is just lighter for just that little bit longer. And before we know it, it's sunshine and daylight until 9:30 every night again. Do you feel the difference in the summer? Do you feel happier in the summer?
Yeah, I think I've got that
Sads.
yeah, sad,
Yeah.
yeah. I think I'm better and I think like they have that vitamin D thing you get off the sun.
Deficiency. Yep.
Yeah, I
Absolutely.
mean, people like I didn't know about them vitamin D3 tablets,
Hmm.
and I was surprised by it, to be honest. But you
I
learn,
I
don't you?
think I think I can confidently say everybody is affected by the winter. For me, it makes me just look out and think, Jesus. And I don't even go out for 2, 3 days. I get to the point where I have to go out to buy food or whatever.
Mm.
It's just unfortunately some people are near a line sometimes, and the bad weather takes them below the line. It affects them in other ways that it does me. And but there are many things you can do. They even sell lamps, electric lamps that you can buy a particular bulb which will replace the rays of the sun,
Mm.
and they can be very healing, but artificial. It only brings one aspect of the problem. It only cures one side of it. It doesn't make you feel better about the world. It doesn't make you feel freer. It doesn't make you feel as though you can do more, when the sun's shining and everything looks nice and you're walking around in a t-shirt. It's very liberating.
Yeah. Yeah, can you remember me saying about I have this shoulder strap that pulls my shoulders back?
Yes.
Did I mention that? Yeah, and I remember my brother got me it, and when I first started, it was sort of like around in springtime, and I didn't wear t-shirts because I thought, oh, people will be able to see it,
Yeah.
and yeah, that's just it. That's it.
Well, there's a thinking as well that posture, obviously, that's going to improve your posture. It brings your shoulders back, helps you to stand up straight. It's better for your
Yeah.
midriff, and it's far better for your heart as well. So, what it does is it improves blood flow to your heart, which makes you a healthier person. It helps blood flow throughout your entire body as well, because the two main arteries that go down to your legs run down the side of your bodies. So,
Mm.
effectively, it will lift you in many areas. It's a training thing, though. It's not a permanent thing. It literally is just to recode your brain, like the conditioning that we were talking about. It will eventually train you to stand up with good posture without having
Yeah.
to use it. So you can tighten it. You can sort of adjust it so that it keeps you up nice and straight, and keep wearing it until a time when you feel that your posture is improved. We all slouch when we just walk along, don't we? We don't
Oh,
pay attention, but
mine's awful
yeah.
though.
But do you know
Yeah.
what? There's silly times where your posture will improve. What's the main reason when your posture will improve?
Are you asking me?
Yeah. What's the biggest reason to make your posture improve?
I haven't a clue.
There's a positive time when it happens, and there's a negative time when it happens. The positive is when you see somebody you're attracted to.
Right?
Can you picture that now?
Yeah, so yeah.
The negative is when somebody is aggressive towards you.
Hmm.
Your posture will you become your chest out. It's an animal thing. It's one of our traits from being an animal. So when you see somebody who walks by you, I won't assume which one you prefer, but when you see somebody walks past you who you're attracted to, you'll stand straight and you'll present yourself to the best of your ability. And your posture is the first thing that's improved.
I'd say I'd say I do some. You're right. You know,
Yeah,
do you see someone coming to? Because I'm aware of. So, you
yeah,
know, sometimes with you're right in what you're saying there. Wow.
yeah. So if you were to walk around a place where you saw lots of people, that you always gone again. They'll be back in a second, folks. Big up your chest. Exactly, Ant. It is. Do you know what? We are such simple creatures. We get confused and start to think that we're very complicated. We're the simplest creature on earth. Just having that ability to communicate simplifies us in so many ways. If you imagine an animal in the animal kingdom has to communicate in ways other than language, we have that ability. So we've lost all of the other skills, all of the other senses, the 91 senses that we truly do have. So sometimes you have to learn some of them through life. Some do
Mm.
it naturally, some don't. And
I
every
think
time somebody,
confidence is a big thing, isn't it?
confidence is massive, Muggles.
Yeah,
I won't pretend it's not. Confidence is massive.
yeah.
But I've seen some of the least confident people that I've known grow into the most confident. But
Mm.
then on the other hand, I've seen very confident people who have turned into people with no confidence. You
Yeah.
know, uh, why would somebody feel confident? What would cause somebody to be confident?
I, I don't know the well-being. And that might be a stupid answer.
Well, first and foremost, their well-being, their health, their perception of their place in the world, how they feel about themselves, how they dress, how they're regarded. But
Yeah.
ultimately, it has nothing to do with anyone else. I have heard so many people over the years tell me that they don't feel confident because of how other people treat them. It's got nothing to do with the other people. They're making that decision based on their own thoughts and feelings of themselves. And ultimately, most people have a very measured but lower view of themselves. It's probably not even right to have too high of an opinion of yourself, but it's healthy to have a good opinion of yourself. Hold yourself in high regard. You're not getting another body. You're definitely not getting another fucking head or face. That's it. You've got what
Yeah.
God gave you. You've got
Yeah.
what God gave you.
It's with you
And
just saying that. Sorry, it's because I interrupt people all the time because
go ahead, Muggles.
if I don't say it, I lose it. I just saw a video the other day. The first transplant of a heart using a pig's heart. Have
Yeah,
you seen it? Or was it a
yeah.
joke?
No, no, no. It's true. It's
Wow.
true. It's been happening for years. It's been happening for years, and it's reasonably successful compared to human heart transplants, because human heart transplants tend to not be seated very well. They don't like it there.
They don't react to it well.
Yeah, a friend of mine had a a heart transplant years ago. Unfortunately, he died. Bless him.
Sorry to
Lovely
hear that.
friend of mine. Yeah, Frank, who's a really nice guy. And he waited for ages for a heart, and it just didn't work out for him. Unfortunately, when we transplant organs from one person to the next, our body rejects it because it's an invading cell.
Yeah.
You know, so when they have the transplant, the actual chemicals or medicine that they go on to afterwards are brutal to the body. But what they're doing is trying to create a connection between two separate people. Imagine that. Let that sink in. That's how difficult we are as humans. Even our fucking organs can't get on.
Do you know what a heart stint does?
A heart stint is it's a small plastic tube and it's got a little balloon at the end of it.
Yeah.
And they push it into one of your major arteries, and they push it through all the way up. Usually they start from the groin area, and it goes all the way up towards your heart, and it opens up the artery. They inflate the balloon inside, and it widens the artery, not by very much, but just enough to allow better blood flow.
And what would be the reason for having one?
Well, quite simply, if you've got reduced arteries, if your arteries have reduced through aging, so they've got smaller, or they've not calcified, it's the other one. They have cholesterol in them, which blocks them up. They can be blocked up by smoking. Alcohol will do damage to your arteries. You know, so you need to look after your body.
This is the thing, because people have. So I remember someone saying to me, I'm a hypochondriac, right? And I heard it was film. I think it was Film Boy who mentioned that he'd had it, and he was saying
Right.
that he was saying that he was feeling real sort of, no energy and sort of stuff like that. And then when he'd had this stint done, he was feeling a lot more energetic.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
It's
then
blood
so
flow's flowing more.
thinking, maybe do I need that?
Well, ultimately, he's probably getting a very large percentage more of his blood flowing to his heart, increasing the blood flow throughout the whole body. So it will lift him up greatly. I can only assume having blocked arteries would slow you down. We're a machine, we need to run well. If you're a farmer and you own a tractor, you're going to keep it in pristine condition because that's the tool that allows you to do the heavy workload that you have. You don't allow it to rust. You don't allow it to, sort of run out of oil or anything like that. You keep it running. Same for our bodies.
That's a good analogy.
Is it? I thought it was a shit one, to be honest with you. I couldn't think of a better one.
I thought it was good. So, just before I said that, I thought, am I saying that word right? Using it in the right sort of context.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. An analogy is a sort of a comparative story to express your point. I suppose is a fair definition of it.
Like I was saying, that mate who I have around here, he used to always sort of like, if I said that just, I know it's not a big word at all, but he'd go, "Oh, is that your word of the day?"
Wow, this is it.
I don't usually say these words, but he got me started watching podcasts and stuff. Like the way I speak I was worse than what I am now, and so I've lost my train of thought again. Jesus,
you were talking about big words, and then you went on to podcasts.
Yeah, he got me watching these different podcasts, and then even like my brother and other people said, "Oh yeah, we can notice the difference. You do speak a lot better." So you can imagine how bad my speech was.
Well, if you imagine if you were to go and live your life with gorillas, you would eventually start to understand how they communicate. You would then eventually almost be able to communicate back to them. Not
yeah,
in language, of course, but you would,
mm,
And it's the same for humans.
yeah.
You
I'm
go and
sorry, these things were jumping around in my head when I was on about my eldest brother was
you're
last
listening
year.
to the Muggle Show on Vincent Vega FM. Go
I
on, continue.
apologize. No, he was on about. I mentioned to him that I said the Big Bang, right? And he was putting a sort of point across. He says, "How does if it was a Big Bang? How did it make like to the fine detail of our DNA?"
Did it make a fart sound? That's how I've always wondered. You don't know. Nobody was there.
Oh dear. No, that's I'd love him. Actually, he did. I said it on my live earlier. My eldest brother has done a podcast. Sort of like doing his sort of like testimony of his. How he become to be a Christian and basically his sort of story. So my
Well,
other brother said he'd listen to it.
you yourself said you saw huge improvements in your brother just from him reading.
Mm,
It's massive. Muggles, it's massive. Reading is considered I don't know, a
I go off
preserve
it
of
though.
those who, don't have much to do, have less exciting lives. It's just not true. You
Yeah,
can have an
my
exciting
focus
life
goes
and
off.
read, you know.
Mm. And I don't. This is the thing I don't. I used to do. I always used to do it with my dad. Oh, what does this word mean?
Yeah,
Obviously this was before the internet was about, and I was the same at school. I sort of needed the teacher's attention, and if I didn't, I just couldn't. I don't know. I was always if I couldn't do the work, I'd just end up messing about
yeah.
at school. So
Well,
I was one of them kids.
if you don't ask what something means, you'll never know. I ask a lot of
Mm,
questions, Muggles. I always ask questions. In fact, I'd go so far as to say sometimes I ask too many questions. I'm always learning. I've read a few books. I've always had the pleasure of lots of people around me because of my work and family and things like that. Learned from them. I'm
mm,
not the finished article, but I try. And you said you saw great improvements with your brother because of his reading, and now he's going out and doing what he does with the religious stuff.
mm,
Dead easy to do. This is a point that I will always say to people. It's dead easy to do. I understand. I'm no expert on addiction. I'm no expert on mental health, but I know there are very simple things you can do which will make a world of difference. Won't necessarily cure you, won't necessarily, help you to not be an addict, but it will. It will make a world of difference. And it's those tiny little details that make all the difference.
yeah.
As you've said, I mean, you came in the other day, you were terrified to come on and you talked through the whole thing, and you said I'd inspired you to get out there. I
Yeah.
never said a thing, Muggles. And this is
Mm,
something I need to point out. Just listen to this. I never said a word. I didn't say to get out the fucking door. I didn't say to you need to do this, that, and the other. Listen back to the conversation. I spent
mm,
an hour and a half going, yep, I agree. Yep, I agree. That's all I
mm.
did. And I got the opportunity to talk a few times and just gave you my opinion on what you were saying. You made all the decisions yourself.
Yeah. I mean, like I said today, on my live, it was this Anne Marie. She did a live earlier on today, and just a few things that were said in there, got me to push myself a bit more. Sometimes I don't know. Some people need to have a little, give them a nudge, you know.
Did you?
And
Did
yeah,
you? But if you're unwilling to move like a stubborn animal, if
yeah,
you can nudge all you like, it won't move. You
mm,
have to allow yourself to be moved. You have to be a little bit more pliable. You have to be open to the idea of doing it as well. You don't
yeah,
necessarily need motivation, but you know the reasons why you shouldn't sit on your bedroom in your underpants with your legs crossed. You
yeah.
know,
It's funny that I'm sat like that. I'm sat on the floor with my legs
Perfect,
crossed.
but it's 5 o'clock in the morning. You'll get away with it now, Muggles. But if you're doing it at 2 o'clock in the afternoon when the sun's shining and you could be out on your bike or walking down the promenade, you're missing out.
Yeah,
You're missing out.
yeah. It's daunting though sometimes.
It is.
And I think, you know, Matt, it's a small town, you know, but there's a massive world out there, to explore. You know, it's
So I said to you earlier,
sometimes it's overwhelming that.
it is. It's very scary, but it's also very exciting. I said to you earlier, I didn't quite put it right. So do you start setting yourself goals? That was the question I asked. Do you?
Should I start? Yeah, I
Yeah.
should definitely start doing it. Yeah, because that's what I've been told to do. You know, write these little goals. And it's funny enough, Danny started his
Just as he's getting to the best bit. Just as he's getting to the best bit.
he's been writing down his thoughts,
Right.
you know, which is something I was told to do a long time ago, you know, and I did start writing them down. And there's this notepad, it's just in the set of drawers in front of me.
Yeah.
And I read it out on my live, some of the things I wrote down, my thoughts. And I have come a long way thinking about it. Then I am, and then I know I've set myself back a lot. And I was real scared to get on the scales earlier, and when I got in, because I thought I've lost weight because before I went out, I looked in the mirror and I thought I've lost weight in my face, and then got home, and Dan cooked a chicken dinner, and before I'd had it, I jumped on the scales and I was 11 and 3/4. So I was quite chuffed because I thought I'd lost a lot more than that because I was 12 stone, and I was very surprised. So I was chuffed with that.
Don't tell me what those thoughts were, but did they help you writing them down?
Um, I, I don't know. I honestly don't know.
I think all you're doing when you write down your thoughts, and I don't know whether they were good, bad, or indifferent, but when you write down how you feel about things, it's not helpful because all you're doing is reinforcing possibly a misjudged view of yourself or the world. And I don't think it would be helpful. You know, you are simply clarifying to yourself possibly any issues that you might have in your life or in yourself. So I don't think that's the right thing to do because there's not a lot you can do to change that by thinking or overthinking it.
Yeah.
If you're going to do a list, it should be a very simple list of all the things you can do in your normal day, in your normal area, and set out to do them and have a big thick marker ready for when you've done them. If it's as simple as go to McDonald's, get a coffee, sit on the front, have a look at the horrible looking sea at the moment in the winter.
Oh, it was lovely and calm today.
Was it?
Yeah, really calm. I love seeing these. There's a video on my channel, and it was Watch Me Do This. It was done some of the thumbnails and stuff, and there was a video of me getting I'm real upset, and he put dramatic music to it, you
Right.
know, and it makes it look as if it's fake, sort of. And anyhow, I was on the pot. I'd gone out of my house, and I went to the like sort of corner shop, and I bought a quarter bottle of vodka, and I haven't been drinking at that. Well, I haven't been drinking for 5 years.
Right.
That'll be in February, and I got onto the prom, and I just, you know, when you open the bottle, it sort of cracks, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah, and then that Phil rang me, and he rang, and I didn't answer it, and then it was dark, and the moonlight reflecting off the sea,
Yeah.
and then I ended up smashing the bottle into the rocks, and then I went and sat near the lifeboat station on the beach, and then and then he rang again, and it was just at the right time. I needed someone to talk to sort of say, "What are you doing?"
Yeah.
I don't know why I
What?
brought that up.
Well, you do. You do. I don't know why, but you do. Why? Why did you buy the bottle of vodka?
To escape, because that's what drink is. That's what people drink, maybe to escape. It's the same with
Yeah.
drug,
Yeah.
to get away. And I found that difficult with doing drugs for that amount of time that I have. And now, well, I'm on methadone, and I started on 50 milligrams, and I'm down to 16 now. So I don't know whether to go into rehab or not. And because my drug counselor said to me that maybe going into rehab, you'd is probably the best thing for you to sort of get yourself wired right.
Yeah.
And I used to always, because they used to always try and get me to get into rehab for a long, long time, even like when my parents were still around. And I'd always say, nah, I'm not doing that. And I'd always have the excuse of, I wouldn't want to leave and you die. I wouldn't want, I'd want to be there. I wouldn't want to be miles away.
Yeah.
And so I never went. But it's something that I've got to
Can you
make
see
that
what's written?
decision.
Can you see what's written on the screen?
Muggles is loved by. Nice one.
Can I just point something out here, Muggles? That was also written by the coolest guy in YouTube right now.
Yeah, he's a good kid.
As we spoke about on the previous time we spoke, you've made some good achievements, Muggles. You've hit some proper milestones. You've done them all on your own. You've found the motivation to do it, and you've done that. Maybe now is the right time for rehab. I don't know anything about rehab, and I don't know anything truly about your ability to do it. Whether it's necessary, I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah. Why I think
But
it's it's to get away from this house, get away from this town.
but ultimately, you can't run away from yourself. We did this the other day.
Yeah,
Yeah. You could move to the Amazon forest. You'll still take all of your thoughts with you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be a big decision, that, because like this is a thing that came to mind when I thought, what's going to happen with the house? Because it'll only be Danny then.
Yeah.
Will he be able to afford it?
Is there a program available to you which could be day release? Maybe it could be a daily thing as opposed to going into a boarded rehab.
I think there will be something like that. I'm sure.
You could talk to whoever offered you the rehab to ask if there was something else available. I think you're strong enough. I think if you got through the last 4 years, after sort of giving up what you gave up, I think this next step would be, you'd probably find it simpler. It's not going to be easy, but you would probably find it simpler.
To be honest, I wish I never went on it. I wish I never, because I've been on it before, and I stopped taking it, and it's
Right.
still because when you've been on it for because a lot of people say if you've been um even with just doing the gear, after a certain amount of time, say like if you're still on it after 3 years, you're going to be on it for 20. Um,
Yeah.
and that methadone anyhow, it's off. It's awful to come off because if
Yeah.
you've been on
It's
it for a
harder.
while, it
I've
gets
heard
into
it's
your
harder.
bones,
Yeah.
and the aches you get from it.
Yeah.
And it is obviously there's other people that are going through pain. But it is because I've experienced other people's pain. I always say that to my brother Dan. I wish we could swap heads to know how each other feel.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you can't explain it, and it's like when you go to the doctors. Sometimes I can't explain the pain or what it feels like. But yeah, it's. I wish I'd just done my rattle and just done it just that way. But saying that, maybe this has kept me sort of stable, which that's what it's supposed to do. But it's just really looking at it, it's just another drug.
It is.
That's all it is, and it's weird that I didn't know this, but the chemist, the actual not not the owners of the chemist, sort of like the chemist who sort of has the degrees. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
The fella, he gets paid every time he hands it over.
Of course
He
he does. He wants you
he
to
gets
keep coming
paid.
forever, Moggles. He'll never get sick of your face. He'll never get sick of you. I'm sure he'll be right back.
When I get tested for drugs, um, because they've always been clean, I don't have to go down there, go to the chemist every day.
Yeah.
So I go twice a week. So he won't be getting,
Yeah.
7 days a week. He won't be getting money from me,
Well,
'cause
a
so it's weird
chemist,
that.
they introduced this recently over the last few years. A chemist is paid to assess whether you're right to take the medicine. They took that level of responsibility away from the doctor. So he's assessing you, but he does get paid for it ultimately. So he's never going to want you to leave. In fact, if you did leave, he'd probably come round and, tell you to come back.
Mm.
Are you at that position where you want to go to rehab?
I think I need to try something different.
Sound like you're doing all right, man, so far. With respect,
Yeah,
I know you're not
but
using
I have
drugs.
that
I know you're
same
not
thought
drinking.
that, yeah, with my, like I just said earlier, with my dad, I didn't want to leave, and then something happened to my dad or my mum, and I thought, and maybe well, I am doing it now. I'm thinking, oh, well, what's going to happen with Dan?
Yeah.
Dan's never been on his own before,
Maybe you can
but then saying
delay.
that, I ain't either, so maybe it'll do good for both of us, and I don't. It's a very difficult decision to make.
Is it a daunting prospect for you? Are
Yes,
you worried
yes,
about
yeah,
going?
yeah.
What worries you the most?
Um,
Forget Dan and the house. What worries you most?
it was them too. uh,
If they're
I'm
your only
scared. I'm
worries,
scared.
you're
No,
doing
I'm scared of
even
what
better than
I'm
I
gonna
thought.
be. I'm scared of what I'm gonna be like with nothing, with none of the medication I'm on.
I get that. I get that. Well, you don't have to
Because
make
it's
that
been
decision
that
right
long.
now. You don't have to make that decision right now. In fact, you don't even have to consider it. You can carry
Mm,
on as you are. You're doing all right. You'll get the odd slip up. We all do that. Fall off the track
mm,
sometimes. Maybe you should continue working on your um, positivity drive that you seem to be
yeah,
experiencing at the moment.
yeah. I mean, I think I said it to you last time. It was uh, when I was doing the lives a lot more, and I was in uh, it was and it was during the lockdown, and I was confident, you know, I was going out more, and I was feeling better, and I thought that's when I thought, oh, I'm all right, I'm better now, you know, I'm all right, there's nothing wrong. But there was still there the underlying things, you know, with my mum,
Yeah.
because that is an issue, and just my mental health, you know, there was things I hadn't sorted out, you know, and then I ended up going back, like I said, you know. But, yeah,
How's going out?
you just got to keep you just got to keep moving, you know. Don't like I have been. I've just been stuck in a rut, you know, like stuck
Yeah,
in like mud, whatever, you know, sinking sand.
we all do that.
Oh, just when we're
How?
mentioning uh, sinking sand, it's a sad story, but we used to always go on to holiday to Morecambe Bay, and there was and you'll probably remember it being on the news. In the bay, the tide used to come in that quick, and it'd leave a big island, and
The
there was
cockle pickers.
yes, exactly, and it was it it was just awful that
Yeah,
because the
it
water
was.
used to surround and make like an island, and then there was no escape. You just couldn't escape. And now
Yeah,
there was one time when because we was like 2 miles out from sort of like the town where the fun fair was and everything, and there was one of them big excavator diggers,
yeah.
you know, out in the bay, and we watched it sink. It was mad, you know, seeing this big digger just sink into the, you know, and disappear in front of your eyes. It was uh, it was strange.
There's a message for you there from Ant.
I have some tips for models for getting a focus. My email address is on my page. Okay,
Sounds like Ant can
I appreciate
give you
that,
some
and thank you very
pointers.
much. Thank you.
I think I think Ant said earlier he's been where you are now. Was that right, Ant?
Okay, that's very kind of you. Thank you.
That's what we're all about here, isn't it, Muggles? I
Yeah,
think, or at
mm,
least if we're not, we can try and be.
yeah. That's what it is, isn't it? It's sort of a community, isn't it?
Of course it is.
Yeah.
So you've said you feel a little bit more confident last few days, going out a bit more.
I don't know if it's confidence.
I would. It
Um,
is confidence. Of course, it's confidence.
is it?
Yeah, it's confidence. It is.
Oh, well,
That's yeah. Lack of confidence is the reason why people hide away. Generally, I know there are many other reasons, but just don't feel confident about going into the world. Don't want to even engage in the world. Some people are. That's how I've been for a while. I felt proper sorry for myself. I don't anymore,
yeah.
but I
Can I
did.
ask?
I had a period.
Yeah. Can I ask where your accent's from?
Well, I was born in Leicester, but I've
Oh,
lived all over the country for
okay.
the last, well, for 20 odd years, and then moved back to Leicester. Had a little boy and stuff. So it's not really an accent from anywhere. No accent I usually get described of. You've got no accent.
Yeah. Oh, in your video when you're coming out of off the boat,
Yeah,
I just came into my head then the car that was in front of you, and it was a Saab,
yes,
and it because it my is it my mum's no my grand's sister, she had a Sea Reg Saab, a silver one,
okay,
and it was the I can't believe how in good nick it was. It was,
yeah,
you know, for being such an old car, you know, so it just reminded me of that when I saw, you know, you're coming out of off the boat. And yeah,
There's
like in that Prague video, brilliant,
if you
brilliant.
watch that driving off video, there's a little parable in there. When I'm driving to go through the customs, there's usually three
You
gates I
went the wrong way.
no, no. Well, no, let me tell my story and you'll see what I mean.
Okay.
I normally fly through there. Normally, I'm not at the front of the boat. By the time I get to those gates, because I go through there a lot, they're normally open and I tear through at 60 miles an hour. They never do customs in France. They couldn't care less. And I just got to that gate just as it was starting to open. And if you notice, if you watch, you can see that the gate starts open and I decide to go another way. Oh, it's gone again. Can you? You can probably still hear me. But then as I decide to turn, the gates are almost open. And if you see, when I go for the other gate, a car goes flying past in the lane that I was. And the parable is sometimes when you think you're on the wrong path, you're not, you're on the right one. Because if I'd just have waited another second, I could have gone through those gates and been in front of that car that went flying ahead of me. Because the human race, you know, it is a race. What's one thing you'd like to do, Muggles? One simple thing that you haven't done for so long that you'd like to set yourself to do. Make it simple. Don't tell me you want to
No,
climb Mount Everest, for God's sake.
I was going to say go to Australia.
Ah, come on. Let's do baby steps. One simple thing that you haven't done. You used to do maybe. Maybe it was once a habit and you'd like to do it again.
I used to be a very good golfer when I was a kid. I was a lot of people from the golf course because it's behind our house. There's a golf course, and I was
Right?
always playing when I was younger. I'll show you. There's some photos that I've got from. I was with my dad in the clubhouse, and I'd won the junior captain's day, and I'd won the President's Cup, which
Very
were the two main,
good. You are a good golfer.
which were the two main competitions in the year. And one of the who we were sat with, they won the doubles sort of thing, and I'd go up and get presented with it, and then I'd bring it back to the table. So there was three trophies, two was mine, and then one was Larry's, and I can't remember who the other person was, but anyhow, there's a photograph of me and my dad and the three trophies, and Larry said, "Oh, take your trophy to the bar," and he came with me, and he filled it up with champagne, and he said, and I took it round everyone, and they all had a sip out of it.
Wow.
Could you imagine doing that now? You know,
Proper
with
ceremony
all
that.
social distancing and stuff.
You wouldn't be able to do it. Good
Yeah, so
God.
maybe going to play golf.
When was the last time you played golf?
Oh, it's funny enough. If you go right, some of my first videos were playing golf on the beach. No, I can't. Oh no, I went with my brother to just up the coast from where I am. There's a little sort of pitch and putt. You know, they're all par threes,
Yeah.
and that it was good to get out and do it. But it's just the same with anything. You know, you lose. Well, I don't
Motivation.
suppose you lose. No, look, I'm not as good as what I was. You know, but I'm still all right. You know. Um, they, my eldest brother, he was very good at golf as well, and I used to love coming because it used to just be a 9-hole golf course. Now it's 18, but coming down the last hole, and my dad used to be on the veranda of the clubhouse, and you know, seeing him down at the bottom, you know, and I'd
Yeah.
always think, come on, make sure I do a real good shot, you know, and that that's what I've just found with my dad. He was such a it he'd come around the corner from our house, and the way oh, it's real hard to describe. But on the first hole, he could go because it was along the road. He could just go, he'd be on the road and he'd be able to follow me on the
Yeah.
first hole right to the green, and he'd do that, in his wheelchair, and
Did
and then he'd be
Did you
sat
like
like
him
I said.
following you?
Oh, it was good, yeah,
Did it affect your game?
especially when you did a good shot, you
Yeah.
know,
So you
and
played better when your dad was watching.
yeah, yeah, it's good memories, there's some real like did a live not so long back, and we were looking at some old family photos, and there was one with my mum in the backyard, and I'm smiling, and I've got all my teeth, and I thought, oh, I wish I could go back to then, and I
We
just,
can't go back.
yeah, I know,
Can't go back, Muggles.
it's just a lovely, nice photo of me and my mum.
I
Yeah,
said to you the other day, you were really lucky to have two loving parents.
yeah, yeah,
You were super lucky. You don't know how lucky you are, Muggles.
mm,
Not many
yeah,
people have that.
no,
You know,
I know, but some, yeah, you're right, it could be a lot worse. It could be a
you
lot
could,
worse.
you could easily be a lot worse.
Oh, I know it
So,
could. I know it could.
so what's it going to take to have a game of golf for you? Thanks for being here, chat. I'm sure he'll be right back. Here he is. Welcome back.
Don't know why it keeps doing that.
Bit of a
I must
dodgy
be doing.
signal tonight.
Yeah, that's this. The phone that I'm doing this to speak to you on. It's a Samsung S7,
Right.
and Dan got me it. Um, and it was such a it's give the gift of me being able to speak to you, to speak to all the other people I've
Gift.
spoke
I'm
to.
sorry. I'm sorry about that, Muggles. If Dan
No,
hadn't
it's
given you
fine.
that feckin' phone, you'd be asleep now. Nice and peaceful.
No, but it was such a it's been a really good gift, you know.
Would it be difficult for you to go and have a game of golf now, or could you easily do that?
I don't think I'd have the. I mean, if you see on my lives when I go out, every so often I have to stop and
Right.
crouch down because I'm just that out of breath. Oh, just with me bringing that up, I'd left my we was walking. I'd finished my live, and I'd gotten was up past the doctors, so not far away from where we play snooker, and I thought, where's my cue? And I looked at my brother and said, where's my cue? And I bet, and I take my bike with me, because sometimes, like the other day when I was out with Dan, I got real out of breath and I just wasn't feeling too well, and I was real glad that I took my bike with me so I could get home a lot quicker. And then
Yeah.
I jumped on my bike and went as fast as I could back down to the arcade. And when I got off the bike and went into the arcade, I just thought, oh my God, my heart's gonna pop out my chest. And I just crouched down on the floor and I was just panting like mad. And then I went into I said to the woman, have you seen my cue? And I looking about, went into where the snooker table is, and I put money in because I couldn't see because it was that dark. I put some
Yeah.
money in there to turn the light on, and it wasn't there. Jumped back on the bike, went round, and it was in Herons.
Right.
The woman had put it behind the counter, so I was
Perfect.
very pleased when we finding that. Oh,
Well,
but yeah,
getting
yeah,
out and getting exercise will improve your fitness.
using
Condition will.
that bike, I use it as so because when I'm walking, because I do have social anxiety, um, but that's what I mean. When I'm confident, it's fine. It seems to be not as
I
bad.
assume. I
But I
assume you
use the
have
bike as
days
a
where
tool.
non-existent.
I can just burn off from people. You know,
Yeah.
you're going at speed past someone, so you're not stopping to talk to anyone. Um, and I don't know, I'd do it with bottles of water, you know, just having something in my hand, you know, have headphones on.
Again, I'm just going to post a link for Moggle's YouTube. You back, mate?
Why ain't London coming on?
You don't want to talk to me. We used to be best mates, you know. We used to be the best of mates. Nothing could have ever come between
I
us.
know. Come on, London.
From what you've said to me, Moggles, I'm sure you won't be offended if I say this seem like simple things to fix.
Yeah,
Getting out there, opening both curtains, getting a bit of exercise, talking to people,
yeah,
lifting you up. It's all designed to lift you up. Everything that you do will lift you up. You'll have
yeah,
more natural hormones running through your body. You'll create endorphins from your experiences.
yeah,
You know, get a little bit nervous when you talk to somebody.
yeah,
You'll sort of soon find the confidence.
yeah.
I firmly believe in throwing a child. You can talk to my 10-year-old. I firmly believe in throwing a child into the deep end because they learn really quick. Really quick.
So I was saying the deep end, that's something that I enjoy. I used to enjoy going swimming.
I love swimming,
So
but
that
they
could be a
stopped all
thing to
that
do.
with. I don't know if you can go swimming at the moment. Last time I was in,
Oh no,
last time I
when I
went to go
went,
swimming was in Czech Republic and couldn't get in without proving I'd been, medically transformed, and so I didn't get to go swimming. And
yeah.
me and
Oh,
me and my lad
we've that.
love swimming.
Yeah, Dan. It's like he's had his like jib jabs, um, and he only did. And he's admitted it himself. He's only done it, you know, because he probably thinks down the line that you're not going to be able to do anything unless you've had both of your jabs.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
and
starting
I'm
to.
just I'm scared of having it, you know, because I just think it's just been done that quick,
Yeah,
you know, and it makes me think of like it's bringing my dad up again with the vaccine with him. You know, it must have been all vaccines are they're tested, aren't they, for a long period of time before they're given out.
a lot longer than they took.
Yeah,
A
and
lot
like people
longer.
say, oh, they cut the red tape to get it done quicker. You
They
know,
cut a lot of things to get it done quicker.
yeah,
But anyway, if you want to hear my views on that, be on anyone else's chat apart from mine.
yeah,
um, yeah, I'm going to say it again, Moggles. From what I've heard from you, they all sound like easy problems.
yeah,
Problems they are, but they sound like easy ones, mate.
yeah,
You've
yeah,
done the hard work already. You said that the other day. You've done all
yeah,
the you've done the labouring, you know.
yeah. I know this is going to be a battle getting off that medication. I know that.
You don't have
Um,
to face that yet. You don't have to um, jump in with that. You can continue to reduce. How much more can you reduce?
well, to nothing. But
Okay,
actually, I did set myself a goal because I said to myself, I was on um, 28 milligrams, and now I'm on 16. Um, and I set a goal to get to 20 because you've got to be on 20, you've got to get down to 20 milligrams to get to get your driving license,
yeah,
you know. But I could imagine my insurance would be very high, you know, with being on that type of medication. Um, but yeah, that's something that I want to get done as well. That's a
It-
thing but that's another thing that my eldest brother said. I'll never drive. I'll never drive. And then, he drives now, you know,
Do you want
and
to
he, and,
drive?
and he did that late on in life. Yeah,
Do you
yeah,
want to drive?
definitely. Yes.
Have you had a driving license before?
No.
Okay, there's another one you
Yeah,
could
it's
put.
not
I
something.
put this.
No, because it's something that everybody should do at a young age because it opens so many different doors, doesn't it?
Does I took my driving test 6 weeks after my 17th birthday. I had about 13 lessons, 14 lessons. And
Yeah.
at 17 years old, driving around in my first car, I felt like the king of the world.
What car did you have?
A Ford Cortina WJV
Oh,
450V was
Cortina.
the
Oh, I can't
registration. A
picture it.
blue 1.6L Ford
Cortina.
Cortina. I felt like the king of the world, Muggles.
I
You
just
know,
can't picture what it looks like. I remember
oh,
the
you'll
name.
have to Google it. Ford Cortina Mark IV, and the ability, the ability to lob your mates in the car and just drive somewhere.
Yeah,
It was great. There was no real places to go back then. You know,
yeah,
but it was fantastic. And yet, driving frees you from everything. Frees you, makes
mm,
you feel completely independent. I'd put that on maybe the next list of 10 things you aim for, or maybe the list after that. I wouldn't aim for that one straight away. I'd love you to come on, Marie. I'd love
aye,
you to come on and have a chat with me if you think um, you would enjoy it. I'm not here to pick anyone apart. I genuinely have no sort of wish to pass my opinion. I'll only ever say what I think about something. I'm not medically trained or professionally trained. I just love to speak to people. And
yeah,
sometimes I think people overcomplicate life and forget about all the good stuff.
yeah, aye. So, are you into any sports?
I used to do a lot of running, and that's why I have a really bad knee now. But it's getting better now. I should be exercising a lot more and try to build up the strength because the muscles have reduced over the last 2-3 months with basically not
Okay.
doing anything. Still cycle a lot. I'm able to cycle, thankfully, despite my knee. And I've got an electric bike now as well. So I cycle at
Oh,
40 miles an hour, not 20.
really?
Yeah, I'm a bit of a madhead there. I
Wow.
I know. Um, yeah, I'm acutely aware that if I come off, I'm breaking every bone in my body, just like Evil Knievel did.
I
But
don't get
my crash
how it
won't be half
works.
as impressive. Well, you've got a big motor with a big battery, and as you pedal, it provides power to the drive chain. So when you pedal, the bike moves a lot quicker than if you didn't have that extra help. It's amazing. I love it. It's so liberating. We have
But don't you
a
think it's making things, all this technology, it's making
well,
things easy, it's making things easier so you're not, do you get what I'm saying? I'm not really explaining myself well, am I?
well, I the bike will do 46. I've had it up to 46, and it's terrifying. And the average cyclist will do about 28, even a professional cyclist, 28, maybe 20 miles an hour, 29 miles an hour when the conditions are perfect. And I can whiz past them. And obviously, you can imagine they think to themselves, but I don't fly around at 40 miles an hour all the time. It's relaxing to me, but I do make it as hard as possible. The engine doesn't help me uh, in every way. I go and do 32, 33 miles when I go out for a bike ride.
Wow.
Whereas if I didn't have an engine, I'd do 5 or 6 or 8 or 10,
Oh,
you
right.
know, just
Yeah,
a
yeah,
leisurely ride. There's
yeah.
a big lake near me called Rutland Water. Beautiful, beautiful place, and there's lots of little stops all the way around. It's incredibly popular for cyclists. It's got a proper cycling path the whole way around. And
Ah,
the route that I take takes me 32.5 miles, 33 miles.
wow.
And yeah, it's great, wonderful. I wouldn't do it.
Mm.
I wouldn't do it if I didn't have that engine, and it really does help with my fitness. You know, I'm still
God,
carrying a little bit of COVID weight, but that will go as soon as I'm active again. Now my knee is better.
yeah.
Um,
Yeah. What did you
and
have?
it's a,
Have you had an accident then with your knee?
no, well, just years of running, and
Okay.
old age. Unfortunately, I'm a few years older than you. I think I'm about 7, 8 years older than you. You said you're 40, didn't you?
Just turned 41.
Yeah, well, I'm 7 years older than you. Well, nearly 8 years older than you. And because of the running, I think I did a little bit of damage. And as you get older, you start to get rheumatoid arthritis and all sorts of things in your joints. I had my immune system rather, broke down 2 years ago for reasons unknown. I had a very high inflammation score through my body. My doctor just immediately uh, diagnosed me as rheumatoid arthritis. I'll never get rid of it, and here's 6 tablets to take. And I didn't accept that. Did not accept that at all. I didn't know what was happening to my body. I spoke to a few people online, spoke to a few people that I knew, and changed my diet. Started doing particular exercises, and eventually my inflammation score is now lower than an average human. It's at 7. I had it tested about a month ago, still at 7. So it's really low now, but it did a lot of damage to my knee in the time that I had the condition, which was about 6 months, maybe 9 months of hell. I was incapacitated. I couldn't walk. It
Wow.
was, yeah, it's really scary.
Hmm. I
Oh,
was just
well,
going to say
that's
that. It must have been
this is
frightening.
This is half of the story. At the same time, my ex decided to try and, well, my then girlfriend, the mother of my child, then tried to screw me over. She failed, so we'll not go
Sorry
much
to
into
hear
that
that,
one.
man.
But she failed and didn't quite go to plan and whatever. But yeah, so it was a really tough time, and I just didn't accept it. And as soon as I got better, I had real bad damage to my knees. But I would start going out with my son, and we'd go on 4 or 5 mile walks every day that we could. Saturdays and Sundays, and sometimes in the evenings. Just literally, I walked and walked and walked through it. It was quite painful. I was on a lot of painkillers, but I did it, and eventually I got to a point where I was virtually normal again. But my left knee got some infection in it earlier this year. My right knee, sorry, got an infection in it. I went to London for a weekend, 6 days, and I did a lot of walking. I wore a strap, and I cut myself, and it was infected, it became infected, and the inflammation came back like a monster.
Oh, yeah.
So for the last 3 months, 4 months, I was again back in the same position. Couldn't get around on my knee, but I've had a bit of work done on it now, and I'm in a position now where I can start walking again. The rheumatoid arthritis that my doctor diagnosed me for the rest of my life has gone. It's disappeared. It's a miracle, And
Yeah.
my point there is, don't listen to your doctor. Don't listen to your doctor. They
Mm.
they're good at prescribing,
Yes.
not so good at diagnosing, as it turns out.
Mm.
Mm.
Interesting. Yeah, they do. The doctors seem to just easily write prescriptions out now. It's
Of
like
course
I
they
said it
do.
before, didn't I? They did when I was like 18, they dished out diazepam like they were sweets.
They're a
You know.
prescription machine. That's all it
Yeah,
is. A doctor
yeah.
will be automated before too long. The same thing that you order your fucking McDonald's on is the same thing you'll go to for your prescriptions before you know it.
Mm.
It's
Yeah.
mad.
No.
mad. Which is why it pays to, if you're suffering from a condition, do your research on it. Don't just take the word of a professional. I must add as well, they know exactly what they're doing in most areas. Most cures do cure. Most tablets do what they say on the box, but some don't.
I know. I
Some
don't
just
know why
don't.
they don't sort of push you down the natural route. Like say to you, get out more.
Well, why do you think they don't? Why do you think they don't? Hope he's coming back to answer that.
Like things at school they should teach.
You disappeared then, Muggles,
I
just to let you
know.
know. We missed
They
a bit of
should
what you were saying.
they should teach more things at school,
Of course
that
they should.
that
But then parents should
yeah,
teach their children
yes,
the bits that the schools don't. There's no
yeah,
excuse.
yeah, I suppose.
My son complains that all I do is talk. Talk. I don't shut up, honestly. Just I will not shut up. I talk to him all day long. And I try to impart a little bit of wisdom, information, advice, and knowledge,
Yeah.
and you know, and he's a slice of me. He's a complete. He is. He's a slice of me completely.
I like
He's
that.
lived.
I like
Yeah,
that. It's a
he's lived
slice
with
of
his.
me.
He's lived with his mum for the last 2 years solely, and he's a slice of me. I kind of, in some way, feel sorry for her because I was a nightmare when I got to my teens, and I reckon he's going to be just the same.
Same.
Nightmare. Absolute nightmare. Never got in trouble with the police, apart from a few silly things. Never got into crime, apart from a few silly things, as everyone. But I was a fucking nightmare. So, but me and him will get on great because he's a slice of me, I'll
I don't
understand,
know.
she
I
won't.
really like that. He's a slice of me. That is brilliant. That is brilliant.
Mm,
I really like that. I'm just looking at one of I don't know if it was my dad's oil painting, but it's right on top of. There's like this bit of tubey one that goes right across where you fix your curtain pole to. And
yeah,
it's right on top of there, and it's discoloured from me smoking, and not but because I took everything down when I painted my room. I'm just
yeah,
looking at that one painting, and I need to put the other ones back. You know,
yeah.
it's just white walls. It's real, just clinic. It feels real clinic. So I'm clinically, So I want to get seeing that, just looking at it now. See, I'm lying on the floor, so I wouldn't have noticed it if I wasn't
Yeah.
so talking to you. I would have been asleep. But I've seen that, so I'm gonna write it down because that's the thing where my memory's awful. So I can get the other two paintings back up.
Well,
To put them back on the wall.
I know you value those paintings. What you can do, Muggles, is have them protected. You can. A cheap route would be to put some clear plastic on the front. Sort of completely transparent plastic, or you can take them to an art shop and they'll protect them. They'll put a layer over, effectively like a Scotch guarding, which again is completely transparent, but it will save it from moisture and smoking. Even they won't discolor.
Yeah,
Just to say, if you're worried about the
yeah.
discoloring on them.
In the living room downstairs, there's
Oh, he's gone again. Land Rover. I thought about this for myself. I always wondered when I first had the arthritic attack and my inflammation levels rose. I thought it was a septic attack. I hadn't had any infections or wounds or anything that had caused it, but I did wonder if you can sometimes ingest these things. I did wonder about that. I never had any sickness before. And yeah, the weight loss is the one thing. I am a couple of stones overweight, and I'm very aware that makes a massive difference.
Right.
Losing 5 stone is monumental. Good God, you should
Bet
feel
it
like
is.
a 16-year-old again.
Wow. Yeah, I need to put weight on me.
See, this is it. We've got
Yeah.
equal and opposite problems.
Yeah.
We could help each other here as well. You know,
Yeah.
you need to lose it. You need to put it on, rather. I need
Yeah.
to lose it. There could be a fair exchange, and both of us would be better.
Could be a TV program that swaps sort of
Certainly
lives.
could. I'd watch it. I'd watch it.
Oh dear. Yeah. It's crazy how things have, changed with the internet, like A-list celebrities, like it was hard to become, or was it hard to become a celebrity? But how the internet has opened up, and like there's people on the internet, like there's a bloke called KSI, and and all his group of mates are called, and they've got a group of mates, and they're called the Sidemen, and they're massive on YouTube, and
Right.
he's a he's a bigger he's got more of a following than any A-list celebrity.
Mm.
He's got more pull than any A-list celebrity. He,
Yeah.
he does music as well. He's done a bits of boxing.
Yeah.
Um,
You're
yeah,
living through
and
a
and he's
revolution,
even
Muggles.
and he's just brought out with who he did the boxing with, Logan Paul.
Yeah.
They've brought out an energy drink together, which will probably end up being massive. It's called Prime,
Yeah.
and
You're
it's
living
amazing
through.
that anyone can become. They've got the opportunity. Like you've started your channel.
Yeah.
Everyone's got the opportunity.
You're living through a technological revolution. Now, there's two ways this goes. Either you jump on the them train, and that is companies like Facebook and various other companies funding AI systems which will create what's called a meta universe, or you create your own. And I think the latter will happen. We will create our own. We've seen resurgences in the past. For years, we had CDs which weren't as durable as they told us. You couldn't spread jam on it and then play Tchaikovsky, Swan Lake afterwards on the CD player. It didn't work. And
Hmm.
people didn't ever associate really with a CD. I think it was unattractive packaging as well. So vinyl's back with a vengeance, and vinyl selling sales figures have gone through the roof. People are buying turntables again. So those old
Hmm.
roots are always there, and we can return to other values as well. How we
Hmm.
shop, how we interact when we're shopping, how we pay. These methods are not fixed in stone. Nobody's telling us which way to go. We decide. And it
I
only
just see
takes
it
a
as
few.
I've said it quite a few times. The film Demolition Man.
Yes,
That's how I see this. That's where we're going.
it's a horrific view of the future. It truly
It
is. It's
is.
not a world I
It
would
is.
want to live in.
No, I mean, I think I was just gonna. Well, I will also say, like the Matrix films. It
Yeah,
makes me think, where them films made, because that's what the sort of future is.
yeah.
Is it like that? Are we in
No,
this?
doesn't
You
have to
know,
be that way. Doesn't have to be that way. There's too many countries in the world where that world doesn't exist. 60, 70% of the world don't even have telephones or electricity, barely. Don't even have a good water supply. So to imagine that such a small percentage of the population is going to accelerate headlong into this meta universe where we're connected to everything digitally is
yeah,
just bollocks. Absolute
yeah,
bollocks. They're selling something to you. And if you don't have to buy it, then you're the product. It's as simple as that.
yeah.
You are the product.
It's
Look
seeing
at the
these
money that
things.
Facebook make from you, and they
Yeah,
don't charge you a thing.
yeah. It's seeing all that. Like when it's SG was in McDonald's, and how and he was ordering his stuff on a screen.
Yeah,
I was quite sort of shocked by that.
yeah.
But you see
Just
these all
the
these in shopping centres. You see these big screens. You know, do this. It's I don't how things have changed since I
but you
used to
don't
go
have to
shopping with my
engage
dad
with
and
that.
that.
You
Yeah, I
simply don't
know.
have to engage with that. We create the world, not them. But if we get lazy, muggles, they create the world that we live in.
The
We have
speed it's
the power
changed
to
as
do
well,
that.
though.
Yeah, I had a very interesting conversation with who I would consider to be the most aggressive person in these forums. He's a very intelligent guy. He's very adept, and he's very articulate as well. And he wins most of his arguments. And if he doesn't win, he makes it seem like he wins. And I had a conversation with him about freedom, and he started off his usual self and ended up submitting, I suppose, to the fact that he was a free man. Told me he wasn't at the start. It's your perception of the world, it's how you view things. And going back to what you said about celebrity, we select the celebrities now, not them. If you go back 50 years, they selected our celebrities.
Yes, yeah.
They selected the people that we worshipped. They selected the people that we hated. Now we do that. We've harnessed that power. And we'll do the same one day with politicians. We will select them because their way
Mm.
won't last. It simply cannot. It's what's the word? What's the word? It's just not possible for them to maintain their power in that way. And I had the same conversation, a similar conversation with somebody else, again, a very outspoken person. I'll name him British Barnacle. He's very, very
Oh,
outspoken.
yeah, I've heard them. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and we talked about authority and power and hats and restrictions and the shackles of government. They're not.
Yeah.
They're not at all. They're just a financial exchange. If you pay for your driving license, you're done. That's it. If you pay for your council tax, you're done. That's it. They're not shackles. They're not caging you. If you don't want to pay them, you don't have to. It's an opt-in and an opt-out system. It applies to everything.
What
Nothing's holding you
the
back,
council
Muggles, is
tax?
what I'm saying. Let me finish. Let me
Sorry.
finish. I'm in my stride. Nothing's holding you back here. You've spoken enough, Muggles. All I'm saying is nothing's holding you back. The limitations are within yourself. It's as simple as that. I'm finished.
Interesting.
They are. When you get to the point where you can't walk, or when you get to the point where you physically cannot leave your house, when you get to the point where there's armed guards on your door stopping you from leaving, then you have limitations. Until then, do what you want.
Mm.
We're our own prisoners. That's what I'm getting to.
Oh,
That there's 2 or 3 times in these long conversations that I've had with people, I remember seeing a video where there was a chimpanzee performing for children at some birthday party or whatever. And when the chimpanzee was finished doing his tricks that he was trained to do, he walked back to the vehicle with his owner. And on the back of the vehicle was a cage. And the monkey jumped up, unlatched the cage, got in the cage, put shackles on his feet to keep him safe, I guess, from when the vehicle was moving, closed the cage door and locked it, put his hand through the bars and locked it.
wow.
Mm, mad.
Because he's done it for so long.
Of course,
He's sort of
conditioned.
trained.
He
Yeah,
was trained to do that. He was trained to do that. He did it willingly. In fact,
I
it
hate
probably
that.
brought him comfort to do so.
I find that
Probably
awful.
felt
That
safer in that cage from those bunch of children, you know?
I don't like that. You know, the,
Read what
like
Maurice D
performing
says.
monkeys. I don't like
Read
that.
what
You know,
read
using
what Maurice
animals.
D says.
True, Vincent. I'm a prisoner in my own mind.
We all are. Till you can't do something, the only person that's stopping you is you. I'm not advocating anything bad here, kids, just in case anyone's planning anything nefarious. But, you know, normal day to day, feeling as free as a butterfly, wanting to do whatever you want. It's down to you. It's down to you.
Yes. Yeah,
David,
that's
of
very
course, you
true.
can come on. I'm going to bring David in. David is somebody that I spoke to. Oh, I've done the wrong one. Hang on, Dave. David, I spoke to the other day. Good job I didn't have a link to a porn site in my memory on my PC, isn't it? You imagine put in a Pornhub link. Whoops, sorry, that's not the one. Try this one. David, I spoke to the other day, and he wants to do some YouTube stuff about positivity, which is what I aim for. I'm not here to do positivity, but I will be positive. I'm here to talk about everything. I will talk about dog shit and give you a positive angle to it. I will. I'm no expert on these things, but I've learned. I'm old enough now to have learned a bit about the world. Not much, but enough to, talk about it. I'm not here to educate anyone, Muggles. I'm not here to point fingers. If you ask my real opinion, you should go out. You should be engaged with the world. You should open your curtains, both of them. You should be on your bike. You should be talking to people. You should be playing golf, but that don't help you. That's dead simple for me to say.
Yeah.
Not so simple for people to do,
Yeah.
I'm going to let David come in, say hello, and then I'm going to run to the toilet, make myself a cup of tea, and I'll join you both back.
Okay.
So as soon as David comes in, I'll do that. Marie, I would like to talk to you. If you feel that way, I would. I will look forward to that as well. Let's have a look through the chat models. But I agree with you, Marie. Don't profess to be an expert on this, and I certainly don't profess to be somebody who's doing the things that I know I should be doing as well. I hid myself away a little bit. It's the shitty winter as well, so that's another reason why you'd do that. But I did. I kind of haven't had much contact with my family, really. Ignored all my friends. I'm sure all my friends wonder where I am. Sometimes they call me and I don't answer the phone. I'm not deep down in a hole or anything, but I just don't know. I just having a bit of time out, and it's done me good as well. It's really done me good. Yeah, I do, Murray. It's no different for me, especially when Muggles deserts me like this. I'm now talking to thin air, talking about comments on a chat. So don't be too anxious. It'll be a nice chat. Just talk about whatever you want to chat about. Has David Scott left us? I think possibly David Scott's gone. I don't know how long ago his comment was. It was on Arcash Live, Jamie. It was a funny chat. Funny chat with the British Barnacle. He was so angry and annoyed, and halfway through he said, "Brother, I can't believe you've done this to me." And then by the end we were basically mates again.
Morning.
Hey David, how are you, man?
Yeah, I'm good. So yourself?
I'm good, thank you. I'm going to confess to both of you, throughout that whole time that you were waiting, I was gobbing away to the chat and didn't even think for once to look at who was waiting to get in the thing. I'm an amateur. Only amateurs are allowed around here. David, I'd love to talk to you. I need a wee and I'm going to make myself a cup of tea. Do you want to have a chat with Muggles? Have you listened to the conversation for the last 10, 15, 20 minutes?
I have, yes.
Have a quick couple of minutes with Muggles. I'll be right back. I desperately need to go. And I'm going to
All
make
right.
a cup of tea so I can carry on talking for a bit. Are you all right with that?
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm good with that.
Perfect. I'll be right back. Cheers, guys.
Oh, David, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Yourself?
Not so bad. Not
Good.
so bad. Well, you
I
sound
just
very
thought,
chipper.
I just thought I'd come on for a few minutes before I go to work. So
All right. What do you do?
I'm a care assistant.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah. Done a bit of that with looking after my dad. Well, my brother did most of that. I did the
All
odd bit
right.
doing there for my dad, yeah. He was in a
What?
wheelchair. My dad had polio, and
Oh, okay. Yeah.
from about my brother from about the age of 11, he looked after my dad. You know, did everything basically for him. You know,
Yeah.
and in the sort of like his later years, my dad's later years, you know, he deteriorated in what he could do. So you know, my dad
Oh, bless.
had to do more. Um, but yeah,
Oh, bless.
appreciate the what you do. You know,
Thank
because like
you.
my brother can't. Like I could do it for my dad, but I wouldn't have been able to. I don't think I could look after someone else. You know, and
Yeah,
my
it's a
brother
bit.
said that.
It's very distressing, especially when it's a loved one and you're so close to them and you just see them deteriorate like that. It's very distressing, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you must. I think rewarding job. I'd say.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a rewarding job,
Yeah,
especially when you know they've helped them and they say thank you to you. I mean, that's the world right there.
yeah, aye, yeah.
I
You're in
mean,
England, are you?
yeah, I live in Derby.
All right.
Yeah, I
Where's
mean,
is that sort of like in the Midlands? Is it?
yeah, it's East Midlands way.
All right.
Uh,
What
Yeah,
time
I
do you
mean,
start?
sorry.
What time do you start?
7 quarter past 7 till 9.
All right. You have to travel far.
No, it's literally down the road. To be fair.
All
And
right.
I'm back.
That's good.
Hello.
In my best American radio DJ voice. How are you, David?
Sorry.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. You?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Shouldn't really be up at this time, but my sleeping hours have reversed a little bit, and I'm still able to, in some way, fit my work through. So yeah, it's not that bad, but I'm very aware that I need to get back to a normal sleep pattern soon. We
Fair enough.
we didn't get much of a chance to talk the other day, and what you said initially was
No.
interesting. So I'd love to talk about that sometime. But if you want to start with the reason why you came on,
I just wanted to talk about on my podcast that I'm going to be doing and stuff.
please go ahead.
Well, basically, I want to start a podcast with positivity, and I base what it is I want people to come on who have depression and who have anxiety and stuff like that, and just explain what they're going through and see if I can help them in any way.
Do you have any experience of yourself?
No, but you got to start somewhere, aren't you?
You have, absolutely. What I really meant was, do you have any experience of the anxiety, the lack of
Yes, I
confidence
suffer
side
from
of things?
anxiety myself, so
You sounded really confident when you came in the room the other day. You blasted into the room, in fact, but unfortunately, there was a couple of gobby types in there,
yeah,
a couple of egos, so you didn't really stand much of a chance
definitely.
of yeah. But that's the internet. That's what we are. You know, we're all slightly different in slightly different
Egotistic.
places. Yeah, of course. Um, so I didn't mean, do you have experience that you trained or anything in that? But you know it. You know what it looks like.
Yes, I have anxiety myself. So,
And have you
and I
overcome
know.
it?
Sorry,
Have you overcome it?
I have. Yes, just about. I'm nearly there now. So,
Tell us how you did that.
I just basically was confident, and then it kind of went downhill, and then as soon as it went downhill, I just sort of built myself back up again slowly, and I put myself around positive people, so around my family and my friends, and took tablets from the doctors, and it just helped me really from where I am now.
And obviously, don't tell us the thing that made you lose your confidence, but was it a thing? Was it a happening, an experience?
It was a happening. It was a loss of a family member. So
Oh, sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that.
that's
Yeah,
okay.
sorry for that, mate.
That's going to hit anyone.
It was my mum, basically. Yeah.
Muggles has the same story.
Basically, what happened was my mum died of cancer 3 years ago, September. She was my best friend, basically, and then
I'm sorry,
it
David. You did mention this the other day. You rang on the day of the anniversary of her death, didn't you? You're not rang. You came in, if you know what I mean. I
Yeah.
always say rang. You rang a panel.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, I ring a panel when I go on. I'm sorry, obviously, first of all, to hear that.
It's okay. Can't be helped, can it?
So you've overcome it completely.
Yes.
That's good. And in a position now to talk to other people about similar.
I am. Yeah. I want to talk to other people about my experience and trying to help them through their experience and what they're going through right now.
That's really
very-
good.
Is that very noble of you to do that? Is that the right word, would you say, or is that the wrong word to use?
Good word to use. It is very noble.
Yeah. I just want to spread positivity and just be there for people, you know, because I put other people before myself. So
That's the thing with me. I'm sort of like I can give advice, but I don't apply it to myself.
yeah, exactly, 100%.
That seems to be the easier thing to do, is to have a bad experience and be able to tell other people how they should deal with it without necessarily applying the same rules to yourself, you know.
Yeah.
But I probably would say the more you would talk to other people about dealing with these situations, you'd kind of condition yourself just by accident. You couldn't help but be conditioned by it. And I've always been a believer in a positive outlook on everything, or as many things as you can in life will always improve things.
Yeah.
If you go out into the world feeling very negative, not many people will smile at you. You know, not many people will want to engage with you. They'll sense it. We're animals. We give off incredibly strong signals when we're happy. People know it, and they'll smile and they'll say, "Oh, you seem happy."
Yeah, it's like some sort of I can't say the word, but that word that we give off.
Yeah, and it's infectious. And it's infectious to the point where you can lift somebody's day just with a smile.
Exactly. And
If
that's what I'm all about.
Yeah, if they sense your happiness or contentment or joy or whatever it is, you know, can lift them, and it can have a day long, even a week long, probably even longer effect on them.
As long as I affect someone with happiness, that's all that matters. That's all that matters to me. That's my job done.
So how are you planning? I'm looking for ideas for my channel now, so I'll steal them off you, David. How are you planning to? That's the only reason you're on here, man. How are you planning? How are you planning to execute your lives? What approach will you take?
I'm thinking about going live on a Friday night or Friday daytime. Obviously, when I've got work off. Doing it for like 2 or 3 hours, just sitting there waiting for people to come in.
They'll come straight away, David. I'm
Oh, will
gonna.
they?
Yeah, well, we're gonna get your channel link before you go anywhere. So you've got at least one subscriber extra, which is me. If I'm not subscribed already, of course. So yeah, you'll get. They'll come in. You know,
Yeah.
people always look for these lives, and the viewers seem to be growing. The chat seems to be more and more people getting involved. So, okay, so you sat there for 2, 3 hours. Sorry, go on. I interrupted you there.
That's all right. I'm just gonna sit there for 2 or 3 hours, see what happens, see who comes in. Soon as somebody comes in, I'll just start talking to them, getting to know them first, and then I'm gonna start asking them about how they're feeling, and if they want to explain how it came to that and stuff like that, and just put confidence into them. You know what I mean? So that
Be
they can take.
Be aware that some people might want to come in to talk about something completely different.
Yes, I am aware
talk about
of that.
politics. They might want to talk about music.
Yes, I am completely aware of that. I have that in mind.
Yeah, what I wouldn't do is limit myself to a particular area. I've had some really interesting chats with people talking about Irish history, talking about World War history, science. Yeah, absolutely. What you can do is,
fan.
Are you? What area of history interests you the most?
The war, the fog, the smog in London, sort of area.
That's still going on now to a point. It's just you can't see it anymore because it's invisible because they've used all the refining chemicals to get rid of the smog. So does that sounds more pollution now in the air, apart from the particles, than there was back then. You know, there's more environmental diseases being created now than ever before. Sadly,
there is.
How do we find you?
What, on YouTube? I'll come off in a minute because I've got to go to work soon, and I'll type it in the comments and just click on my name, and you should find me there.
Okay, perfect. I'll be subscribing if I haven't already, and I'm sure Muggles will. And when are you starting?
I'm thinking about starting this weekend, to be honest with you.
Have you done a live before?
No, it'll be my first ever live, so I have no idea what I'm doing.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how terrified are you?
About a 9.5.
I'd say that's fairly accurate. I was a 10. I came on to do. Yeah, I was.
You sound really confident though. So you.
I am, but I am. This is it. This is the.
I'm very surprised by that.
I'm super confident in life. You know, I'm lucky to have developed. It's a skill. It's a skill. It's nothing more. Some people can whittle wood down into the finest piece of artwork known to man. I'm a very confident person.
I guess it comes down in experience as well, doesn't it? The more life you do, the better you get.
The bad experiences can also create confidence. You know, you shouldn't have to just be sat there waiting for the good stuff to come along. That sounds greedy to me. You learn from everything. You can learn from bad stuff. You can learn from good stuff. You know, learn from your own.
I learn from
errors.
You. So.
Wow! Don't be learning from me, David. But
I'm not gonna lie. For the past few days that I've been watching you live, I have been learning how you like talk to people and just persona yourself, really.
Well, it is a persona. It is a persona to a degree. This is the real me, but you do create a persona online, and my one presiding persona is just to be positive, which I am in real life. You know, I'm not going to paint a picture that I'm
You're not going to create a fake person just for YouTube, are you?
No, absolutely. I don't think you could sustain it for too long. I don't think.
Yeah, it's gonna. I mean, it's people that do that. Eventually, it's gonna drop. It's gonna kick them in the arse, isn't it?
Eventually, their feathers show. Yes, you'll see everything. But going back to what I said about confidence, I am super confident in my day-to-day stuff. But I'm older than you two, so I'm set in my ways. I've got my, particular patterns, and I'm confident.
You've got life experience, really.
I'm not that fucking old, David. Give me a chance, man. But maybe it's more comfort. I feel comfortable, so I'm confident. I don't go to strange areas or do odd things or sort of do anything exciting. Don't be fooled. But I am confident. I'm confident in my work, obviously, as most people would be anyway. That goes without
I'm different
saying.
in that way. I like to put myself out there and challenge myself to see if I can complete that challenge.
That's what you've got to do. But I
don't know if that's a good thing or not, but
of course it's a good thing. Of course it's a good thing. Don't be too competitive with yourself, because that possibly might confuse the message.
Yeah.
But do set yourself goals. Don't set yourself limits, and try to achieve what you want to achieve.
Mm-hmm.
Don't turn into a success monster though, because that will ruin you.
I don't want to do that. I just I just want to spread positivity, and that's it.
But when I came on for my first live, I didn't know what to say. I didn't say a word. There was silence for the first 2-3 minutes, and then the chat started coming in, so that helps. So you engaged there.
Yeah.
And then my first guest was Moggles, the gentleman to your right. And I never had to say another word. He ran the show for the next hour and a half. It's wonderful, David. Perfect. Perfect first guest. In fact, if anything, if I was you, if you're doing a live tomorrow or the weekend, you need Moggles' email address and tell him exactly when it starts, because he'll be there.
Possibly it'll be on Saturday, around about 5-ish, 6-ish.
I'll be keeping an eye out for it myself, and I'll definitely come on.
Definitely. What's that noise?
There's a helicopter.
Sorry, I missed that, Moggles. What did you say?
There's a noise. It sounds like a helicopter.
Yeah,
it's me. Hold on. Tell me when it's gone.
It's gone.
Yeah, it's gone.
Yeah. If I plug my cable in, sometimes it does that, and then I turn it around slightly and disappears.
Okay.
An earthing. Something's not earthing, right?
Slight adjustment fixes the problem.
So, what's it going to be called?
This is where I'm struggling. I'm no good at thinking names because I have learning difficulties, so I struggle about thinking stuff.
If I could give you one bit of advice, I wouldn't call it a positivity channel. I think that might come across as a bit too defined.
Eager.
It should be something which welcomes all. You can talk about, as I said earlier, not very eloquently, you can talk about dog shitting. It'll be a positive. Why are you doing it?
I just want to help people that make their day a bit better than what it is. I mean, they could be having a shitty day, and then I come on, and it could help them smile. That's all I want to do.
Well, you've just made me smile. Were you just saying that?
Oh, thank you, Muggle.
The overriding thing that I've got from me doing the lives, and I've only been doing them for a few weeks, maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks. The thing that I've noticed the most is that the reaction from people in the chat, to the point where the chat that I did with Peter Pope, which I spoke about earlier, which was really.
I was there for that conversation.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Did you hear the actual chat?
No, I didn't hear the actual chat.
Oh, okay.
I heard the aftermath of it.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, it's no longer available, I don't think, because I can't find it. I can't remember whose live it was on. But I had somebody message me from that, and I won't say his name, but he said he was having a really bad day, and he was on his way to work, and it turned him around. And I was so complimented with that. It made me feel proper good, you know. It made me feel
Yeah.
as though it was worth it just for that one person listening, you know. It just was really complimented, and I've had quite a few positive comments about other lives I've been on, and I love that, and I won't hide it. You know, that bit does me a lot of good as well.
Yeah.
Are you hoping for that?
I am, yes, to be honest. I just want to help someone, even
Of
if it's
course.
just one person, you know.
Well, if one person is helped, then there's two people that's helped, isn't it? Because ultimately
Yeah.
you'll get a lot from it yourself. How
At the
many
end of the day,
subscribers?
at the end of the day, it's going to be a win-win situation anyway. So,
Of course it is. And when I started as well, I was firmly determined not to be bothered if there was just one person listening, you know. It doesn't matter how many people are listening. It's what I set out to do. I was lucky enough to be going in to all the lives with all this sort of what I considered to be, when I was a viewer or member of the audience, whichever way you look at it, I considered them really intelligent people, big hitters, you know.
yeah.
And I was welcomed in. I was welcomed in greatly, and they all made me feel at home. And I know them all really well now. I would recommend this as a route for yourself to hone your skills, learn how to, because it's tough in a panel when you've got 8 people and they're all competing to talk, and 2 of them are overly competitive, 2 of them are really big egos, you know, one of them's got a problem, kind of thing.
Like the other night.
Like the other night, you know exactly what I'm describing. And I tend to sit back from those. Even if I'm still on the panel, I will sit back from it because I don't like to engage at that level. But I'll listen, and I'll try to sort of interject and calm things. Sometimes I get a little bit too calmy. A bit
Yeah, I
but,
tried. I don't know if you noticed, but I tried to calm it down a little bit.
yeah, I get to the point where I feel as though I have to say, you know, and I have done that a few times, and it does calm it, thankfully. So there, but it's important for you to get into those panels. Go and join in. Anyone's welcome. Anyone can join. I keep saying this. I firmly believe the finest, the most intelligent, the most sensitive, the most wise people are all in the chat. The ones on the panel are not even anywhere near close, you know. So I encourage anyone to join, get involved, and talk. Muggles was terrified to come on and talk to me.
No.
And look at him now. He's not said much for the last 10 minutes, but, you know. So, yeah, get involved with other people's panels for a bit. That'll help you to just settle in, really, and then do your own live, and then come back on the panels, do your own live, and build yourself up slowly. And I think you're more than needed for all the people here. People want to talk about positive stuff. Nobody wants to hear the crap anymore. That's why I came on, because of the crap. Because I thought, right, I'm not having this. I'm going to have my say. I came on, and I said it. I didn't hold back, but I said it in a nice way. People took it well, and I don't know if anyone listened to me. I'm not. I don't need anyone to take my advice. I just want to feel as though I'm contributing. You know.
Yeah.
Right, chaps, I'm going to get off and get my head down.
Yes, I'm going to get going as well because I need to go to work.
Good to see you, Muggles.
So it's been a pleasure on with you again. Been nice having a chat with you.
Always is. Well, come and see me again.
Maybe we, I don't know. Maybe it's like I said when I first come on, I was just about to get in bed and then I just scrolled down and you was just about to go live. So maybe it was meant to be again.
I only come on for an hour. Been on for 3 now.
I know. Don't time go really quick when you're on the panel?
It's like a portal. It's like a portal into hell. Honestly, it's like a portal into hell. It does. It disappears, and it's addictive. Cheers, my
Good night, then, Vincent. Thanks for letting me on. And nice to meet you, David. And I look forward to your lives, mate. All right, and everyone in chat.
Thank you.
Thanks for being there. All right, take care, everyone. Bye bye.
Take care.
Cheers, Muggles. He's a nice guy.
He sounds really nice, to be honest.
Yeah, we're all struggling, aren't we? We've all had our crosses to bear, or got our crosses to bear, and
yeah, definitely.
I don't think anyone's looking for a magical cure, but just to improve.
So as long as someone's there to support them, then that's all that matters at the end of the day.
Exactly. Have you got to rush off, David?
I've not got to rush off, but I can stay on for a few more minutes.
How long have you been listening to the lives for the last, however?
Quite a few days, to be honest.
Oh, it's only recently you started listening to the lives.
Yeah.
What have you seen?
I've seen a lot of big egos. I've seen a lot of people that they're too big for their own mind. If you want, not to put it in a rude way.
I won't ask you any names here.
I'm not going to say any names. No.
Yeah, continue.
Can I just say as well? Thank you, Marie, for calling me a star.
He is, Marie. I was quite sorry that we didn't get much of a chance to talk the other day, but I knew we'd catch up with each other at some point. What else have you seen on the lives?
Just people just being themselves. Really, I've learned so much from watching everyone's lives and stuff. It's just been really positive.
So you've seen some inspirational stuff.
Yeah,
it's good, and you've seen some shitty stuff.
Yes,
it was the shitty stuff that brought me on.
Was it?
Saw them all arguing. I didn't come in to go, hey, come on, guys. I just came in and I thought, surely a little bit of positivity, wouldn't go amiss.
Yeah.
And it seems to have passed now. I'm not holding myself in any way responsible for that, but it seems to have passed now as well to a degree. It's still a little bit of bickering going on.
It's not as bad as it was, though, was it? Really? No.
No, nowhere near at all. But I'm always quite positive that these things they peter away. If you just leave them, don't give them any more energy. They do disappear. They go away.
Don't engage with them.
Yeah. So listening to the lives for the last few days, you've decided now to do lives. Apart from what you told us earlier, obviously you're seeing some crap. What do you think? Do you think that you could bring something to that?
Yeah, I think I definitely could bring something with my personality that I've got. I put people before myself, and I'm a kind-hearted person, so I'll do anything for anyone. So,
What if you're bombarded by trolls?
Just let them do what they're doing, innit? It's not going to faze me one bit.
Exactly. That's exactly how you need to be. And I'm the same. I did speak to somebody earlier who's had a problem with trolls.
Yeah.
And he was very angry about it. And you just...
Well, look,
there's two
the
options.
way I see it, if you're going to rise to them, that's just going to make them want to troll you more, innit? If you see their comments, ignore their comments, don't speak to them, then eventually they'll just go away, because they'll be like, this guy's not rising to me, so why am I bothering?
Yeah. There's two options. You either engage with them and it gets worse. It doesn't get any better by engaging with them, I don't think, or you ignore them.
Exactly.
And I understand it probably takes a bit of thick skin and a bit of a sort of a hearty soul to be able to ignore them. I get that, you know. I'm not saying I'm sort of what's the word, invincible, but I don't think they'll ever bother me. I've never had anything like that yet, but it's early days, David.
It will come.
But you will get it. I think it's fair to say I'm probably, you know, prepared for it myself, and I would prepare you for that. But just you just have to ignore it. You can't give it any time or oxygen whatsoever. In fact, the more that you do, the worse it will get.
Exactly.
It
Just
won't
ignore
go
them.
away. They'll be driven by it.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
The
And
more you
ultimately,
rage, the more they throw.
yeah. And
It's
do you
that
know
simple, isn't it?
do you know the funny thing as well is that the trolls are probably the ones who could do with the most
Help.
kind words. They're the ones that could probably do with the nicest approach.
Yeah.
But they just get their initial message across very badly.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. It's a strange old world we live in, David. You won't change anything, and I won't either.
No, but as long as I make
You
people
can
happy,
try. You can try.
I can try, but it's not going to happen, is it?
So I'm going to subscribe to you if I'm not already when you leave.
Yeah.
I'll leave my live on for another few minutes so that people can get your link and hopefully subscribe as well.
Yeah.
And when you go live, obviously, I hope to be on it.
You'll definitely be my first guest on it, 100%.
Yeah, you're going to cross-examine me.
Maybe.
Oh, I'm definitely coming on then. I'm definitely coming on. I'll choose a really difficult subject.
Okay. You're gonna put me on the spot straight away.
Well, no. No, I wouldn't do that. I'm sure you'd cope anyway. You sound like a bright lad.
Thank you.
What time do you start work?
7:15 till 9.
Do you enjoy your work?
Yeah, I love it. I'm a care assistant, so
Good. Good. So you're doing some good already.
exactly.
So just do a bit more good.
I'm doing my dream job, really. I want to help people, so I'm helping them, you know?
And you're working full time at that?
Yeah.
That must be grueling.
It is 39 hours a week, but, you know, it's worth it. The reward's there, so...
What age of people are you working with?
It ranges to like 70 to 104, I think.
Okay, so you're doing like geriatric
Dementia
care.
and stuff like that.
Yeah, I did that myself many
Did
years
you?
ago. I did. I was forced into doing it. I moved to Worcester maybe 20 years ago.
Okay.
And lived with a girl who worked for the NHS. I'd just quit my job from where I was living before, so I had nothing to do. I didn't necessarily need to work, but I was looking, and eventually I became self-employed from then on, and I have been ever since in my life. But at that time, she said you need to be doing something. She applied for a job for me at an old people's home in Worcester, and I ended up working there, doing 40 hours a week, and I loved it. I loved it. Working with
It's a good job.
Yeah, I'd never thought about doing anything like that before, and I went along thinking, well, it's different from what I've ever done before, and it was great. I only did it for about 2 months, maybe 3 months, because I sort of got myself together and I knew what I wanted to do, and unfortunately it wasn't that area, but yeah, I did do it, and there's dark sides to it. There's not so sort of nice sides to it. I appreciate that, but there's a lot of joy to be got from it as well.
Yes.
But there's nothing glamorous about wiping a little old fella's bum, you know.
No, but it's got to be done.
But it
at
has
the
to
end
be
of the
done.
day.
Yeah, somebody has to do it, and yeah, you're the person who's designated that task. So
Yeah.
I always look back on it fondly. It was a really nice building that I worked in as well. It was an old stately home, and yeah, taught me a lot. You know, it certainly took me out of my comfort zone. And I'll be honest, she knew what she was doing. My partner at the time, she knew that it would have sort of quite an effect on me. She didn't know how it would be, but yeah, I loved it. It was great.
Yeah.
You don't appreciate many things until you've experienced them for yourself at first hand.
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah. You gotta be there doing it to appreciate what you have in life, you know.
Of course you have. Of course you have. Do you have any big dreams? Do you aim for the stars or anything like that?
I want to own my own care home.
Okay,
one day.
that's as big as you can get in the care home industry or the caring industry.
If not that, I do want to work in the NHS in the hospital. That's my second goal. Like, you know, end of life care and stuff like that.
Yeah, gosh, you're a sucker for punishment. You are, aren't you?
I am, but it's worth it. You know, as long as they're comfortable and I'm doing the right thing in life, that's what I feel. I feel like I was put on this planet to help people, so I'm doing the job I'm doing because of that reason.
Yeah, I remember a couple of people died while I was working in the residential home. I felt fucking miserable for about a week and a half. You know,
you do get attached to them, don't you?
Took a real hit with it, and I remember them, you know, completely to this day. And I remember the little chats you'd have with them and their habits and the things they'd say. And yeah, it did. You can't distance yourself from that, can you? You can't.
No, they say once you go home, you should separate. Yeah, you should separate work from home, but you can't. You're thinking about them 24/7. Like, are they okay? Like, who's looking after them? Like, are they doing the right thing? Sort of thing.
Exactly. It's impossible to. You're
it's impossible
inhuman.
to let go.
You're inhuman if it doesn't affect you in some way.
Exactly.
So what? Your mum passing must have given you a lot of strength.
Yes, it stemmed my passion. It stemmed my passion from working in care after looking after my mum, because seeing from what she was to where she got to, it was horrendous.
Yeah, it's not.
I mean, she deteriorated so much; it was horrible.
Did you care for her fully?
I did, yeah. It was a full-time job.
If you hadn't have cared for her fully, you would punish yourself for the rest of your life.
Yeah. That part's always been there. It was like a calling, really. Do you know what I mean when I say that?
That's what we used to do. You know, we never ever used to pay somebody else to look after our parents in their later years.
Yeah. She brought me into the world and looked after me, so I thought it was my duty to look after her at the end.
Of course it was, David. Of course it was.
So
good on you, man.
Thank you.
Did you work in caring before?
No, this is my first time completely in a care home setting. So
you found a skill. You honed a skill.
Yeah.
How popular are you in the home? I would assume you are probably the most popular person there.
I'm the second most popular person there.
Second most? Who in God's name is nicer than you, David? Who in God's name?
There's a guy called Ola. He's a very nice guy. Even I like him. So
I would assume he's a very slim first, I would say, compared. It's predominantly a female industry. I know it's
yes,
changing, but
yes.
predominantly a female industry. So I was aware at the
there's
time.
only like a few males there. There's like three guys there, so including me.
Yeah, when I worked at the home in Worcester, I was the only male that had been there in many years. You know, so
yeah,
I was popular with the old guys because they preferred to go with a man, if you know what I mean, to the toilet, and the little old ladies there, they were all swanning round me. You know, we'd have a proper laugh.
I have a little old lady swanning around me. Yeah, she thinks I'm adorable. She told me to call her auntie yesterday, so I was like, "You alright, auntie?" And she was like, "Yeah, you." And I was like, "Yeah."
And the home where I was as well, they were all dementia. They were all diagnosed as Alzheimer's and dementia and so on.
We've got dementia, Alzheimer's. What else have we got? We got end of life. We have a few patients that have COVID, but they're getting on all right with it.
Yeah.
I think that's about it, really.
But there was a particular guy, and I was always sort of the one to go to him if ever he needed anything, and he was completely oblivious to the world around him.
Yeah, we have a guy like that called Tom.
And then every so often he'd come back, David. He'd come back, be perfectly like, normal.
You've got to shout at him to know that you're there.
Yes, almost. Yes, I think there's a syndrome called closed-in syndrome, which obviously I don't know if
he's got as well. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Is that the term they use for dementia as well?
Yeah.
So I would wait for these moments where he would be lucid, and I'd have that chat with him. You know, we'd talk about everything, and then ultimately, when he went back, I'd just, chatter along while I was sort of working with him. But yeah, those little moments where he'd come back completely, be perfectly normal. It was very sad to see,
Yeah. Right. I've got to go, I'm afraid.
It was nice talking to you, David. Thanks for coming on.
You're welcome. Are you on tonight or?
It's Friday. I think I'm going to be on from about 12, and I'm going to be jumping in lives. I do really like the arena circuit, and me being an experienced fighter now, I like to go into the arenas with all the big fighters. No, I love it. We've been doing quizzes and all sorts of things, and I love it.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, so do come in, David. If you see a panel, don't be nervous. Just jump in. There might be strangers for the first minute, and then they're not anymore. So.
Yeah.
I'm going to read out all the chat before I go, so don't forget to post your link.
Okay, I will do.
And have a great day, man. Nice to see you again.
You have a good day as well, Vincent. Thank you for letting me on.
You're more than welcome anytime.
Thank you.
Bye now.
Bye.
Bye. What a lovely guy. Right, let's have a look through the chat. Vince was a fanny magnet in that care home. Big up. Things I couldn't tell you. Honestly. Woof. Couldn't tell you. I will stay live if you come in, Ronnie. If you dare. I'm starving, Ronnie. I'm really hungry. How you doing, Ant? I think the bickering's gone away a little bit. I think people are finding a better way to do it. I think as well, people have realised that the outer community, the people who watch and contribute and chat, aren't really enjoying it anymore. So I think that's been probably the largest influence on people changing. Because watching it all, nothing's really resolved itself. I've seen a few people that have overcome a few arguments, and I've seen a few people that have just decided to not bother with each other. But I don't know, is it about ego? I'm sure nobody wants to start fighting with each other. I can't imagine that for 1 second, that people want to start meeting in the middle of a park and start scrapping. So is it ego? Is it viewing figures? Is it subscribers? Hey, we've got Ronnie London coming in. He is the deepest man in the game, as Crinkle likes to describe him. But I do see a positive end. I do see that people are finding a slightly better way of doing things. And I do talk to them. I do find myself next to these people in a room, and I do bring these things up, and I do it very subtly. I don't mean to be snaky about it, but I do try to give them my thoughts on how things could improve. Because I just don't like to see people fighting, If a fight started in a pub, I'd be the first one in the middle, stopping them from fighting and trying to get them to get along or go walk in opposite directions. Too much shit going on in the world for two fellas to be arguing over a bit of spilt beer or something like that. I'd like you to come on, Marie C. You don't have to open up anything. You don't have to even talk about what bothers you. You just come on for a chat. I'll talk about anything. Have you ever come on a live before, Marie? Is there anybody out there? Ronnie London said he was going to come on for a little chat. You're right, and when it's on my PC, it really lags because I go live using my phone, which is up to date. But I tend not to look at that. I look at the PC screen for the chat, and the broadcast is usually about 15-20 seconds behind after a very short amount of time. Are you coming on, Ronnie? Come on, Ronnie. We'll spread a bit of funny love before we all go off and do our day. Did you ask for a link about 10 minutes ago? That's possibly what it is. Sorry. So if you've been on lies before Marie, you'll know how easy it is really to do that. So if you ever want to come on, we can talk about anything you want. Here he is.
Here's Ronnie. What's happening?
Listen to my voice light up when you're in the room. Oh my God, man. Why have you ignored me for 3 days? You didn't have to. You know, when I suggested that talk, you could have just said, back off. And that would have been it, done. I get it. I get it. I maybe should have asked you before, and how I presented it made it look like some kind of fucking lie story, cross-examination. It was never going to be that. My first question lined up in my head was going to be, have you ever, or would you ever consider giving a man a foot massage?
Oh, no. I mean, I'm into feet, but women's feet. I do have a bit of a fetish. You know, cute women's foot.
It's a question in Pulp Fiction. The two
Is
characters, Vincent Vega and Samuel L. Jackson's character, which I can't remember his name because I've not watched the film that many times. They're walking to the place where he eventually does his "and I will strike thee down with furious anger" little sort of speech. And as they're walking, they get in the lift, go up the couple of floors, come out the lift, and as they're walking down the lobby, they're talking about foot massage. So Vincent Vega asks Samuel L. Jackson, would you ever consider giving a man a foot massage? And it makes me howl the way he says it, because he says it deadpan. And you can see Samuel L. Jackson think about it before he responds. And I won't tell you anything more than that. If you want to know what his response is, go watch the film.
I saw it when I was really young, but I barely took it in because I was so young. But I'll have to watch it again.
It's a cracking film. It's timely. Yeah. You'll obviously remember the scene in the basement where Marcellus Wallace is being abused by the cop.
Probably.
When I say abused, what I mean is being entered by the American cop.
What film is this? I'm really intrigued.
But you need to watch it now, don't you?
Yeah.
Pulp Fiction. Pulp Fiction. Quentin Tarantino movie. And that's where I get my moniker from. Vincent Vega is one of the characters in that. And obviously the photograph of John Travolta is Vincent Vega.
The question is, would you give a man a foot massage?
See my little pause? I'm thinking about it. Hang on. No. I'm gonna. That was just for comedy value.
What about a woman?
No, I don't like feet, man. I'm not a feet man.
Oh.
At all. In fact, I find them a little bit grisly.
What is it? Oh, mate.
I find them a little bit grisly, but I'm gonna prove to you how much of a contradiction I am right now. When I had my condition, one of the things that I suffered was incredibly sore feet as well. The muscle tissue in my feet reduced dramatically. And the only way I got that back was to put on some weight and at the same time exercise when I started to get better. And now my feet are normal again. So thank God, you know. But at the time, I went away to Hungary. I went to stay in Budapest for 5 days with a friend of mine and loved it so much. We came back and we were stood in the bus shelter at Luton Airport waiting for the shuttle to take us back to my car. And it was shitting it down with rain. And we'd just left a city where it was 22, 23 degrees and walked around in T-shirts for 4 days. And I said to him, at the time I could do what I want. I work from home. So I literally said to him, fuck this, I'm going back there. And he looked at me straight. I said, I'm going back. And I went back for another 3 weeks.
Is it?
Yeah, and when I was there, I started going to the Thai massage. They're all over Europe.
Mm,
Nothing like, they're not sort of happy ending shops. Thai
yeah.
massage is incredibly popular in Europe. You know, it's quite a healing thing. And I had
Yeah.
reflexology every single time on my feet. And I don't know if you've ever had reflexology, but it's a very, can be sometimes quite a sort of a disturbing treatment. It's harrowing. They really get to the root of your problem.
How?
And
What?
well, they use tools. They use the like a metal ball to push into the bottom of your foot, but they push it and separate every single bone. And then when they
Oh,
do that, it increases the blood flow in your feet, and it's incredible, incredible. The
I
first
mean,
time I ever had reflexology was in Bulgaria. I went skiing in Bulgaria a couple of times, and I had reflexology because my feet were killing me. And it was a guy that did it. It was the only time I've had a guy that ever had a man to do this. Ever since,
yeah,
I've always had females, just for no reason other than that's
yeah.
who did it, you know. And I'm not kidding you. He took me to a place I'd never been. It's mind changing, this reflexology. But at the time, it's harrowing. He's pulling, bending, pushing in all sorts. And I fell asleep eventually. I almost passed out
Yeah,
because
no,
it was,
that's nice.
yeah. But reflexology, if anyone has any problems with their feet or lower regions, legs, or get reflexology. My God, it's like supernatural energy running through you after you've had it done.
Mm,
It's
I love
great.
stuff like that. Honestly, like when people get like deep tissue massages and shit like
Yeah,
that. Oh, I
yeah.
love all that stuff. Make you feel like a new person. But yeah, I mean, I could be like a fat masseuse. I could be a fat masseuse and a foot masseuse. Honestly, especially for women, I could do that as a career.
Especially for women. So let me ask you the question again. Could you ever massage a man's feet?
I don't know. Depending on the price. Do you know what I
So,
mean?
so Ronnie's got a price. Every man has his price. Every
Yeah.
man has his price. It's
Have you ever had acupuncture and that?
no, I did have once. Now I'm thinking about it. I had a full Thai massage. I can't remember where this was. It was abroad, and it was again another respectable place. I wouldn't go to a knocking shop. I'm not there
Liar.
yet. Well, okay. Well, yeah, yeah. And it was this tiny little woman. She was about 4 foot tall, weighed probably about 5.5 stone. She threw me around that room. There's a point where they have their knee in your back. They're sat down, so they're kneeling. They've got they've got their knee in your back. You're supported almost in midair, so she's effectively holding your entire frame. Because the only thing that was touching the floor was my feet, the ball of my feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she's pulling back on your arms to the
Yeah.
point where your back is concave, and then you
Yeah.
you hear the crack, and then she'll shift you, and then she'll do that all the way down your back, and then she'll do it with each shoulder, so that she'll move across your back when she's done down the straight line. And oh my
I've
lord,
s- I've seen videos of that and like the
yeah.
cracking noises and that, but honestly, it looks like it could put you in a wheelchair if she cracks too hard.
Well, they're incredibly skilled. They're
That's
not
mad.
just, they're not just some girl who's come in to earn 5 pence an hour, massaging your nuts. They're
Yeah,
incredibly skilled, and they're trained for years to do this. If you come across a professionally trained Thai masseur, they'll do things that will sort of be
yeah.
amazing. Yeah, yeah, and so cheap abroad as well. I was paying, I think, £12 or £15 for my reflexology, which was an hour, And I think the full tie was probably 20. I think here you'll pay 3 times as much for a proper one, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I never had it again because it was harrowing. It was scary, you know.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it would scare me. Like, you see, like, it's all well and good having your back massaged and all this thing, but like I said, she might be really good at the job, but imagine she cracks and you end up in a wheelchair or something.
Well, I think they're aware of this. I think they're quite well trained. I don't think they're doing anything which is of any danger. I don't recall ever hearing of anything like that.
Nah, sure.
But yeah, I had 2 arms behind my back, sort of touching but behind, and she is literally knee into me and pulling it all the way back and holding it, and you're like as she's doing it, because it's quite strenuous to just lie there and have them do this. But when you come out, there's a glow. You feel a glow. This is what I have with reflexology now. I feel like the Ready Brett kid. Do you remember him?
Yeah.
And he's got an orange glow. That's I always feel like that. I've never had a bad reflexology. Never. It always recreates the same sort of effect for me. Makes you a bit sleepy as well. I think I've only passed out or slept once during it, but it makes you a little bit sleepy.
But imagine, like, there's nothing better when you have that sort of stuff done and you feel so, like, just free. Like, you ain't got all them knots. Yeah.
You feel on top of the world. And what you
I'll tell you when else I get I feel on top of the world, a new pair of trainers and a new haircut. All them little things make a big difference.
Retail therapy is a true thing.
When you're talking about, walking, like, about stances and how you hold yourself, and when people like get your back up, when you know what I mean, and even when you get a new pair of trainers, like, I swear, like, you just walk around with more, like, I feel
it's mad, isn't it? It surely has to, if you're thinking about it, surely it has to teach you eventually that we are very simple creatures. Essentially, we can do little things that can lift us. You can't buy a pair of trainers every single day, but you can just do those small things, taking 5 minutes extra about making sure you look smart before you go out. Tidy, your hair's right, things like that. I know women concentrate on these things anyway. Maybe they've had this trick in their armory for years, But just these tiny little subtle things lift you. You don't strike me as somebody who would feel less confident, though, Ronnie. You come across as a very strong character.
Yeah, I mean, it's different on the internet, isn't it? It's easier to have more confidence on the internet. I mean, I'm quite a confident person, depending on my surroundings and that, and also mood and that. Do you know what I mean? But on the internet, it's easier to be more confident than in real life. So it's one of the things.
Your anonymity allows it, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
You become the persona that you present, really.
But it can sort of help you. You can put that into practice in real life.
Yeah, I admitted, well, not admitted, but I said the other day, coming on the lives has made me a bit more zippier in life. I got in touch with a couple of people that I haven't spoke to for a long while. I've got a lot of mates. I've been lucky enough to meet some really nice people through my life.
I'm not surprised.
Well, but I've been in touch with them, and I feel as though I want to engage a little bit more. I'm not after any sympathy. I wasn't fucking kept in a cave or anything. You know what I mean? But just I willingly pulled back. But this coming on these lives has made me think, well, I am maybe a little bit more worthy, I suppose, in some way.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit more, you know, and
And like everyone can sort of put that into practice, but I say everyone can, but not everyone can. Like some people sort of you can use this to your advantage. I think the internet is what you make of it.
of course
It
it
is.
is. Of course it is. And we've seen recently some people, it's spoilt them a bit. It's
Yeah.
they've allowed it to eat away at them, and I kind of, you know, I feel for them really, that it's
Yeah.
not been such a positive experience for them. I don't think
But
it's
you know,
anyone.
it's one thing that isn't hid about online is like, you know, it's hard to keep a private life if if it's online. There's no such thing, do you know what I mean? So there's a line, you know what I mean? There's a line, man. That is sort of like almost like I've seen couples argue in real life, and then, you know, he'll go to his mate's
Uh-huh.
house and then they'll be messaging each other over Facebook on each other's walls and shit like that. And I'm just
Yeah.
like, wow, you know, fucking idiots.
Do you know
Seriously.
what, Ronnie? I remember a time where you could have an argument with your girlfriend, and then you wouldn't have to text, message, or phone her for 3 days because she had no way of getting hold of you unless she'd
Yeah,
made the journey.
yeah,
They were beautiful
yeah,
times, man. They were
yeah.
beautiful times.
And
I keep
this,
hearing now. I keep hearing now stories of people say to me, "Well, you know, she hasn't messaged me for 4 hours," and I
yeah,
just think, well, why? Why are you worried about that?
like, don't you think the internet also has a part to play when it comes to like grudges being held for
Yeah,
long times,
well, it's easy
and
to
like
do, isn't it? They all think they're
especially
playing fucking Call of Duty. You know,
yeah,
if we
especially
had we set up a server on Call of Duty, and if anyone starts arguing, go and sort it out on Call of Duty, and then come back when it's resolved.
everyone will be on Call of Duty.
They would, yeah, all day long. Everyone would be
Yeah,
going for all the horrible ones.
yeah, yeah. I'm
Well, there
telling
are
you.
no horrible ones, but do you know what I mean? The more antagonistic
Yeah,
characters. Um,
yeah. This,
it does. The internet can be a problem, but for your average Joe, it's a great thing. It's a wonderful tool. It allows me to communicate with the world when I can't be
well,
asked to leave my house. You know, it allows people who don't have
well, I got the other day, yeah.
ability to leave the house.
I was on BBA's panel, yeah, and you
Uh-huh.
know, like the kind of the content that gets made about the auditors and that. One of the
Yeah.
content channels came in, and I was like, "Yo, man, show me some love, like, do me a little video, like, show me some respect, man." And he went and he done a little video on me, basically saying like, "Who the fuck are you?" Basically, but it
I've
was funny, yeah.
seen it. Is
But
it
yeah,
UK Misc?
no, it was his name's hashtag non-violence. But it
Yes,
was funny as
non-violence.
fuck. It
Yeah,
was so funny. Like,
yeah.
you know, some people as well, you gotta realize that you gotta have a bit of a humor when you come on online
Course
and
you
take a
have.
pinch of salt on that.
But Ronnie, what happens when he makes a video or somebody else does, which is not as funny,
Yeah, of course.
in your opinion?
No, I've always said that like if you make 5 videos in a row about one person and a couple of them videos are, you know, basically judging them by their private life and that is over the top and it's bullying. You know, it's not
Yeah,
funny. Even,
yeah, you're right there. I
you
hadn't
know,
thought of that. You're right.
yeah, it's not.
It's
But you know,
based on whether
it,
it's a campaign or not.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. That's difference basically. I mean, and I don't mind the video being made about me because it's not my face, it's not my kids or my missus' face out there being used. It's a picture of an old man. You know what I mean? It's
yeah.
different, yeah. It's not as personal to me, so
So
it's
it's fair
different.
to say, it's fair for me to say, even if it was a rip, you'd handle it well at the moment.
What do you mean?
Well, you know, if it was a bit of a rip, a bit of a what's the way to put this? If it was, I don't know,
Well, they can say what they want,
less
but you
than
know, it's just,
humorous, and
well,
it felt like it was targeting you. You still would
no,
take it well because it's not personal, and it's
exactly.
yeah,
Exactly. Like, look, it's different because, like, I mean, if they went into my private life and used picture of my missus and your missus has nothing to do with the YouTube community, then obviously I'd feel like, you know, what I mean, that wouldn't be funny. And if they made 5 videos about me that were all like using my face and stuff, I wouldn't find it funny.
they've
But
shifted on to the next level, then, haven't they?
yeah, exactly. But I mean, there's always, you know what I mean? You've got to laugh at these things because once you do put yourself out on these panels or as a creator with 6,000 people following you, you are asking for these things to happen almost. Not asking
Yeah.
for it, but
No,
you do
no,
know
you
it's going to
are.
happen, you know.
You are. You're encouraging it.
You you can
Once
turn
you,
it round though, Vincent. You can, if you're
yes,
smart, you can
yeah,
turn
I
it
agree.
round,
I agree. I
you
agree.
know.
How you react to it is crucial.
Yeah.
Once you expose yourself, you will catch the attention of certain people. How you
Mm,
present yourself will help them to decide whether they target you or not. And if they do target you, the approach that they take. And then
mm,
your reaction will have a lasting effect on whether they
yeah.
make another one. If
Yeah.
they think they've hit you right in the heart off one video, they're going to make another 10 because
Yeah.
they know you're watching and they know all of the people you know are watching.
Yeah.
It's a
Well, like,
sport, it's blood
yeah,
sport.
yeah. I mean, look, yeah, like, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. A lot of them channels, they're entertaining and stuff, and I'm just
They
saying, like,
are.
because they're not about me, I can see it from the other person's perspective. But from my perspective, like, I quite enjoy them channels. They have humor, them channels,
Yeah,
in a
they
certain
do.
way. Do you know what I
Some of
mean?
them are
Yeah,
really creative
yeah. And
and take a lot of work.
yeah, and do you know what? Like, some of them should actually be sort of like, well, I know there's a difference because it's gone a bit personal now, but you know, like Vincent said, basically, it's how you react. That's all I'm gonna say, and
It is.
that is true.
Well, YouTube is a big pool of water, and those people who make those videos are fishermen.
Yeah.
And if they get a bite and then you start to fight against that bite, they're going to double up on their efforts to land you, if you know what the fishing terms are. I don't, but I know that
Mm,
one. If you just allow them to pull you up on the bank and expose you and make a fun of you, make a bit of a joke of you, take it on the hip.
yeah.
I mean, I don't know how I would react. I don't know if I'll ever get anything like that, but
Well,
if I do,
Vince,
hopefully,
if you showed your face and you put your life story out there, you are asking for people to
yeah,
scrutinize you, and you're not might not be asking for it, but it's gonna happen. It's the world we live in.
yeah,
You have to be ready for that, you know.
yeah.
And
Although I
people
am,
will. Not everyone likes everyone,
no,
you
there
know.
doesn't seem to be any rules to this. I was going to say I'm comforted by the fact that those that don't seem to stick their head too high above the parapet tend to get off lightly, and those who seem to be less controversial tend to get an easier ride. But yeah, by and large, as we've seen, there's no rules as to
Mm,
who is targeted, you know.
yeah, it is
Um,
basically yeah. There's no rules in it. Like, give them a reason. That's basically it, I think.
yeah,
Or you know, just someone with that mentality taking a disliking to you could start it. It's not necessarily something you might have even done. Some people are just like that.
man, I've seen it. I've seen it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm quite a well, not quite. I am a non-judgmental person, and I've seen who I consider to be nice people not targeted, made videos of,
Mm,
and have took
mm.
it well, and people have moved on to the next one. How do they select their victims, Ron?
Do you know
These
what? I think it's just I don't even know, mate. I wouldn't know. I mean, I think just taking a disliking to a group or certain someone or seeing something in someone that you don't like could trigger you to see more stuff you don't like, could trigger you into, I don't know, mate. What do you think?
There seems to be an overriding thing going on at the moment, and it's a schoolyard mentality, and that is whatever side you choose, or seemingly choose. If you're talking to somebody, you've taken a side in the world of YouTube. If you're agreeing with somebody, you've taken a side. If you oppose them, you've taken a side. And that's it's quite a primal instinct, that is. Obviously, we were once warriors. We don't need to be these days. We don't have to fight over resources anymore. Tesco's is full of resources.
Saying that though, Vince, me and you and Mark Kelly, Master Ron Crinkle, we can be quite controversial or
brutal. Worse than controversial, brutal. Do we get away with it?
Well, I mean, we don't really cross the boundary, do we, really? But what I'm talking about is we can talk to both sides and we can talk to different people and have different agreements and different opinions, but we're not targeted. So, and why is that? Is it because we're just bystanders? Is it just because we're
boring, not willing to take a side?
Yeah, not in the drama, innit? Yeah.
Are we above it? Are we clever enough to be above it?
Yeah, well,
do we avoid it?
Are
we clever enough to avoid it? I don't know.
Yeah.
I
actually
won't.
saying that, if I was to go on the panels and be, slagging people off with my point of views and making point of views the way it shouldn't be made, I'd probably have more videos made about me. But the fact that I'm not giving that sort of ammo, can't fire them shots, innit?
Yeah.
It's true what you said.
Let's rewind a little bit. Let's go back over that again because there's a couple of points I'd want to make. Between us, we don't make any direct attacks or comments on anyone. I would never do that. Don't think Ron would. I don't think you would. I don't think. Well, Crinkle's a bit of a loose sort of bit of an outlier.
I try not
do it
to.
Personal, but it's taken personal.
Sometimes I can be quite blunt, especially in my comments or whatever. But yeah, sometimes. But yeah, if I'm wrong, I apologize every time. You know what I mean? But yeah, go on, carry on, mate.
Well, this is, I've said to you many times, this is the reason why I came on, because I saw you come on and you were this gobby lout who said almost what you thought, and it coincided with how I thought. Wasn't necessarily the way I would have done it, but and that's not a criticism, just we have different ways. But it inspired me to come on, not to come on and go, hey, come on, and nothing. No, I'm not about that, man. I'm not about that. If anyone ever thought that, it's inaccurate.
No, I'm not here for that.
But you got such a positive reaction. They welcomed your thoughts. They listened to you to a degree. These are all we're all just humans. We're all just learning.
I'm not going to lie.
Inspired.
I knew that, like, they normally they're a hard bunch to sort of take in new people.
Incredibly, of course, territorial.
That's how I'm saying how you've just fit in with it as well. I mean, they've been a bit more laid back towards new people coming in and people having opinions, and I think their community is going to grow more if you let more people.
Absolutely, and that's why I came in. Because I wanted to, I don't know what my overriding message was, but I felt there was a slightly better way. I don't think I know it. I'm not pretending to know it.
Without knowing, you knew that you could bring something here. You brought something here that's made the community better. So without knowing, yeah, 100%.
And I'm
This is
continuing. I'm not going to give up. You know, I've made some really nice friends. I love BBA. He's a good guy. I used to
Mhm.
think he was a ruffian,
Yeah,
and I didn't imagine I'd ever find myself in a room talking to him. But I like
yeah.
him now. You know, I've
hmm
always been a fan of Buzz. I've always liked Torbs. I've always liked, you know, all
I'm
of
like
them.
you. I'm like
Yeah.
you. And I never thought that I would have anything in common with them. And I thought
No.
that once I told them that where they're going wrong with auditing, they'll say, well, thanks, but see you later. And they'll ban me and I'd never go back on. And but it turned around and I'm fucking glad it did because
Yeah.
it's helped me out without me knowing it was going to help me out. You know, it's
What
mad how things work.
What made you come on?
Well, it was just socializing in the end, I guess.
So you
Boredom
were
got
looking.
me,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, boredom got me into the lives and then just voicing an opinion on the lives and then it snowballed into just having
Did you
discussions.
Did you always know you could contribute?
No, I never. I'm like Crinkle. I used to be a lot like Crinkle. That you're pixels on the screen, and I didn't care about any of your feelings. So I'd say things that you wouldn't like, and I wouldn't. You know what I mean? So I used to be a little just shit, basically. But I hardly was online socializing, if that makes sense. But when I
Yeah.
did it, it wasn't in this manner. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
I
It's
mean,
addictive, isn't it?
it
When
is,
you
man.
start
It is.
joining, it's a lovely little community. It's my experiences. I've been made to feel at home. You know, made some really
This.
good connections and friends. It's been great for me.
That's what I'm saying. You see, like 5 years ago, I'd probably got flipped through a live maybe, and they'll be like, "Ah, this community is great. I love them." And in my mind, I'll be thinking, "Oh my God," you know, because I was just one of them people that
Yeah.
is how can you get so emotionally involved with strangers online? It was
Yeah.
ridiculous to me a few
Yeah.
years ago, but
They're not
it kind of
strangers,
makes
though, are
sense
they?
now.
They're
Yeah, it
not
makes sense
strangers at
now.
all.
Well, it is what you make of it. They're strangers until you make the effort with them and just approach
Yeah.
it different. You know what I
And
mean?
as a fan now, I've had some really worthwhile chats with people, you know, interesting chats, and just I didn't realize. Uh, I don't know. Let me try and find the right way to say this without offending. I didn't realize so many people needed or were looking for some kind of difference to their lives. I think that's the best way that I
Mm.
can put it. You know,
Well,
a lot of lost people. I was one of those lost people. I wasn't that lost, but I was
I think
certainly lost.
another
You know.
thing, another thing that reinforced, or I think when we come along, SG started doing these panels and we're
Yes,
opinion and
prime time,
it,
man. Best time to do
yeah,
it.
I
Yeah,
think what this community needed was rather than going in a live and talking about someone, we're gonna make lives up and we're gonna talk about topics no matter what they are.
yeah.
You know what I mean? There weren't much topics flying around in most of the lives until you know what I mean. It's kind of like it's hard to explain really, but people like
Well,
Master Ron, Mark Kelly, them people that have good opinions on topics, they're
yeah.
people that you want on your panel, man, because they're not about the drama and they've got good things to say. You can learn
Big,
shit.
big things to say.
Yeah. Like, did you
Um,
hear today, Vincent? Sorry, Master Rodney told me that they passing a bill on the 17th that no protesting will be illegal in
yeah,
England.
it's policing bill. Yeah,
Crazy.
it's something that fills me with dread. But I'll be
Mm.
honest with you, protesting is not the answer anyway. So,
But it's a knock-on effect. They stop the protesting. In turn, that becomes policing and protesting of public areas in the end, become policing and public even harsher on YouTube because they'll have the time and you know what I mean? Where other people can voice their expressions and their opinions, they'll end up targeting them next. So all of this public filming that the order is doing that, it could be a knock-on effect to what they're doing. Could be seen as
it,
protesting.
it can. I've done all the protests. I used to go down to London quite a lot for the protests. I won't lie. I would only go in the good weather. I wouldn't go in the cold weather. So I've been there for some of the major ones through the summer. I even got to a couple this year, despite sort of having a bit of a dicky knee before it got really bad. In fact, it was one weekend in London that sort of triggered my knee going bad. Protests, by and large, don't do anything. It's a show of support. It can be inspirational for some, and you can meet some like-minded people, but the government couldn't give two squats about you gathering in a group of 100,000 people outside Parliament. It's always done on a Saturday when they're all at home anyway. Nobody's there. They don't see it. They're not impacted by it in any way whatsoever. If you want to do a protest, go and do it on a Monday morning. That'll piss them off. Go and do it and disrupt an entire busy street in London for as long as you can.
I mean, I agree with the whole protesting thing, but look, it's the freedom of being able to go and voice that opinion, choice, the freedom of speech, innit? It's another form of like fucking silencing us. But seriously, I mean, protesting isn't just protesting that's gonna end up getting stopped by this. It's like free will and shit.
Well, that right to protest, if it is taken away from us, because it's not resolute yet, if it is taken away from us, do you think that's the last protest you'll ever hear of? They'll protest not being able to protest.
Yeah, of course.
And I've seen you comment in the chat with somebody when I was in a live once saying that somebody said, oh, there's going to be a protest on such and such, and you said you want to go along to it. So I assume you've not done one before.
No, but I want to just experience something new.
Yeah,
I wouldn't know. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't go there as a protester, but I just want to go and pick up the vibrance from it and stuff.
Observer.
Yeah.
Well, that's what most people are anyway. Yeah, that's what most people are. You become a participant. You are part of the protest, whichever way you look at it.
There. And the thing is that, I mean, I'm not all about I'm not jumping in, oh yeah, I want to be a protester all of a sudden. But since being on these panels and that and listening to other people that know about what they're talking about, kind of makes you think that, shit, man, how times have changed. You can see it almost being dreadful in 10 years, and we've got kids that have to live through that. So it'll be good if you could make a difference. It'll be good to go and make that difference, wouldn't it? You know what I mean? Even if it means just standing there quietly.
Has coming on the lives opened your mind to a few things?
Yeah, lots.
There's lots to open your mind to, but you have to be careful. This is a sort of a resounding thing that I return to, and that is you have to be careful because many boogeymen will be presented to you, but only a few of them are a danger.
I'm not, do you know what? I'm not easily, I might make people think that, even if I can sit there and I can agree with someone all day if I want to, and just be like, not take it in. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm not easily led. I'm not easily all this, that, and the other. No one could make me think differently to how I want to think. You know what I mean? I'm a very stubborn person. So, you know what I mean? Do you know what I used to do, Vincent? I love going down rabbit holes, and I went down a rabbit hole of like a bit of a touchy subject to some people, but not for me. But why would someone leave England and go to like Syria and risk their life fighting but not just that, not just someone. I was looking into people that were giving up jobs that they earn like 80 grand a year.
A comfortable lifestyle.
And they're leaving their families. So I was looking into what makes someone like that do that. Yeah. Now I come across many, many reasons, but I used to go and listen to a lot of these sermons, ones that were classed as radicalists, to see what made the person get brainwashed, because I'm not easily brainwashed. I can observe that without taking in and getting into that sort of thing. So I'd sort of done all that, so I'm not easily led or anything. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like no one can tell. Yeah, strong-minded, me, mate.
Yeah, no, I know this. I know this, Ronnie. That's one of the things that I like about you. That's all. The first thing I noticed. I think when it comes to people who are radicalized, they're lost people. They're people who, by and large, have little or none of their own charge in life, and they can be easily influenced into
Of course.
supporting a charge. It's the same with religion, man. As Kat will tell you, it's the same with.
Well, look, it's. I'll just say, yeah, that it's like there's more to it than so like some of these people that did have comfortable lives and gave it all up to go to a war-torn country. It's like a lot of them had one thing in common, and that's that even if they were a doctor or a dentist or a policeman, is that they'd all hit a point in their lives where like they were mad depressed, and then they sort of got introduced to the wrong side of the religion. Then they were brainwashed, or
Yeah.
they had family ties or blood
Yep.
ties to the country. So that was quite a common thing.
Yeah. Well, it's a misassumption to assume that somebody who's set a law degree or a medical degree is of a sounder mind or of a greater ability to know exactly where they're going in life. I know by reading that some of these fellas that have gone off to fight for the other side in Syria have been well-educated men, well-educated women. They just, I don't know, it's something which they can relate to, first of all.
I'll tell you something. There's a lot of common reasons why people give up their good lifestyle to go and do that, but everyone has their own reason. But there's a lot of common reasons. There's a lot of common reasons.
Yeah.
A lot
I
of
don't
it's to do
understand
with
it. Can you understand it? Can you imagine leaving your cushy lifestyle to go and fight in a war-torn country? It's just,
I mean, the only
unimaginable
reason
to me.
the only reason I could think about doing that is if I was from that country, come here, and one of my family relatives had died in the war over there, and I felt like I had to go back to help my, something like that.
You would align with
otherwise,
them. You would.
Yeah. Otherwise, I'd only see myself doing that as if a lot of people are suffering mental health when they find out about these things happening, yeah?
Yep.
And they feel like they're accepted by certain people to go and do certain acts, yeah? So it's people. Some people are looking for a form of acceptance, so
Of course they are.
they join that cult mentality. It's like a brotherhood, like the police, like the fire brigade, you join it and you become their brother. I'm not saying, but I'm not saying, I'm not even being like a religious tacker or nothing like here, am I? It's not wrong what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that some people are easily led for their own reasons, isn't it?
They are some too easily. But ultimately, as we've discovered, a lot of these people that go to do that abroad regret it. There's a high profile case which is still ongoing now with a particular woman who wants to come back and she's not being allowed to, and kind of agree with that.
I do.
She's made her bed, she should lie in it, but the fact is many have returned, many have come back, and probably are guilty of a far worse offence, if that's the right word for it, a far worse act than she did.
Trust is a big thing in every type of way, yeah. You broke the trust of the country, and it's like to come back, you've got to be expected. If she was to come back, she should be under surveillance 24 hours a day, because you never know if she's come back intentionally to spy or do it. You know, trust is a big issue. You can't trust someone really like that that's done that, can you?
But you can't subject somebody to 24-hour surveillance and encroach on their privacy and the cost of it. I mean, when do you stop? Are we going to have a large number of people who are watched 24 hours a day?
No,
Can't do that.
no. I'd just say if it's in them sort of circumstances, to be granted back here, it shouldn't be allowed.
No, I personally don't think they should return. As harsh as anyone might think that is, I don't think. I think they've sort of what's the word? They've submitted their rights to come back, in favour of something else. Feel for them. Possibly think the reasons for them going wasn't a very wise decision. Morally, they probably felt it was the thing to do, but they do by and large regret it. Unfortunately, some of them don't get the opportunity to try and come back. They go there and they perish.
Yeah, it's happened a lot. There's Channel 4 documentaries about all that shit.
Yeah. Things like that, I tend to hope that the only thing that will change that is time, as sort of the later generations feel more comfortable. I mean, the issues are their parents came, not the issues, the fact is their parents came here with the hope of a new life and did what they could to integrate. The second generation tends to be less appreciative of what they have living in this country, and so on. So by the time you get to the third generation, there tends to be some angst against the country, despite the fact that they were raised by the people who came here and loved this country and, wanted to do everything that they could to be a worthwhile member of the community. By the second and third generation, they don't want to be, and that's something that's a complete mystery to me. I really don't get that. If anything, it should go the opposite way, but it doesn't. They get worse. I don't understand that. My parents came here for a better life from Ireland. They found it and they did well. I'm thankful as the next generation of them. I'm thankful for what I am. I love this country. I adore this country. I'm Irish, but I totally class myself as English. It's strange. I'm sure there are people that do studies on this and they've done research, and I'm sure there's some reasoning behind it, whether the second and third generations feel disjointed from society, whether society disjoints them, whether, I don't know, they expected more than their parents. That's a problem these days. Each following generation expects more than their parents had, without having to make the effort for it, sadly. Maybe it's that. I don't know. It's not something I've really looked into, but I may well now. Now you've reminded me that something I've always thought about.
I love sort of getting into that sort of what makes someone do this type shit. You know what I mean? Like, I love that type of.
So, were you going to North London Mosque?
Who?
You.
I wouldn't.
No, you said you were going to the place where they were gathering, and the most common place in London was the North London Mosque.
I didn't say that.
Oh, I thought you said you were going to listen to people who were talking.
No. What I've done? No. But like, so I had when you just going online down the rabbit holes, and I had this thing of what makes someone want to do that. So I looked at loads of.
Right. Okay. Sorry, I heard that wrong.
Speakers. Yeah. No, I watched like loads. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
just to
Yeah.
get an idea of how are they, what's being said for them to get brainwashed. I mean, to me, it didn't make sense. You know what I mean?
No.
But
No, it doesn't.
to some people, I guess it does, obviously, but not to me. But yeah, I wouldn't go to no religious place. I wouldn't go to no religious thing at all, ever.
Right.
Not even interested about learning about religion. No one could convince me anything ever.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I'm not particularly religious myself.
As I've got older, I guess without deep diving into it, I guess I've become a little bit spiritual, or maybe like, you know what I mean, maybe looking for a bit of peace somewhere, but not I say it's peace within myself, really, not really with a God, if that makes sense. But I say I'm a bit more spiritual than ever before.
So you've had no religious influences growing up?
Nah, well, no, apart from like quite, you know, friends whose families are quite religious, whether they be Muslims or Jewish, and I've been around them. But to be honest with you, Vince, a lot of people say, you know, if I say I'm not up for talking about that, there's no point in talking to me about it no more, and you might as well move on, you know. I'm that type. So I just make it clear to them, I respect you, and you know, I might ask a few questions, but there's no way you'll talk me into being or thinking that way, and they say, oh, no problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There was no religious influence in my upbringing at all, but I had a friend who went to Sunday school, and it sounded really cool, so I went along, and it was enjoyable. There was a little bit of the sort of the Bible stuff at the start, 10-15 minutes of that maybe, you know, programming, but then there was activities, there was games, there was running about, there was, you know, it was all sort of well organized, maybe a couple of hours on a Sunday morning, and I went for quite a while, you know, maybe a year and a half. But my mate was there, so you know, we'd go there and have a tear up sort of thing. But
well, I mean,
nothing more than that.
Like I said, I mean, I used to go around, you know, Friday night dinner, religious Jewish family's house, and I used to sit there, and just out of like respect, I used to put a kippah on my head, you know, and sit at their table just out of respect. But because I don't mind getting involved and showing respect, but don't push your views on me, and so like it's just out of respect, and they like that. They said, you know,
of course,
you know, so I was grateful for that sort of stuff.
Well, exactly in the same way that you would be respectful if somebody told you they liked a particular TV program or a particular musical artist, you know. Why would you start arguing with them? Why would you feel the need to say, you know, what are you fucking into Bon Jovi for? It's of no consequence to anything. It's just negative to hold them to account for it. It's something that they get something from, that's it. But unfortunately, and here's the caveat, just cause a lot of trouble. Religion is responsible for most wars that have happened in history, unfortunately. Religion has a lot to answer for, I feel. I still don't see it as a bad thing, because it's I tend to feel, by and large, a man who follows religion is better behaved. You know, he's under the influence of a certain set of conditions, rules, and laws.
As generations are going, they're becoming less abiding to their religion. I'd say across the whole spectrum of religions, from what I see, you know, because we obviously come from different backgrounds. From what I see, you know, people's, you know, it's like,
What are you saying by that? I grew up on the mean streets of Leicester. I'll let you know.
No. Or different times or whatever, you know. But like, I kind of call it, yeah, being trophy religion. So some people are religious around certain people or their family, or and then they go and break it, but still claim that they're hardcore religious and that. And I see it
Well,
across
this
all
is it.
all.
You can be religious and get away with all sorts of stuff, as we found out with Love Wins the other night. You can do anything you want, but as long as you turn to God, you're not going to the lakes of death or the lakes of hell or whatever he called it. You know, you can murder
It's
as many people as you want. So as long as you turn to God by the end of it, you're
You'll be
safe.
all right.
You've got a seat in heaven. There's a lot of contradictions with religion. It does have a lot to answer for. I felt very bad about him because I think I was probably quite rude to him.
No, do you know what? I can't. If he thinks them views are his beliefs or whatever, all right, cool. But to come in and say, "And you lot are gonna burn unless you repent," it's like, oh, fuck off, man. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the next time your kids do something that are not religious acting, say the same thing. You know,
His
just
only god
disgusting.
that night was called Jack Daniels.
Well, can I say something? See that geezer, he goes on a few panels and he sort of half pushes the narrative onto straight people that, he wants to be gay with them. Now we all have to laugh at that.
Wow, does he?
But listen, we all have to laugh at that. But I've seen from him a couple of times screaming like, words that are like trigger words to YouTube. So
Yeah,
blatantly saying certain things out loud and a number
yeah,
of times. So
yeah.
I think people ain't realizing, but he's a troll, and the reason he pretends to be gay towards the straight people and the lives is hoping that you'd say something derogatory. So he's trying to get people's channels taken down, but he's being nice about it. A lot of people are falling for it. If you noticed the other night, he wouldn't stop talking, screaming all the trigger words he could, including the R word, rate, when it comes to kids, when it comes to Lucifer, all these conspiracy things, you
Yes,
you
he
shout all
did.
of them out for an hour and see if that channel don't get a strike or something. He's a troll.
You're right. I think he was incredibly drunk. I don't think his brain was operating in troll mode. I think his brain was in pissed
Well,
mode.
that's it happens. It seems like that's part of his character, to be honest, to get pissed and go into one, and then the next day he comes on as a God-loving gay boy and says sorry because he was drunk, and he's channels will suffer from that geezer screaming that shit. He knows what he's doing.
I didn't get when he was in the other night. Maybe it was last night. I didn't get that he was coming across as a gay
Yeah,
man,
he
whatever.
doesn't.
But
When
I
he's
remember
talking
him
about
asking
the
him. I think
religious,
Crinkle was he gay? I remember that.
because he plays the straight religious type guy when he's drunk and screams. I mean, look, at Christmas he said you lot will be killed by Lucifer by New Year's. And when you pulled him on it, I mean he said he's not religious and then he is religious. He believes in God. He's full of shit. He was just saying anything he could to get that channel a strike.
Yeah, I couldn't. When you put that question up, first of all, I couldn't work out what you meant. I couldn't work out how anyone was going to
Yeah.
say Lucifer was ending us all, and then eventually you put it in a way that my brain processed it, and
Yeah.
I sort of said to him, "But do you know what? I've missed him. He has completely been in all the opposite rooms to me clearly over that period
Mm.
because I had one half meaningful conversation. It was probably on SG's. I just noticed SG comment in the chat as well. Hello, SG. Welcome. Come on in, man. I'm
Right,
going.
SG, mate.
I'm going soon, but if you want to come in and say hello, please do.
You're not going.
But I didn't find him in any way dangerous. I didn't find him controversial. I think he went off on the religion thing a tiny bit, very well behaved, and that was it. But last night was out of nowhere. It was
No, I've
just
seen it a lot of times, and like I see him, and he tried it with me as well because I've seen people do that before. Whereas, well, like, there's certain people, yeah, that want to get people in trouble, yeah, and it seems like the perfect way is to act gay towards a straight man and think that they're going to say something derogatory. But he was telling me that he wanted to do sexual acts to me and that, and I laughed off and I had a laugh with him, but then he just carried on for about 3 hours. Now, there's having a laugh, then there's a gay geezer telling you and getting proper, like, he's asked me to go to his house and I've said, nah, I wouldn't be coming to your house. Then he's
No.
asked
Oh
5
my
more times.
God.
And he's asked 5 more times, and it's like, but I know what he wants. He wants me to turn around and say, bro, like,
Yeah.
fuck off, you gay, rare, and
Yeah.
you know, do the whole spiel. He is trying to get people just looked at in a bad way and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't trust him.
It was my estimation last night. He's in no way a religious man at all. I think he's a lost little soul, you know, and people who behave like he did, they're not close to God at all, not in any way. And I don't know, it's his shtick, it's his
he was saying anything to get a rise.
Angle.
Say anything to get a rise at that point. He wants the whole channel to turn around, and then it starts. So if he comes in and he starts talking about the total opposite to what 5 people agree with, he starts turning into, oh, you're bullying me. And it's all just sort of stuff like that. He just plays the victim card, and I don't trust him at all. He's a very sly person.
Yeah. And I wouldn't allow him, or well, I think so. I wouldn't want. He took over the whole thing last night for a good 20 minutes, and I think we're all just amused and allowed him just to rattle on. But yeah, Crinkle left him on for a bit longer, maybe, than he should have, and then eventually started to silence him, and he just fell asleep, I think.
But you know what? That geezer, I mean, he's going around saying you're all gonna burn in the fire and rare. But then the next day he's over on BBA's channel or 12's live, and he's like, "Oh, hey everyone," and everyone's like, "Hey, love wins, love you, bro." Yeah, he's like proper. You wouldn't think it was the same person, and this is why he come in with his initials. His actual channel's called was it eyes to see, ears to hear?
Yeah, I saw that. I remember seeing that in the chat.
It spouts loads of stuff about Madonna done a sacrificial song in the audience that killed people, and it was a devil's playground, and it's just every celebrity's part of a cult and all this sort of shit. He spouts all that.
Yeah. Let me just answer Marie, because she asked a question a little while ago. It's Love Wins, Marie. It's the person that you did identify out. It was a chat called Love Wins, and it was on Crinkle's live last night, which I think you'll find is still up. And he just came on and he went nuts. He
nuts.
Had a proper shout at us, didn't he?
Yeah. And the only person he wouldn't be rude to was SG. He kept saying to SG, SG, you're the only one that isn't going to burn. Yeah. It was
SG got a whole pass.
You know why? Because SG is a liked person over in the other panels. So he don't want SG going over to the other panels and saying, oh, he hoped that I was burning in the hellfire. So he was up SG's ass so that the rest of the panels that do lives, you know what I mean? It's just very sly.
I remember now. He was screaming. He didn't want to speak to me anymore, and he said, "You shut your hole," and he was screaming it. Horrible man. I refuse to believe that he's in any way religious. I do.
Do you know? He's so into the other with the rest of the community. He's so loved by them.
Is he? I'm gonna have to watch out for him.
Nanya's done a video about him when he first come on the scene. Nanya's done a video shout out thing about him, and then you've got other people making, funny videos saying how funny he is and how we love him and that. And I knew from the start that he's a troll, and he's getting away with saying and doing certain things that could potentially get a channel shut down. So,
So
but
do you
they
think
ain't realizing.
do you think he's sober when he's nice then?
I don't think he's ever nice, mate. I think even when he pretending to be gay, I think he's doing that because he only seems to go for the straight guys, hoping that he gets a bad reaction. He's always looking for someone
Fucking hell.
to sort of pick a bone with him, and then he goes, "Oh, so you don't like gays?" Or and then it makes you look homophobic. You know, one of them people that tries to trap you into looking bad,
Yeah.
and he
Okay, so
does it.
let's
Look, did he not scream out 100 times loads of trigger words what you'd consider
yeah, he
wall? Like,
did. He did, thinking
it,
about it now. They probably passed over me at the time, but yeah, thinking back now, he did.
because he's tried it. That's
Yeah.
his. Yeah, that's
Talking
his narrative.
about tunnels and
Yeah,
mentoring all many words, and yeah, to be honest with
screaming.
you, maybe
How many times does he have to scream? You know, R in the kids.
yeah,
R in
yeah.
the, you know, it's just ridiculous what you got away with. Like,
Let's put two of the subjects we've discussed then together. How come non-violence is not making videos about love wins? Is it because non-violence is terrified of the lakes of hell?
yeah,
Because
possibly.
let's be honest, that's the most offensive thing I've ever heard is that guy last night. That's below the, it's below sort of normal standard behaviour for
But
me.
you know what? I'm not even going to go and say many names, but I've sat there and I thought to myself, why haven't they made a video on this? Why haven't they made a video on that person? And they're within the community as well. And I'm thinking to myself, but that geezer's just been indirectly racist, or that geezer's just said that.
Yeah,
and
almost.
And some of them say it more than once.
Yeah.
Some of them you can tell they have a narrative of racism and stuff. And they're not picking up on them. They definitely got their targets, them lot.
Well, this is something that I'm aware of, is that, and I'm not going to pick on anyone, because I'm not about that, and I never will be. But yeah, some people seem to be held loftier than others, Some people do expose themselves to the point where they are a little bit volatile, and then people target them. People tend to target the volatile because they're an easier target. I don't know what senseless pleasure they're getting from it, but they seem to. I had a really good chat last night with somebody who's been really targeted, and yeah, it's just unfair. I just I don't understand it, man. I can't process it. I'm not fucking been sheltered for the whole of my life. I know how the world works, I just don't understand why we bring it on here. We all choose to come on here. We're not forced. We're not contracted to be here. We come on here for a bit of entertainment. This is the telly. This is my alternative for telly. I stopped watching telly many years ago. I come here and I come here to enjoy myself. If it became unenjoyable, I'll leave. If I start getting trolled by Ronnie London every time I go on a live, seriously, man, I'll talk to you. I'll hopefully sort of, get to the point where you don't do it. But if you continue, I'll leave. That's it.
The thing is,
or I'll avoid.
There's a common thing here, and that is that we don't get involved, like you said, with either side. We don't get involved with the whole name calling and the drama perspective. We're here as panelists, and that's it, basically. We're observers and panelists. We might have our say, but we're very unbiased almost. I mean, a little bit. I'm a little bit biased now. But like at the end of the day, has he gone?
No, you're still here.
Oh, yeah.
You
At the
did
end of
dip
the day,
out.
I'm sorry. Yeah, at the end of the day, it's basically the drama follows where drama goes. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, does it
If we
feed
was to,
people? Is it
if we was to cause
enjoyable? Is it a
drama,
good watch?
if we was to cause drama, and we was really to, you know, make people explode on panels and stuff, of course there'll be videos made about us, but we're nobodies. We're cruising, man. We don't
Yeah.
really, you
You
know.
can easily, it's very easy to come in, throw a grenade, a verbal grenade, and leave and watch the carnage. It's very
I don't
easy to
even
do
hate
that.
the trolls. I don't even
Me
hate the
neither.
trolls. You
Me
know,
neither. I have no
I don't.
relationship with them. You know,
A
I'm
lot
not.
of them, I find a lot of them fucking hilarious, and like I kind of half like, do you know what I mean? Like, and I get it if you're on the other end, but I I don't know. I find I just laugh a lot of things off, Vince. Otherwise, shit, man, it's gonna be a depressing time on it.
Real
You
life
know
is
what I
much
mean?
worse, isn't it? Real life has got
Mm,
far more issues, problems, and horrible things happening. I don't know why they'd want to bring it on here. This is the escapism bit.
mm.
This is the bit
But
where you come because you didn't have
that's
such
the
a good
thing.
day.
That's the thing, though. I mean, that is another thing. We come on here a bit more anonymous, but once you bring yourself on here, you're kind of putting yourself in the public eye for people to, you know what I
Do
mean, have their say.
yeah,
You've got
you become a
and
target.
yeah, and don't get me wrong, when you walk down the street, some might not call you a cunt, but when you turn the corner and you can't hear them, they're probably telling their mate, "Look at that cunt." You know
Yeah,
what I mean? And
but you don't hear it.
yeah,
You never
but
hear it.
that's the mm,
You know, so it don't matter.
yeah,
It's
exactly.
has no impact. If somebody
Uh,
chooses to do that to you, then it's
Same on
different.
here. These
It's the
people,
same
they're
on
around
here.
the corner. They're around the corner, you know.
And they can be heard,
Um,
and they can make themselves known, and they
mm,
can sort of put one message, and that can have an impact on one person greatly, as we've seen. I'm not going to
I mean,
point at anyone,
I
but
there's a lot of people in here that I mean, they could say, oh, you know, oh, don't say that, or I'm offended by that, but they go into lives where the same sort of stuff is said as well, and it's like I'll say,
yeah.
and I've tried to sort of, be like softer with my approach and stuff like that, but I don't know. I feel like
Do we get a
people,
soft Ronnie?
you're getting soft, Ronnie, no, but
Ah, I love soft Ronnie.
people shouldn't have to soften themselves down. Maybe people should have to harden up because
Maybe
it
there's
is
an
the life
etiquette.
we're living.
Maybe you should soften. Maybe there is an etiquette. Maybe there is a sort of a certain way to behave when you come online. It's like
Yeah.
visiting your relatives that you don't see very often. Your mother on the way says to you, "You play up while we're here.
Mm,
You'll never get to see a playground for the next 2 years."
yeah. It's
And
true.
maybe
It's
this
true.
place is the same. Maybe this is a place where people should
I bite my tongue a lot.
control themselves. Do
I
you?
bite my tongue a lot.
Over
A whole,
controversial issues or over lesser?
just because, um, nah, yeah, just because if I mention a certain thing, I feel like, oh, someone that might really
Well,
be
nobody
the
likes
straw
to
that breaks the
rock.
camel's
Yeah,
back.
yeah. Nobody likes to rock the apple cart, if that's the right term. I don't know if
But
it is or not, something
I'm
like
I'm
that.
kind of I'm not here for that, but I am here to say pull people up, and when I first come on here, that's what I'm saying to you. Like I wouldn't feel two ways about saying, hold on a minute, that person's talking
Yeah,
shit because the other
yeah.
and but now because I've got emotionally attached a little bit, I feel like I don't want to do that because I feel like I don't want
now,
to do that.
now,
I don't want to
now
be
that
that
you're
guy.
balls deep,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
true
man.
though.
It is.
I saw that in you. I have to keep telling you this. I saw that you came in with a good point. No better than anyone else, no different to anyone else.
No,
I'm not going to say you sorted them out or anything like that, but you
no.
did. You came in controversial to a degree, and you were well received. It
I
inspired
will,
me to come on.
I will still stay like controversial, and I still will whatever. But yeah, there's certain things that I don't say. I mean, if you say, "Oh my God, I can't believe you asked that," or "I can't believe you said that,"
We've
there is
asked some
things.
very odd questions, Ronnie. Let's not go there now.
Yeah,
I
there's
think it's fair to say there ain't no question that ain't going to get an answer because of the questions
enough.
we've had so far.
There's things I do not pick out that no one else picks up on. I think, oh, if only everyone fucking realized what was said or what, and I'm like, wow. And I see some people, and I'm like, even the other day I was sitting there, we're all having a laugh. Vincent, check this, yeah. This is what I'm talking about, like, because I'm quite a bit of like that, yeah. So I'm sitting there with BVA, and that non-violence and all that.
Yeah.
The person who made the video about me and and we was all having a laugh, and a lot of the troll channels, we'll call them, they were in the comments and that, and then something was said like, "Oh, Ronnie, you want to make content with them?" And I was like, "Nah, they want to make content with me."
Yeah.
And then BVA was like, "Hold on a minute," and I was like, you know what I'm saying? And I put it straight in his head that, oh, is it me like that? But straight away, a couple of people jumped on it and they were like, "Oh, maybe Ronnie's like," and I can see it's being said. But it's so easy to plant a seed, and it's dangerous as well, because there's someone who is, look, I'm gonna just say now, there is someone who is sort of, it sees a letter and makes a word. Does that make sense? So
Yes.
he's seeing something small, and he's coming up with, "I've
Yeah.
solved the crime of the century," and it's
Yeah.
like, and someone has put something somewhere, and this person has run with it, absolutely run with it, but it
Yeah.
ain't come out yet. But when it comes out, mark my words, Vincent, we're having this conversation now. There was a seed planted, and the person that was expected to absolutely is running with it. But it will
Do I
probably
know the
come out.
person?
Yeah, because you know the person. Like, it's just mad, and it's not the first time the person has seen a letter and made a word. Honestly, and it's it's bad that when you make a joke, it can be taken in the fact that it means he's the criminal.
Yeah.
It was
It's
just,
like a Cluedo board.
yeah. And if you look for these things, you're gonna try and find it.
Of course you are.
Mad.
If you go looking for trouble, by and large, every single time you'll find it. Simple as that.
I'm only as
You-
cool as Marie, honestly. Where are you from,
Yeah.
Marie? I didn't even know she was a Londoner.
Big up London is cool because he from London. Oh, I'm not so sure about that, Ronnie. Oh, I'm not so sure about that. I'm still doing my research.
But have you seen a couple of people sort of be like master investigator and just got it wrong? Like,
Well, we're all inquisitive characters. We're all very sensitive as well. So if somebody does make a slight against you, sometimes it can be a very slight. You can take it very badly.
this person does it very often with people, like, and
But you
it's
have
like,
to remember, maybe that's the makeup of them. Maybe that's how they are. Going back to what I said about talking to somebody last night who was getting a bit of grief, I offered to speak to the person who caused the grief. And I said very calmly, "I'll talk to you. I'd like to understand why you feel motivated to do this. And if I spoke to him, I wouldn't set out to correct him or educate him. I just want to hear why he does it. I wouldn't give him any points. I wouldn't try and sway his opinion. I wouldn't block him. I wouldn't sort of want to get into an argument with him. I just wanted to understand why he'd done it, because it caused a bit of trouble. It caused one lad a bit of stress, and I don't know. I just thought maybe by talking to him, it might make the person who caused the trouble realise that really it's nothing. won't achieve anything, doesn't achieve anything, then it never does, you know.
Some it's like brick wall sometimes.
It
Honestly,
is.
sometimes.
It is. You're bashing your head against a brick wall. You're doing something which is harmful or negative or hurtful when you could just use that same time to do something worthwhile for yourself or someone else. I just can't really understand why somebody would, invest quite a lot in it. I understand there is a bit of competition on here. There is a competitive edge. I've always thought of it myself as being a boxing match. You've got the people who watch, you've got the people who do the training, and then you've got the people who fight.
Yeah.
And those who end up in the ring, there's no winners in a boxing match really. Both of them get their heads smashed in. One of them gets a little trophy, but ultimately there's a bit of damage done there.
Yeah.
So I
True.
don't get it. Anyway, Ronnie.
Yes.
In this unabridged, appointed interview, interrogation, we've covered life and love. So now on to the future. And there's one question I've had for you for ages. And I promise you, if we'd have done that thing, I'd have never brought up anything personal to you. I wanted to do just this, right?
Yeah.
So the future, and my question on the future is, do you see yourself contributing more to the YouTube world?
I hope so, even if it's just as a hobby. Like, I definitely, even if I don't start a channel, me coming on here and chatting to people will stick as a hobby to me, because it's not a hindrance in my life. I mean, I could do without the amount of hours I spend on it, but
it's all encroaching, isn't it? It eats into everything else.
Well, it's because I've got the time. Do you know what I mean? If I had something to do tomorrow, I wouldn't be on this constantly, and it's sad to say at the moment I'm in a part of my life where I ain't got nothing to do tomorrow. It's gonna be like that for the next couple of months, So, but if I do contribute to the YouTube community, even if it ain't through videos, it will just be me being here. And just, a
contributor in the panels.
Yeah. I mean, I have great conversations here, man.
Yeah,
I learn a lot.
You've been accepted quickly, as thankfully I have. You're a valid voice. That's something that we've discussed before. I don't think it's unfair of me to repeat that. You said, you felt as though you were a bit lonely, a bit sort of lost or whatever. I don't know. I can't remember how you described it.
Yeah, well, just socializing, innit? It's a big thing. You've got to do it.
Yeah. I've made mates. I've made mates here that I'm firmly convinced at some point in the future I will meet. Mark Kelly goes to a lot of the things that I used to go to. What's his name? Crinkle lives in Camden. I spend a lot of time or at least I used to go to London every other weekend, and I'd always have a day or two in Camden, just chilling, relaxing.
What about you though? What do you reckon you're going to see yourself contributing more to YouTube?
I'm happy where it is now, man. I'm happy where it is now. I'm enjoying the lives. It's real nice to talk to like-minded people. I have some amazing chats with people, and then you have those amazing sort of the discussions on certain subjects, which I love. Even if I don't know nothing about, I learn from it. I always get something from it. I do lives, as you're very aware of. I'm on one right now. And that's the question I wanted to ask you. Is there going to be a Ronnie London YouTube channel?
No, probably. I don't know. Not so much. Honestly, like I never came on here with the intention to. I mean, I never even come on here with the intention to end up making loads of like online mates, but it happened. But there's not no intention to sort of, you know, want followers or get views or make videos. I mean, the only time I've been sort of thinking about a video is sort of to help the community, as in either be sort of a reviewer or, you know, there's a lot of people at the moment putting out fucking YouTube scams and stuff like that, making a lot of money from it. So if I was going to use my channel, it'd be towards sort of not exposing people like that, but sort of bringing awareness to look at this person, this community, you know, sort of doing this dreadful thing, you know, whatever it is. People can email me anonymously and say, look, there's someone in my community that's sort of, you know, there's certain communities that won't talk out about other people in their community.
Yes.
And so, you know, and yeah, so if I was going to do something, it would be to help this community.
I think you should. I think a lot of people identify with you. A lot of people find what you say as well and how you deliver it quite good, quite attractive, if that's the right word to use. You know, you're what's the word? You attract people, if you know what I mean. I don't mean in a
I know what you're saying.
Yeah, you bring them ladies into the yard as well, of course. Never seen so many girls online when you're there. But no, it's down to you ultimately. But I think you should do something.
There's not really, like, you see, like on the panels on that, like, there's not really someone that, I don't know. I mean, I saw like there's certain things that people ain't covering that could be like potentially good to cover and good for the community. So that's what I would use it for.
There's your.
But I mean, I'd you know what I mean? I'll do lives based around that. So if I was to do lives, I wouldn't want a random live every day at 5 o'clock. I would want a topical live based on something that everyone could sort of have their view and opinion on, and not get personal about something, but say like there is someone in a community that's sort of doing something people don't agree with, I'll throw it up and, you know, I'll give my opinion and people come in and give their opinion, and hopefully the person sees that people don't agree. And because a lot of people are getting scammed, mate. It's happening a lot. The other day, this geezer had a scam up and I made him close the scam down within a day.
Yeah, there are. I mean, there are people doing this already.
I'm telling you, I'm not joking. I saw this geezer scam, and about 24 hours later, he took it all down.
Yeah.
Because I told him that there's no way that you know what I mean, that scam's gonna work.
And you only need a certain number of people to highlight things, very much like auditing. And I've said to most people in the auditing community, you're doing a wonderful thing. It may just be a sort of a one-trick pony to a degree, but what you will do eventually is make quite a lot of them police officers behave themselves in a lot of their working hours, because they'll be worried about some fellow with a camera walking up behind them out of nowhere, you know. So being watched is the best thing ever. When they installed video cameras into factories all across the UK, the production rate improved. You know, it was quite a large jump in the production rate. People, when they know they're being watched, they behave better. Simple as that.
Well, it's a proven fact that when people think they're being watched, they are less likely to commit crime, and this is how I know.
Of course they are. There's evidence.
Years ago,
there's evidence. That's why
they went to a part of London where bikes were getting nicked regular, and what they ended up doing was putting a couple of stickers up saying you were being watched with a pair of eyes, and the amount of bikes nicked within that area reduced dramatically. And they believed it was because if you make someone believe they're being watched, it's not hard to make someone feel like they're being watched if they're doing something wrong as well. Yeah.
Do you know what has a big impact with service stations, garages? that big life-size cardboard cutout of a police officer.
Yeah.
You know that thing in the window? I fell for it. I mean, I'm never pulling into a garage to commit any crime, but I've seen that, and it's had a sort of an effect, you know?
Yeah.
It's
It
very
does.
powerful, very powerful.
It doesn't even have to be a policeman. Just that just being aware that someone could be aware that you're there is enough. Especially nowadays with heightened paranoia as well.
Yeah. And this all goes back to almost the very first thing I said when I was talking to Muggles 4 hours ago. We're very simple machines, very easily programmed. And most behaviors, most habits, most things that people do can be changed with time. I'm not saying easily, but with time, with the right programming, we can sort of overcome most, if not all, you know.
Well, look how we automatically just were programmed during lockdowns to, you know what I mean? It doesn't take long to...
Like little puppy dogs learning not to shit on the carpet. Simple as that. It is. You know, they had 90% of the people walking around wearing masks. I'm not going to say whether I agree with that or not. They had, you know, people staying at home. I read stories of people who were retired in the 70s, hadn't left the house for a year. How bad for their health would that be? You know, and for their mental health, for their physical health.
Yeah. And I wouldn't mind, imagine you get locked up for 6 months, a year, and imagine you are 50, 60, 70 years old, more susceptible to viruses when you do go out. So no matter what you
like
do,
the boy in the bubble. You're like the boy in the bubble. As soon as you come out of that bubble, your body's going to have next to no immune system whatsoever.
Exactly.
You know, anything will find easily be able to sort of you know, make you ill.
Well, I mean,
I don't know. Anyway, I leave these controversial topics for other people's lives.
Oh, right? Yeah.
I'm kidding. Yeah. I talk about anything. But I mean, I will talk about it in full, but I don't focus on that side of it. I like to talk about the impact it's having on us as human beings, the impact it's going to have on school children. It's horrific for me to think about it. Yeah. My little fella in the Czech Republic has to wear a mask in school, and it's not good.
So how do you feel about that, though?
I don't like it. I don't like it at all. He's missing out on valuable oxygen. Every breath taken without getting the full supply of oxygen is not feeding the brain cells. The brain cells are liable to die.
And also, it's just about, you know, I grew up a lot going by judging people by their facial expressions. That's how you really... And to not be able to express that, or to be able to see someone's expressions is like scary.
Massive.
Scary.
There's going to be a generation of children that really don't know how to interact with people because of their facial expressions. That's one of the first languages we learn. That's probably the most powerful language we keep throughout our lives, is how somebody behaves and how their face looks.
Even with my 1-year-old baby, even when he was like 10 months old, 8 months old, you'd look at him and he'd look at you and you'd do a big smile, and he'd laugh and smile at that. He knew instantly that
he knows when you're in a good mood, and he knows when you're not.
Of course. And they know that by your face, your facial expressions.
Yeah.
And you know, what's that? Is it China where they don't smile? Where's that country they don't smile?
Well, there's many countries where they don't smile. There are. There's North Korea. There's China. There's
but you know,
Asian countries where it's more a cultural thing, though. It's nothing to do with not being allowed to. It's a cultural thing. They're a very sublime people. They don't tend to expose their emotions in the same way.
It's like seeing someone with a mask. Well, imagine It's like someone wearing a mask.
Yeah,
There's no
no emotion.
expression.
Yeah,
You don't
you
see
can't.
no. Imagine for a year, kids ain't seen many people be happy because
Yeah,
you ain't been able to see people be happy.
yeah, and it's conditioning. Their minds are being
Mm,
programmed not to raise a smile. Their faces are being programmed not to convey emotion
mm,
through their sort of muscle structure on their face.
yeah, it's
Crucial
bad. Like
part of communication, man.
my
Crucial.
my my
In
one year
fact,
old.
I go as
Sorry.
far as to say what you say is contradicted by what your face says
Mm,
every
yeah,
single time.
yeah. That you could tell a liar by their facial expressions.
Well, not every single time, but most of the time, people will
Yeah.
say something, but their face will tell you the whole story.
Mm.
Your
Like
1-year-old.
my 1 year old, he don't like me wearing a mask. Like if I get on, you know what I mean. Like, and when I'm with my kids, I feel like I have to be a bit more political correct, because other people, you just looked at as a bad parent if you don't law abide almost, isn't it? So I try and
Mhm.
do me best for the easiest way of life. And but he hates it. We get on a bus or and we're sitting there and he's trying to pull it off my face. He wants to see his dad, do you know what I mean? He
Of
don't want to
course he
see
does. It
and
scares him.
you don't want to see your son with a mask on either. It's just you want to see your
Well,
son smiling and the
he
beauty,
wonders why you're hiding your face.
Yeah, yeah,
He,
yeah. He don't
he
understand.
wonders, why are you
No,
hiding from him? That's what he's thinking.
yeah. It's weird. It's weird what they're gonna grow up with in like 5 years even. I'll have
Yeah.
an 8-year-old then and a
And
6-year-old.
imagine with your little son. I used to do this with mine. You've got, I don't know, a towel or something in front, and you use the towel to hide your face, and then you come out and you do
Yeah,
Beepo, and they
yeah.
fucking love it.
And not only
Now,
that, when
picture
when
this: you hold the towel up to your face and you keep it there. That's what a mask
yeah,
is.
yeah,
They're waiting for you to do the Beepo, and
yeah.
it doesn't come, and you'll start to make them anxious.
And
It's horrific.
you do when you're doing people with your son and that, you go back to like when they're waiting for you to pop back up. When you pop back up, before they smile, you can see the anxiousness on their
Puzzling
face,
look on
waiting
their
to see you.
face.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. It's true
yeah.
when you think about it, like we keep on. I mean, a lot of people talk about we're in lockdown and us. But a lot of my concerns are the kids, man. Like the
Yeah,
next generation. It's not really me. I can deal with this
yeah,
shit.
yeah. I can
You
too.
know what I
That's what
mean?
I worry about. The kids,
Mm,
even older people, pensioners, they can sort of deal with it themselves, and maybe people who did stay home for a year weren't subjected to that much discomfort or damage.
yeah.
But the kids are scarred. Kids will be scarred. It may take 2 generations for it to change, because they've got to raise kids then, Renee.
Mm,
Those kids
yeah.
who were affected in some way. It's going to take a lot
Um,
of help from their parents to sort of overcome it. There are a lot of people
the,
out
lo-
there going to be scared and carry on wearing masks.
yeah. And the last 2 years are going to affect the next 20, 30 years easily. Like, it really is. Because you know what I mean? You can just see it already. There's people that are still young. So there's 20-year-olds that will suffer for the next 20 years because of
Yeah.
the last 2 years. And
Oh,
their kids will pay that price. Agoraphobia kicked in.
yeah.
My mum was agoraphobic. I kind of am antisocial, kind of, probably because of that as well. And
Yeah.
it rubs off on your kids. And
Now
you
you.
carry on.
I know you're a little bit older. You're not as old as me, but I know you're a little bit older. You're not a kid anymore.
Yeah.
Imagine when you turn 17, 18. Yeah, you're being driven by one force, and it doesn't belong in your head. It's in your trousers. So you're
Yeah.
hitting the nightclubs, you're hitting the bars, and you're trying to learn about life. Imagine Boris Johnson tells you, Ronnie, for the next 2 years, I want you to stay at home. We'll have none of that.
Yeah.
What's the impact of that? socially, it's massive. You know, I know a lot of people flouted the rules, and I know, you know, anyone
Yeah.
driven by their nether regions, they probably weren't adhering to any of the restrictions.
Yeah.
But still, you're being told. Being told can have a psychological value,
I
even
know
if
that.
you don't listen.
The
This
the
is bullying.
18-year-old
You know,
that did
people can be
listen.
bullied even when they're not complying. By
Yeah.
somebody telling you to do something. If you still don't comply, it's still bullying.
Yeah. Well,
It's
like,
still
look,
damaging.
it's a big thing to celebrate your 18th birthday, your 21st, your 16th, and a lot of people had to go without celebrating them big
Yeah.
birthdays and that. And
Mhm.
it's like it's a milestone in life, yeah. And people always say when you get older, what did you do for your 21st? And you know it's gonna be. And I know it's not a big thing, but it's still a thing that is. You know what I mean? Along
Yeah.
with weddings and funerals and stuff like that. Like, you know, there was only 8 at my nan's funeral. Do you know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
it is what it. I mean, I don't know. I can handle it. That's the thing. I
Yeah.
can roll with the times.
Well, you've said before that your father's funeral was affected
Well, he
because of
didn't
what's
have a
going on.
funeral.
Yeah.
He didn't have a funeral. No, it weren't because of that. He just gave his body to medical science.
Oh, of course.
So,
Yes, of
so there
course.
was a funeral.
But gatherings, you know, they were stopped at one point. There were people's parents who were dying, and they couldn't be with them when they were dying. That just I can't even process that, man. I can't even picture that. If it had have been one of my parents, I'm sorry, but there'd have been some serious damage to a wall of the building where, you know, there would. But people complied, and this is shocking, really. People did go along with that, you know, for the right reasons. I get that, but whole
It's
word of
mad, but
madman.
you know, it's where we're at, and this is why people need to be more stronger and be more like people got to get thicker skin and stuff like this, because we're going to be in a time now where, you know what I mean, people are going to be speaking shit other people ain't going to want to hear, and you better get used to it, because I don't know, I feel like a lot of people are just, they're trying to silence people, they're trying to stop people from socializing, talking. It's like, fuck it, when I can get my say, I'm going to say it. I don't care who gets offended or who don't like it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And me, I'm a lot like I'm a lot like what Quinkle said. I defend the right for you to offend me. I think you should be. You know what I mean? I
He's
think you
right,
should
isn't
be.
he? Do you know
Yeah.
what? I couldn't. He came in on an antagonistic day, and he started badly, and I disagreed with him. But then he kind of refined it, and I agreed with him, but he still got flack for it. He's right.
But
Intrinsically, he's right.
look, I defend your right to offend me. That is
Yeah.
exactly it. Like,
Of course.
like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's another right. Everyone's complaining about all their rights being taken away from them, their freedoms
I
going.
said,
Well, I'm sorry, that's one of them.
and you know, I've been trying to say to like certain auditors and the auditing community, like, you know, some of them seem kind of stuck about what route to take, what path to take, and what we've been talking about as the panels and stuff like that, and about human rights. That's what the you know, the auditing community, that's what that movement was made for. It's basically for human rights. Or filming.
They don't tackle it though. They don't
They
tackle
need
the.
they need to go on these protests for human rights. They need to show some support to the human rights groups, honestly, because they're part of that. If they're gonna take that high ground, they're part of it.
Exactly. Without pointing out the fineries of it, I've said to them, you know, there are many injustices in normal society, even tiny little ones, which do need highlighting, and can probably, with enough effort, be changed. You know, a lot of it is social conventions. People do comply. People do
I
follow
said,
the rules, which I'm in support of. You know, I've had many discussions on here about freedom and rights and all sorts of things, but there has to be order. That's you know, first and foremost, there has to be order. I'm sorry, guys, you wouldn't want to live in a world without order. You just wouldn't.
yeah.
But
Well,
that freedom can exist over and above the order.
they can't
Easily.
even live in a YouTube chat without order. They can't even live
Well,
in a
this is
YouTube
something
chat.
I wouldn't want to point out, but yes, I agree.
But you know,
They
do you know what I say as well? Yeah, like fucking all these auditors, they can get together to go and audit a police station. 10 of them need to go on their own little march or join a march for human rights and put that out. And their supporters, I don't think they realize that a lot of their followers, they're not just against police, they're against the system. They're
this
against
system,
people that are trying to take human rights. Like,
yeah,
I don't think a lot of these auditors realize that I'm not following you just because you call a policeman a sausage. I'm following you because I support your right to do what you're doing. So you need to go and
people saw freedom fighters. Whichever way you look at it, that's what they are. Freedom fighters. They fought for a small right.
yeah.
Do they now shift onto the big ones? I don't think so. Do they move on to other small rights? Possibly. Do they evolve and learn more
No,
about how to
you can,
approach it and tackle the bigger ones?
look, you
Yes,
can carry on doing auditing and that, but you know, go to these little human. It's another bit of content, different content that you should be involved in. Really, get involved. That's your human rights. That's what you're
yeah,
to promote. And listen, it seems like a good avenue for an auditor to start going down. Not to
it is.
take, not for their whole channel to be about protest, but go to these little rallies and these little marches and give us a feedback on what's happening there, because we're with you for human rights, not necessarily against police constantly. That
But
makes
as we
sense.
discussed earlier, Ronnie, that right is being taken away from you on the 17th of this month.
Well, this is why they need to go. This their right is being taken away. Do you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah.
They need. This is why they need to show more support. There's such there's a. I mean, their channels can go down good avenues. They can really open up to new things. Honestly,
Well, if you look at it this way, how many people's rights are taken away when protesting is prohibited? Because I think the largest march in London was estimated at about 1.1 million, maybe 1.5 million, when they argued about going into war in Iraq. That's probably the largest protest we've had in our modern history. So that leaves another 68.5 million people who don't protest effectively, whose rights are not being infringed in any way whatsoever. So when you look at the entire picture, how tyrannical is it to stop protesting? At an average protest for London these days, you get maybe 100,000, maybe less. So that's a far larger percentage of the population whose rights are not being infringed effectively.
look, I'll
But when
just
you
say
lose that right, how do you feel about it?
that.
When you
I'll
can't
just say
protest,
from an observer's point of view, like it's I've seen the auditing community will be impacted by this protest being stopped in some sort of way. Like they will find some sort of way. And for the last 3 months, people have been calling me a nutter and laughing at me because I said that they will end up finding a way to stop people from having this freedom of filming and freedom
they're
of rights, and it
chipping
is
away.
coming.
They're chipping away at our rights
Yeah, yeah.
bit by
And
bit.
they were laughing at me saying, no, they will never stop us from filming. Everyone will go out and protest. Well, I said, well, now's your time to go out and protest like you told me 3 months ago you would. I was told that by every auditor that they would go on a protest to stop their human rights from being free. And you're going to end up, I've seen an auditor get banned for 5 years. Now I'm seeing, you know, human rights being limited, let's say.
Yeah.
And auditors are kind of on the cuff of being protesters, or definitely looked at as along them lines. Police would love to look at you as protesters, because then they could just slap a ban on all of you.
Yeah.
At this point.
I remember about 2 years ago, I was in the Czech Republic, and Miloš Zeman, the then president, made a statement, and he said, you know, his people have rights.
Morning, Master Ron. Sorry, mate. Go on.
Yeah, I spotted Master Ron. I was just about to say hello to him as well. I'm not picking his picking his brain, Ron. Honestly, he's here willingly. No lube has been used. No condom required. And he made quite a statement, an announcement that his people have rights and those rights should be respected. And one of the things that he said in this speech was they have a right to be armed, so go buy guns. What kind of a government encourages its people to buy guns, Ronnie?
No.
A government that you shouldn't be worried about. What kind of a government takes your guns away?
I don't really agree with the whole, oh, we should all be given guns to arm ourselves in case something happens, because if that was the case, I mean, I definitely would have out of anger shot someone over something. And I'm not just saying that. You have people out there say, yeah, you can't just go and kill someone. But I'm telling you now, there's been plenty of times when I've gone, if I had a gun right now, I will fucking blast 4 people's heads off. And I've really gone into these sort of thoughts that are dark, and it's made me think I'm glad, and it's made me come to the conclusion, and it made me did from an early age say, I'm glad I can't get on my hands on a gun within 10 minutes, because it's just, I'm glad I ain't got access to a gun within 10 minutes, because it takes moments and your life will change. And yeah, that's my point of view on that.
Well, I'm not in support of guns. I'm not against guns. I support people's rights to have one if they do. I don't assume that they want a gun to shoot somebody. I don't assume anything, you know, but unfortunately there are people that use them to do that. But ultimately in this country now, we have people who don't care that there are laws prohibiting gun use. They get a gun and they use it. So those gun laws aren't as useful as you might think. It works on a certain percentage of the population. It's a large percentage of the population, and there's a small contingent that flout those laws, and they're punished when they're found and punished when they break that law. But, you know, but in countries like the Czech Republic, they encourage it, and I have no thoughts on that either. They have relatively low crime rate in the Czech Republic. Virtually no murder by gun. I do remember there was one about a year ago, the last time or before that I went last, maybe start of last year. And it was shock. It reverberated across the whole country. This fella had gone and shot 2 people. And it had a massive shockwave through the country because it's just rare. Whereas here, unfortunately, we have violent crime happening, and it just seems like an everyday thing. And we're a very strict country on these guns and, you know, knives and all sorts of things. So the laws don't work on their own.
No, I mean, whatever, but I wouldn't ever want to see guns get legalized fully in this country. And
Okay.
I think that the way we've got it, that we have an armed response unit, you know, a team that's made specifically to deal with taking out people, and they have the guns. Like, I think that's the best way forward, honestly. I don't know what it is, but I feel like even if we had gun licenses in England, somehow just loads more guns will find their way into the streets of the
Of
black
course,
market of
of
people who
course,
shouldn't.
of
And it,
course. But
I think,
statistically, gun crime doesn't go wildly out of control with the supply of more guns in this country. You know, we've had widespread gun ownership. We've reduced that. We've had what you would consider nominal gun ownership, which is people who use guns for sport or hunting or
yeah,
protection and so on. The actual gun crime rates have never spiked in any conditions. They've always been relatively low and relatively stable. So they've not changed anything by introducing those laws or taking away
I think,
people's rights to own them.
yeah, but you know, as much as I say, oh yeah, you know, if gun laws were relaxed here and we all had them, I would probably lose my temper and go and shoot someone. I'd probably be dead by now if there weren't gun laws. Like that's the truth as well. Like, and that's you know what I mean.
Well,
Like,
that depends on the path that you take.
yeah, of course, but that's what I'm saying. There's more chance of me getting shot dead if there was relaxed gun laws in this country. That's one thing I ain't really been up to worry about is, you know what I mean? I've always been more worried about getting stabbed to death or, you know, whatever, but I've never really been worried about getting shot dead on the streets.
Yeah,
But if there was relaxed gun crime and, you know, it was easier to get guns, like some people can just get guns easily, but,
I know.
you know, generally it's not that easy. I can't just go and get a gun off someone. I've not got someone in my phone book. I've never had someone in my phone book for that. So,
Yeah,
yeah, so I'm glad that they're not easily accessible. Do you know what I mean?
yeah. But as Master Ron points out, to sort of go a little bit wider on that, there are a lot of responsible people in this country who can handle owning a gun.
Yeah, and they do
The
though.
number of
They
people that
do.
can't is tiny. It's minuscule.
But
It's so small. It's of
but
no
look,
consequence.
if
The
if
number
if
who
you've
can
got
handle
gun
it.
license, if you've got gun license, gun cabinet that locks and all that, I know, but of course, again, that falls into with age comes a reason for owning that rifle in it. So it's not like they're just saying to anyone can have a gun license or a rifle license. You know what I mean? If you're going for that rifle license, you've probably got a farm or you've probably got land or something. It ain't just like me going for a gun license. If I had no criminal record, I couldn't just go and get a gun license,
No,
a
no,
rifle license.
no.
You still need
Yeah,
a reason. Yeah.
there are strict rules. You can still own a gun in this country, obviously, but they don't give them out easily. You know, you need to have a good, a reasonable reason to have one. And just wanting one for protection is not one of those reasonable reasons. But it doesn't really bother me. But I did smile when I see other countries. I tend to see countries who take away gun rights as probably more tyrannical, probably, you know, not wanting
Yeah.
people to protect themselves so much. And I view a country that says, you know, go out and buy guns, as Miloš Zeman did, as a progressive country, a sort of a less tyrannical government.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Mm.
Like,
I think you should do a YouTube channel, Ronnie, going back to that. I think you should. I think you can, you'll find your own little niche somewhere.
I don't know. I'm really not in it for the, like, you know what I mean? Whatever you want to call it. YouTube, whatever. views or fame or whatever you want to call it.
No.
I don't know, followers and that. I don't know. I just don't really. Do you know what I mean?
You're not after it.
Yeah, like,
Well,
and I know
Ronnie.
a lot of people say, "Oh, I'm starting my YouTube channel, but it's not for money and it's not for views or subs or nothing." But
Yeah.
I get all that. But I literally have no intention of starting a YouTube channel and never have. I love just. I'm like a Master Ron. I just like to come on and voice opinions. But yeah.
Master Ron is a good guy in the game.
Yeah.
Do you wanna come on for 5 minutes, Master Ron? I'm gonna leave soon, but be nice to talk to you, man. I haven't spoken to you for a number of hours now. Let me post the link. Well, Ronnie, we did, I'd say, almost exactly what I wanted us to do last night, which was to talk about life, not your life, you fucking vain bastard.
You're so vain.
We talked about love, but I wasn't interested in your love, and we talked about the future, and that's not necessarily your future. We did a bit about your future in terms of YouTube, but in the sense of how things are going, you know. So this is a win for me. Vincent Vega 1, Ronnie London 0.
Oh yeah, I just want to answer Ron. Oh, you never guess what, Ron? I've got like I know it's not the same, but I've got two air rifles and little gas guns, handguns and stuff like that. And it put that some of them, yeah, they're kind of illegal in the country because you're meant to have a orange tip and all that sort of stuff now. You know all that, but my ones are almost like replicas. It's mad, yeah, but. I've got a crossbow, £175. It's 175 LB, yeah. It's pressure, £175 of pressure crossbow, Jaguar crossbow. Look it up. It's naughty.
They're going to be banned soon, aren't
Come
they?
on, but I bought it before it was banned, so they can't hit that on me.
Well, I think the word banned might be a big clue as to whether you can continue to own it or not.
Banned after it's been banned, you can't buy them and it'll be illegal too. But if I bought it, I bought it 6 years ago, it wasn't banned then.
I think there might be an expectation on you to submit it, possibly. I don't know. I really don't know. It's something I maybe should know. But guns were submitted. Guns were handed in when they banned handguns in this country. It was an expectation by the police that all handguns would be deposited at your local police station or suitable place. And there have been a few prosecutions since of police going into perfectly law-abiding houses, and the person has a handgun. Maybe his granddad was in the war, and he brought the gun back with him that he used in the war, and he kept it as a memento for his granddad. But ultimately, they ended up in a court of law for possession of a handgun.
Well, this geezer, he died in his flat, and then some people went round to clear it out, and they're clearing it out, and then they've come across, just shelves in the front room, and they've looked, and it's an old grenade sitting there with the pin in,
probably live. Excuse me.
Yeah, well, I don't know if it was, but they took it and they thingied it. The army did, innit? But yeah, man. Yeah, it exploded. I don't know if it was live, but it exploded.
Can you imagine? Hey, Ron.
Hello there. You didn't need my hand to hold him, Ronnie.
Yes, please, mate. Help me out.
Did he ask you to help him, Ronnie? Did he say he wanted you to come with him?
No, mate.
You know what?
Nah.
Ron, I caught him at 7 o'clock this morning, completely unsuspecting, and I did him. We're done.
Busted his cherry. That sounds good.
What are you saying, Ron? You all right?
Yes, mate. I just got up, got workmen in. Yeah, yeah. I agree with you, Ronnie. Yeah, you shouldn't hold a gun. Your brain can handle it.
I'm going to be back in 1 minute. I'm just going to make a cup of tea, guys. 1 minute.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true, Ron, mate. Like, I'm glad it's not easily accessible. Honestly, I really am. Like,
Yeah, I understand. I understand. You know, I wouldn't want it easily accessible. Myself, you know, I would say you have to be part of a gun club, know the
mm,
ins and outs of guns, not just go out and get a license and just go and
yeah,
buy them. You know what I mean? Proper training, the
yeah,
whole works.
yeah,
You know,
almost like a driver's license, but for a proper gun license, you have to go
yeah.
and do the whole shebang.
Mm. Well, also, at least once a week, you have to go to the firing range. You have to go,
Yeah,
mandatory. Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
So then you know what you're holding. You know what it can do. You know, you really know, rather than
and
just
and
you go, oh, I'm going to buy a gun and that's it.
and that's where it got me quite shocked the other day when someone said to pass a drone license, it's £9, and you fill out a couple of online forms, and boom, Bob's your uncle. And I thought, what? You haven't got to show no proof that you're capable of, um, keeping control of this drone and stuff like. Because some of them are quite powerful. They could be quite dangerous, them drones. But I was shocked by that you could just pay £9 and pass it like that.
Yeah,
I
I
thought
ain't
there'd
looked
be more
into it,
to
but
it.
it wouldn't surprise me if it's because it's more of a leisure item. They would class it as at the moment. I'd think. I don't know.
Yeah, they are quite
So
dangerous. I'll tell you that. Like if they're not flown correctly, I'm telling you, like,
be more dangerous if you can hook it up to carry hand grenades and drop them.
yeah, exactly, yeah. Well, would you?
Yeah,
I tell you
you know where I'm going.
I tell you what. See the new prisons that are coming out.
Right? Yeah.
The big mega prison things. Well, DJ Audits went and done an audit at one of them, and he tried to fly his drone over the prison, and it has like an invisible netting around it. So imagine like it stops the drone from being able to fly within that parameter of the
Yeah,
thing.
I'd have thought they'd have a even easier. I'd have thought would be a signal jammer. So as soon as he
Yeah,
goes over a certain part, it just cuts the
drop.
signal from you, and
Yeah,
it'll just drop.
yeah. Well,
That would be
I
the
thought
more
it was damn
sensible way.
simple. Yeah, but
Well,
I didn't even know them things existed. But it just brought me to like the whole thing of like using drones as drug deliveries for prisons and that. But they
hmm
found a way around that now.
hmm yeah, there's always a way, but I'd have thought that just fitting a signal jammer would have been better than putting wire around. But obviously, their brains don't work properly.
I I
Properly.
always thought I always thought they should have a signal jammer in prisons anyway, just for phones and that. I don't think even the staff should be allowed their phones on the wing and that. Just
No,
because it's workplace anyway.
yeah, yeah, you're right. You know, unless it's a certain frequency, you know, because obviously you'd have to walk around with a certain sort of communication
Yeah.
device. But yeah, you're right. It would be something, but I don't know.
Why wouldn't they use that? I reckon it's what I mean, making money off of that sort of stuff in the end. You don't want to stop all contraband, do you? They don't want to stop all contraband to prisons.
Uh, I don't know, mate. I don't know why they don't do certain things.
Yeah.
There is a thinking that some prisoners are easier to handle once they've had a bit of
Mm,
happy juice in them,
Yeah.
which I
yeah, exactly.
probably believe is one of the reasons why they don't police it too much.
Mm.
Mm,
I remember reading the story of what's his name? High profile, really violent prisoner, and somebody was successfully sneaking substances into him, and he mellowed. If he didn't have them, he was a nightmare. If he did have them, he was just that bit easier to control and less of a danger. So, you can't put them all on methadone or calming drugs. So it's the next best thing.
It wouldn't surprise me though, sooner or later you're going to have a TV built into the wall, because I think some prisons have got TV sets anyway, but they're going to be TV sets built in the wall. Coffee machine, fucking bedside bloody telephone.
Yeah, just like Butlins. Well, they're not far off that now, are they? I think a prisoner can rise up the privilege ranks, I think it's called.
Yeah.
Where you'll have your own tea making facilities in the cell, you'll have your own food making facilities in the cell, television, games, machine.
Well, some
phones,
of these,
I think, is a frontier that they're not willing to go.
Some of these privatized prisons, some of these privatized prisons, you can buy stuff for yourself. So you can buy a cooking appliance like a hot plate, but it'll be like 1,200 quid. So you can buy that from the canteen and you can have that in your cell. You can buy extra blanket. You can even buy a rug for your floor, as long as you're with
extra blanket.
And I'm talking, and I'm talking. These places, it ain't contraband. You buy it off the prison to kit your own cell out. Yeah.
I remember someone telling a story about there's a low amount of tobacco. I think it's a 5-gram pack of tobacco you can buy on a limited budget, obviously. I think probably they even tailor a specific sort of range of goods for prisoners. Phone cards would be one of them, I guess.
No, they don't use phone cards no more. So you have a phone account and you just put, like, basically, I think what you do is you put your number into the phone and dial, and it comes off of your account, kind of like an online type thing.
And your friends and family can contribute towards that.
Yeah, I think they can top it up for you.
But the question is, Ron and Ronnie's, the two Ronnies, how comfortable do you make a prisoner?
Put a bar in the hall.
You reckon? Pool table? Send a stripper in every other night.
It's going that way. Not to the stripper and the bar and everything. But I don't know. I think eventually it will sort of get modernised because of the do-gooders and everything getting involved basically in everything and saying, human rights, and you know what I mean, and you sort of think to yourself, well, hang on a minute, it depends what prisoner you're actually talking about. You know, but that's how it is.
They've done real
Gangster Ronnie should be put in a 6x6, with a 5-foot ceiling.
In a
5-foot ceiling with a little rug, and that's it.
Padded walls.
With a straight jacket on, with a little sort of open entry at the back. Like the long johns with the unbuttonable bit at the back.
And a bucket.
That'll teach
and
you.
A bucket.
Or will it? Well, they've done studies on this in America, sort of modern real world studies. And there's a sheriff, I can't remember what his name is. I follow him on Facebook, and he's been doing this for years. And he has a program. You can go to prison and you can choose the cushy route that the liberals allow these days, or you can take the gulag style route, and it's very popular. And the reoffending rate from the gulag style route is incredibly low. Obviously, the reoffending rate for prisoners is quite high. I think it's 60% at the moment over the last 10 years. But yeah, on his, I mean, it's not a gulag. It's not anything which is infringing on human rights, but they're treated very regimented. They have to stick to incredibly strict rules. Behavior is monitored. they're basically felt as though they're made to feel as though they're being punished, and the reoffending rate is so very low compared to the normal route through prisons. I'll try and remember his name as we're talking now, but yeah, he's a winner. You know, it's this is now being rolled out across other states.
See, to me, depending on age and the crime and everything, I'll go by what I know of Ronnie, by what he said and everything, and how long he's had an ankle tag on, and the situation of the world as it is today and everything. All this shit should be taken heavily into consideration, because I think Ronnie's learnt his lesson, actually, in the situation that he's been in. To be honest, if he would go and do what we, an idea what we were talking about before to him, go out and do some charity work and everything, join a charity group and do something in some way and everything. See, I can only go by what I hear, and how upfront and everything, how he's been about what he's got up to and everything, and by what he said about, I should do time and everything. I committed the crime, I should do time.
Yeah.
That's rehabilitation. That's what rehabilitation is.
It is. Effectively, that's what they call rehabilitation, but we all know the prisons have a very poor rate of rehabilitation.
Yeah, but people have been in prisons.
A lot of the people in there, they've got a lot of people in there. I can imagine they've got nothing to rehabilitate for. They've give up on life. Do you know what I mean? Like that ain't like me. You know what I mean? There's, I'm different to that. There's something for me to rehabilitate for. There's future there. A lot of these people, they don't really have futures. A lot of them.
Is it fair to say that they're taught nothing when they go?
Yeah,
they're almost not bothered by it. I mean, I know there's a culture going around in America that it's a badge of honor to do this, and the longer the sentence, the greater the badge.
Oh yeah, that's gang affiliations,
culture.
You go. My cousin, he was 16. He murdered someone. He went to. He got sentenced IPP, which means you'll do 99 years unless we see a change in you. You won't get out. You're not given a sentence, and even when you are released, when you are given a release date, you'll be on license forever. So as soon as you spit on the ground, they'll nick you, and you'll do the rest of the time. And he came out 16 years later when he was 32, and he was in a bar, and these 5 geezers, he got into a fight with them. However it happened, I don't know, but the 5 geezers beat him up, and he was fucked. And the police come around the next day, and they nicked him, not the 5 geezers. And the court said to him, "You're going back to prison." And he said, "But basically, I was defending myself against 5 geezers." And they said, "You being a life sentence prisoner and that shouldn't have been in that situation.
Shouldn't have put himself in that position."
Yeah, shouldn't. Yeah. He should have. Whatever, even if that meant of not going out that night. You know what I mean?
That's carry on imprisoning himself.
Well, yeah, he went back into prison. He's still in there now.
Does he have an expected release date now?
Not that I know of, but I know he goes for I don't know, he goes for parole and that, but it's hard to talk to him. He's distant family. He's my cousin, but you know what I mean? When you're in prison and that, you probably only ring 3 or 4 of your family members, and I don't.
16 years is a long time.
16 years, yeah.
Can I ask something?
Of course.
Ronnie. Can I ask something, Ronnie? Is what you're looking at prison time for, is it for a violent offence?
Nah, no violence from my record.
There you go. I've never been.
Yeah, no, I've
That's
never been what's it called? Never been violent.
that's
Never been part. They can't say that I'm part of a gang. I've never been part of a gang. There's no evidence to it, and there's no evidence because I've never been part of a gang or nothing like that. I mean, I have friends, like, when I say friends, I mean we didn't hang out with each other all the time and stuff, like acquaintances, I'd say. You know what I'm saying?
hmm
But never what you would put to the crime. It's not what
yeah.
you'd think it is. Do you know what I
No,
mean? You know,
that's
Ron,
what I
you know what I
thought.
mean?
Yeah, that's what I thought you'd said before and everything.
Yeah,
So I
no,
just want to clarify.
never. You know, people think, oh, if you're in that lifestyle, you carry a knife every day. Never carried a knife. Never ever. You know what I mean? Like, I've had been stabbed and I've had knives pulled on me, but I still never carried a knife to protect myself or whatever. I just never did.
hmm
So I've never. Yeah, I know what you're saying, Ron, and
Yeah,
that's even better that it's not a violent crime. And
yeah.
yeah,
So in other words, so that's what I'm saying is that for how everything is and what have you, I'd say they should really take everything into account. For me, I think I've I don't know myself personally. I think that you've actually rehabilitated and served your time already. You know, instead of locking you into a cell, you know, give you community service, something that helps the community, something like that.
yeah,
Otherwise, it
Induction.
just means, oh well, another person behind walls, not really learning anything while they're there. You sound rehabilitated and everything. To
you know
me,
what?
I don't know if it does to anybody else, but if I was on a jury and I'd had these conversations with you on this sort of way, then I'd be going, well, you know, I would say community service or something like that for a year or two would be better than actually putting him behind a wall in a cell for a year, 2 years. I don't know. That's my opinion.
Well,
I just think that the system isn't working correctly.
no, I appreciate that because if you know what I mean, if really and truthfully, if you think about it from a from like a standpoint, you lot would be the jury right now. Do you know what I mean? Because you are just you don't know me. Yeah, all strangers. You just hear a little bit of the case
Mm-hmm.
and you just go by that. Like and but what I will say is for the last 18 months I've done 14 hours a day locked in my house. And people, even my family members and everyone says to me, oh, you know what, yeah, like that must be hard and it must be right. And I say, no, because that's the least I could do. That's the least I
Yeah.
deserve is that. Do you know, I don't I just accept whatever comes because whatever, man. It's one of them things, mate.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm one of them. And my dad has always told me. My dad wasn't. You know, he was a bit of a criminal and he done his thing and that. And he always said that whenever he's done a crime, he's always willing to pay the time. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
it's one of them things that's old school. Old school.
Mm-hmm.
But you
Yeah.
wouldn't
If you get
teach that to
caught,
your
you just say,
children, Ronnie.
Yeah.
I said, but you wouldn't teach that to your children, would you?
Yeah, I'd say if you're gonna go out and commit crime and you go to prison or whatever, don't start feeling sorry for yourself because you know the consequences and you
Yeah,
know that
I,
because I'm telling you.
I, I get
Ah,
that aspect, but the sort of the freedom with which it can be said, if you know what I mean, is what I meant more than
well,
anything.
no, I'll tell them if you break the law, you might go to prison. So be willing to face that. And there's certain, do you know what I mean? They'll be fully aware that if you do this, you're gonna be sentenced to a crime. They'll be fully aware.
Well, there has to be consequence, and consequence
Of
needs to be
course.
shouldered, you know. But
My kids, even my 3-year-old son, if he does something wrong now, there's consequence for it. For every action, there is a
but
consequence. You know what I mean?
but
He's taught the right from wrong.
there are tried trusted methods to avoiding that consequence in the first place. You know, that's
Yeah,
the bit that,
of course. But what it is at the end of the day, you know what I mean? If there's laws to follow, if you break them, this is what happens, and there's no way your dad can help you out when that happens. So don't come crying to me. You know, you chose to go and do that. You know the consequences because I've told you them.
Yeah.
And if you go and do that, you know what I mean? There's one thing I don't accept, and that's looking for sympathy and shit off people, because you don't do that as a man. You just, you know what I mean? You've done what you've done. You carry on, don't you?
You're right.
It is what it is.
Yeah, you're right. Take it on the chin.
Oh yeah, if you do, Simon. But these are unprecedented times. You know what I mean? So you know, I don't know. I just think that they should look at certain cases differently at this
Yeah,
time
course, yeah.
of the world and what have
Well,
you. And
well, I
I
had
don't
a
know.
chat with Ronnie about this before, and something I'm aware of is that they are reducing incarceration for these crimes actively. I mean, I'd go so far as to say in America they're trying to legalize most of these crimes. There's a crime bill that's going through. It's not very well supported, but it's still active, unfortunately, by the Democrats, where they're legalizing most of the violent crimes, and not legalizing it, but just
No,
completely
but look,
reducing.
I've never been violent. Never been
No,
known to be
I
violent.
was getting on to that bit as well. So they're looking at drug crimes as well, and I think I said to you, Ronnie, because of COVID, they're less likely to imprison people.
Oh
They
yeah,
don't
anything
want,
to do with
they don't want outbreaks in prisons. They're doing whatever they can to separate people to a degree. And
it is what it is, man.
From what we talked about before, I think you will, as long as what you've said to us is correct, and I'm not disputing that, you know, I don't think you will be looking at something major. I don't. I truly don't.
Nah.
You know,
but
you're being punished right now, man.
After March though, I'm gonna be meeting Mark Kelly and going on a protest with him. That's one thing I will be doing, or a march or whatever he's going on. 100%. I'm gonna experience some mad shit after March, February. Trust me.
Well, they're not that exciting. I don't know if you've ever been to any protests.
Me, poll tax.
Yeah, they're not that exciting. It's nice to be amongst people that feel the same way as you. But they're not mad shit, Ronnie. They're not, you know, it's not the riot shit, you would imagine.
No, not riot. I just love the experience of just, you know what I mean, being there and experiencing it. And right now, I think it's a big thing that's happening, isn't it? So to be part of it is you know what I mean, shouldn't miss out.
Just don't just don't allow yourself, like Mark was saying on a panel which I was on yesterday, and he was asked the question, and obviously that you might have a few people that get a little bit, but for you, I would say not even get involved, to turn around and say calm down and everything, let's carry on, don't even go near because of your situation. You know, even go near it to try to do the right thing.
You know me.
Sorry, Ron, go on.
I'd be well out of my comfort zone. I wouldn't want to step the air. Yeah, fuck that.
The police are very, very good at riling you up, and you'll see things which you will not like. You know, the police behaving in a certain way, and they set out before the protest even happens to arrest a number of people. They have a goal, and they will reach that very easily, and that's done to discourage the rest of the people to misbehave at these protests. It's a deliberate act. And I've seen the odd protest go messy by the end of the night as well. I'm sure you have run on the live streams as well when I wasn't able to go to them. I wouldn't want to be involved, but I would want to watch from a distance, and that's what I would recommend.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
the reason why I say it to Ronnie is that, see, me and Maria Moon, if we was able to have gone to the protest and everything, and if we saw somebody being snatched by them, we would try to pull them back. We'd
You would.
more likely get arrested. Yes,
Yeah, and
yes,
you'd get walloped then, and you'd get
yeah.
arrested.
Well, you know, but this is how we are. But we
Same
haven't.
here.
Yeah, but for Ronnie at the moment, with this all on him, that's why I say you need to not get involved in that way. You need to turn around and go, look, I can't do it at the moment. I can't. You just can't. So you have to walk away. Whereas us, you know what I mean? We're more likely we'll get arrested.
I assume
yeah.
you're on best behaviour at the moment anyway, Ronnie.
Mate, 100%. I
Yeah,
was talking
Yeah.
about after March, meaning once my court case is finished, if I
Right.
don't go prison and that, and I'm free to go out, I will be looking to go and experience that. You know what I'm saying? It'll be
Yeah.
totally when it's finished. Yeah, yeah. I ain't got no freedom at the moment to do anything, to be honest, lads. So I won't be able to go nowhere.
Well, by March, it'll be a protest against not being able to protest. So that's going to be interesting to be at.
yes.
Let's see
Someone
how they
said,
deal with that.
Monday,
said,
Monday.
someone said you could just be a bystander at the protest and the police will suck you in and arrest you just for
Of
being
course
there.
they will. Of course they will.
Well, it's
You're
the
you're at
bill.
the you're a protester if you're anywhere near it.
That's it. If that bill goes through on Monday, protesting will be against the law.
Yeah, I think there's
Wow.
going to be a little bit of a few people against that in Parliament. I think, if not, there's going to be hell to pay. You know, in the voting
Yeah.
booths. We still
Imagine
have
they
the
passed that.
ability to change MPs at the moment. So yeah, I think
Yeah, it's
I
imagine
don't
not
think
being
it
able
would
to
make any
protest
difference.
against anything. That's
Yeah,
horrific.
but
Sorry,
I
Ron.
don't
I
think that even if, say, the bill goes through on Monday, and if they force an election and everything, it won't make any difference because whoever gets in power is going to keep that enforcement.
it's
It
not
won't
the
make any
government
difference.
that will change it. It's the people.
No, no,
If this
no.
doesn't now, after Monday, and it goes through, if this doesn't now enrage people enough to want to, make a change about it, then I give up hope. Really,
Yeah, yeah,
truly.
yeah. I'm just going to have to mute myself.
Yeah, no worries,
Go on,
Ron.
mate. Yeah, but you know what though? If it does go through, it's just gonna be one thing after another after that. Honestly,
Well, you'll still see protests. I can assure you of that. There are enough people
yeah,
out there who are strong enough and passionate enough to do it, and willing to push those boundaries.
yeah.
So it's going to get very interesting. Not been a protest now for about a month and a half, but they'll come back.
What do you reckon? They're not gonna pass that?
Well, I can't really see that they will. I'll be very surprised if it passes. And if it does pass, it still has to be reviewed before they can enforce it. So it's not just all on Monday,
Yeah.
and then it can be revoked. So I don't know. Man, the way I look at it is, if I can't go to a public building and protest about an injustice that affects just me and nobody else in the world, it's a very sad state of affairs. Even before you get on to the things that affect a large group of people or all of us, if it's just affecting me and I can't go and identify these people, fucking hell, that's a very scary world I live in. Move to North Korea so I can grab back a few of my freedoms.
gonna be it's gonna see what happens. It's gonna be interesting.
It is. It is. And I'm looking forward to the actions afterwards, because there's many defiant people in this country which will gather, and it'll be the best reason for me to start doing protests again, start going back down. I was going to go this weekend, and I'm not too sure if I'm going to still yet.
What, do you
I was
go
just
to them,
going.
yeah?
Say what?
Do you go to them, yeah?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. I've been to many of the big protests. By and large, I would always find myself in London every other weekend anyway. My son likes to go to London, so we would go there a lot. We haven't been for a year and a half because of COVID, but
yeah,
and because he hasn't been in this country, you know, she won't bring him over here, and she won't give me his passport. Silly woman. But that's fine. I'm fine with that. You know, I just sort of have to go there, and that's that. It'll all be sorted. Karma will sort
not
of,
long now, and he'll be able to just travel over to see you when he wants anyway, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Honestly, time flies.
I think it's 13. Higher on. I think it's 13.
Yeah.
I can send him the money. He can jump on a plane himself. So it's not such a biggie. But I like going there. You know, I like the drive. Sometimes I fly. Sometimes I'll drive. Gives me an opportunity to think for 24 hours. You know, think of nothing really. Is what I meant there.
Yeah.
Mind numbing drive. But yeah. Once I know that there's a large protest arranged for after they ban protesting, most definitely I'll be there, bad knee or rather weak knee or not. It's not bad anymore. And yeah, I do my best not to get arrested, Ronnie.
Yeah, no, it's a phone call which from the hospital, so it's one of those phone calls which I just had to have. Yeah, this is it. If that bill goes through, then this is where Ronnie's situation does change a little for him to even go.
Yeah,
because if the police want to enforce it and everything, and if they've got your details, they might look at it as an opportunity to arrest you.
Make an example as well when they find out other stuff.
Yes.
Yes. They do tend to pick soft targets, though, Ron. They go for women. There's a pattern. They tend to arrest one or two women, and then they go for the mad one who's got a long beard and jumping about, and then they'll go for one of the pack. You know, they'll build up to it.
What I mean, though, Vincent, is that if this bill does go through and it's effective basically within next month, say, so if they had a march in March, then I would say that obviously with facial recognition and everything, and they have got your face on their database, they would look at you and go, right, we can nab him.
Yeah.
So I would say to you, keep an eye on the news.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you caught
how things go.
Ronnie did say after his court case he would go.
Yeah.
I don't know if you caught that bit, which effectively scrubs the board, doesn't it?
Yeah. But it depends if he's on conditions.
Yeah. I get that. Yeah, and may well be.
Yeah.
Hopefully, Ronnie, for you.
Hopefully, yeah. No, but you know, there's one thing, Ron, that I see it a lot because I watch protests live online. You know, like GB Resistance. I do actually watch his lives, but I didn't know his name. But a lot of the time, there's people at the front of the protest and they start kicking off with the police, but they ain't the ones that I see getting arrested. They don't get dragged in. It's normally like the people behind them. Like I don't see the main people of the protests getting arrested. You know, the ones kicking off.
Yeah, that's deliberate.
Yeah.
It's deliberate. It's almost
Yeah,
like
they
the police's
antagonise.
actions are to rile,
Yeah.
to antagonise. Exactly what I
Yeah.
was going to say, Ron. Yeah, they
Mm.
select their targets.
That's how
Short and
it's
stuff.
been since day one. Is they've snatched the women to get the men rolled up. That's what they did since day one.
Yeah, and then the journalists photograph how animalistic the protesters are. They leave after the first
Yeah.
hour, and then the protest remains peaceful as it was for the first hour for the rest of the day. It's a common strategy.
Yeah.
You know, why would they
So
hold a protest in high regard? Is what it is.
It's like one big game, isn't it? Really.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
a duck chase.
well, see, this is it. So far, it's been peaceful, no riots or anything like that. So the police have to try to find a way to get that effect going, so then they can take it to Parliament and go, well, this is, you know, what we're going to do, so they can make stiffer, make it harder and harder, and then they can go for prison sentences harder. It's all a game. It's cat and mouse game, and you can't fall into what they want. And so far, people haven't fallen into what they want.
Thankfully, quite recently, a lot of these people that are arrested at protests tend to be no further action. And if they do go to court, they tend to be cleared. Will had one recently, that's Resistance GB, where he went to court for assaulting a police officer. And I watched the video, I watched it live, and I've watched it, you know, afterwards when he presented it, just that clip as evidence. They attacked him. His arm was flailing around, and you know, he never hit anyone, but he wasn't convicted, and that's how it ends up. But it's slowing you down in the first place with the arrest, putting conditions on you. That's the other thing. Banning you from going to a protest for a particular amount of time. You know,
and they love banning people that are their regular filmers.
Of course they do.
They know the
Although they
regular
tend to
filmers.
avoid them, there's subject access and various other ones, and they do tend to avoid them. And the guys who film have learnt all of the things necessary they need to say to strengthen their position. So,
well, Indy turned around and said, "Didn't you go with him to the protest?" And I'd suggest that Indy, Tyrant Finder. You know what I mean? But Indy, I'd say go if you talk to Indy and say, right, I'd like to go. This is obviously a couple of months down the line, and if Indy decides to start filming the protests again, at the moment he's taken a back step because he's got fed up with how they've gone, which is arranged. So they're not protests at the moment.
They're a walk in the park.
Put it that way. Yeah,
they're so orchestrated it hurts.
Yes.
Well, what do you mean? They're different to what they used to be.
Well, the protest has been hijacked at the moment.
Right.
It's been hijacked, and it's merchandise people and all this sort of thing, turning it more into a party atmosphere rather than a protest atmosphere.
Yeah, they're
and you'll get nowhere. Yeah, you'll get nowhere with a party atmosphere.
Yeah.
It definitely changes your mood. It brings your mood down. Right? They're playing rap music and all this, not rap as in the gangster rap, or anything like that. It's all party, and that's not the vibe. What you need to keep your adrenaline up.
They are placating the peasants. Is what they're doing.
Then you want to be there with some sort of oomph, don't you? You don't want to be sort of laughing, smiling, partying outside, and sort of. You want to be there to make a stand and make your point.
There was one.
I hear that. Sorry, I hear it.
Protest.
I hear a lot of music being played. Sorry.
There was one disruptive protest last year, and it was the one that I've just spoken about, where Resistance GB got arrested for falsely assaulting, and they took over the street, the Whitehall and Westminster Bridge. and it stopped traffic for virtually the whole of the daylight hours. You know, maybe 8 hours, 7-8 hours worth of disruption. That's a worthy protest. It's a start, at least. You do it by walking through a park, it's of no consequence.
The only protest I've seen so far which makes sense was Guy Fawkes' protest, and that was you stayed at Parliament Square. Marching around London, what's the point? You stay where they make these decisions.
I think that
So
was the
that's
one,
where
Ron.
you
That was
stay
the
it.
one. I
Yeah,
think that was the one.
you-
Yeah, sure it was.
Parliament Square, and that's what I've had lots
Yeah.
of chats with Indy, Tyrant Finder, and everything, and all this marching around the streets. You
I
know,
don't understand why they walk around for fucking 5 hours. But look, last couple of ones I've watched, they walk around all day. Then about 6 o'clock, they get to the destination, and then everyone goes home because everyone's tired and cold.
yeah, they end up in the park.
Very
Yeah.
structured, very structured, very well behaved.
Yeah.
Very, very compliant. And
See, if we went there,
people railroad it as well. They get sort of assumed leaders popping up with signs saying "Follow me, guys." And I even saw a protest last year where the protest split off into two groups because two separate people were fighting for enough people to follow them. It was farcical. I could have. I was laughing. You know.
Whereas me, I'll be saying, no, fuck it. There's Parliament. They're the fuckers who are doing this to us. We don't fucking go nowhere. This is where we're going to demonstrate, not down the roads.
And do it on a Monday or a Friday or a Wednesday.
A Wednesday PM question time.
Yeah,
Prime
make it
time.
matter. Have an impact.
Yes.
It's pointless doing it on a Saturday. That's like going to catch the fox that's eating your chickens on the day that it's decide to get in your coop.
It seems like what you're saying, they're just using it as a Saturday to gather and have a party. It's an excuse to gather and just have a party on a Saturday. That's what it sounds like.
So you got to have dedicated people which will take that day off work to make it, and this is it. But if you, whenever you have a protest, don't matter if it's a weekend or not. But when they have had weekday ones, the police have had the transport disrupted and everything to make it as hard as possible to get to the protest. Like, what was it, 2020 with the protest, people were hiring coaches. There was 2 coaches, I forget where it's coming down to London, and the police stopped the coaches, and anybody that wouldn't go home got arrested on the side of the road before they got to London.
Yeah. It's
this is the sort of things that they will do.
Yeah.
But it doesn't do anything. I mean, we spoke about this earlier in the conversation, Ron. Protests do nothing. There are measured things that you can do, but standing in a cold street, freezing your nuts off, doesn't do anything. It doesn't change anything. It never has, never will.
Well, I would say that I agree with Mark when people say the protests haven't done anything. If there was no protest, we would have been in lockdown still to today.
You could be right on that. I will agree.
That's one of the things which it has changed, because people, although we was in lockdown, people were going to the marches. So that made them be lenient on that, because people were turning up more when they weren't allowed out than what they have since.
I agree with you, but I've thought about this before. I contribute it more to the defiance in the general public than the protests itself. I think a lot of people just, they're aware that we ignore most of it by now anyway, and that's why they haven't elected to do a lockdown and gone down you have to do this before you can go in a swimming pool or a shopping centre, They know that the lockdowns are largely pointless.
Mm-hmm.
But the protests do help to that degree. But ultimately, they don't make the big changes, the changes that we want to see, really. Look at the Iraq War.
But it's just like...
this is where it comes down to the marching and what have you. I think that the protest did make the government think on putting us into continuous lockdown, because people were still making their way to the protests, although we were still at lockdown at that time.
Yeah.
But also the one on the 5th of November, I would say that made more impact than any of them, because they stayed where they're supposed to be, outside Parliament Square. You know, so if they do that again, if they do that every single time, that would make more of a sway than anything else. Instead of marching around and then end up at that bloody park and having a party with the march before then, 2 marches I do believe, you had people at the beginning of the march selling merchandise, and you had a DJ with a truck leading people to a park to party at the end of it. I'd have been.
Are you aware of the bureaucracy involved with having or applying to have a music truck on a royal park?
Yeah.
And this is it's a joke that they were able to do that, and the police just watch them. You know, you go and sit in a royal park with a loud, what's it called, a boom box, and play it really loud. They'll hammer you.
Mm-hmm.
And they had this big party truck there for 6 hours.
They did actually stop that. This is what I mean. They had that that DJ on that truck and everything, but when it come to getting to the park, the gates were locked.
Okay,
so they couldn't actually get onto. Yeah, they couldn't actually get onto the park in the end of it. But that's why it's all set up to create a party atmosphere. So people think, "Oh, right," at the end of it, this is something we didn't have.
It's calming them. That's all it is. It's just a little bit of hypnosis. But I can easily get over the steel fence at Hyde Park very easily. Even with my knee, I can skip over that. And it's about 5 foot.
Mm-hmm.
So most people can get over it. It's not sort of that great an issue if they shut those gates, you know?
Yeah. Oh yeah, for the general public, because I was watching Local, because he was still, I think, did Indy go to that one? I'm not sure, but I was watching Local, and Local was at the park, and the gates were locked, so the actual the truck that everybody was walking to have this party at the end of it, couldn't get on there because the gates were locked. I think that's all planned that way. It's another way how to quash the bring the mood down, instead of being, you know, it's to me, if I'm going to go to a protest and if there's going to be music, you know, play some punk music, you know. You know what I mean? Anarchy,
this is your problem, Ron. We've got to the root of the problem. It's nothing to do with anything other than the shite that they were playing.
Yeah. You know what I mean? You know, fuck the establishment, you know, and that's what punk was all about. It was saying, hang on a minute, and the Sex Pistols was all about the establishment, literally, the royal family, the establishment, government, the establishment, and that's what it was all about.
Well, that whole party truck thing, the whole protest, it was like a shepherd running his sheep around London for 2 hours, brought them back to the field, and I was surprised to not see a vaccination centre there. You know, for once they all returned to the park. It was so staged, so sort of pre-rehearsed. It was madness.
See, but
and it all ended beautifully as well. You know, sorry, Gwen.
Yeah, but that's the thing coming back to you, Ronnie, is that So watch very closely where this bill is concerned and what have you, and see what happens with your court case and what restrictions there are. You want to make sure that you, if there's a lot of restrictions on you, I would say don't even go.
Yeah,
Don't go,
yeah,
because
100%.
it'll be an opportunity. Your face will
Yeah,
flare up on their database and everything, and they go, "Oh,
gives them
that's
a reason,
Ronnie.
doesn't it? Yeah,
Yes, that's Ronnie. We
yeah.
can nab him, and this is it."
Because there's nothing that, do you know what I mean? Because if they have a reason to nab someone there, if they know a bit of background on you, or they know that it's gonna be a plausible arrest, they love that. There's nothing
Yeah,
they love more to arrest someone who's seen as a thug or something. Do you know what I mean?
yeah.
Or a
You'll be
law
a soft
breaker.
target. You'll be a
Mm,
soft target
yeah, yeah,
for them.
yeah, yeah.
So,
Yeah. We'll see what happens after like March,
mhm,
February. I'll obviously keep you lot updated what happens, and then we'll see what happens after that. But
yeah.
yeah, man.
But if you do go, I would say Mark is a good one to be around.
Yeah, I want to go
Mark
with Mark
Kelly
and
and
Jason.
Wesley. Mark Kelly, Jim, but Indy Tyrant Finder. Indy's already give you the invitation, that
Yeah,
if he goes, he'll meet up
I,
with you and everything. So he's
I
very
want.
sound.
Yeah, Mark. I think I really want to do it with Mark. Like Mark,
Yeah.
I feel like Mark knows his stuff. Do you know what I mean? And I reckon he'll
Mhm.
just, you know what I mean. He knows. He knows he knows what's good. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, you'll
Because
be
Yeah.
safe next to Mark.
yeah, I'll
Yeah.
just get him to hold my hand and that.
Yeah. But if Mark can't make it, just
Yeah.
put out to Indy and say, "Can I
Even
come with you?"
Jason's a good guy. Mark's pal. He's a
Yeah,
good geezer as well.
Jason Vale. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. That's what I mean. There's a few good people who are very aware and
yeah,
everything where these things, and they're on the internet.
yeah.
The ones who are wary and know how the system works and everything. So there are a few
That's
out
what I'm
there.
saying.
You
That's what I'm
know.
saying. Like, see, they're the type of people I'd want to go with. Someone who's
Yeah.
clued up, who can say, "Here, listen, they're doing this, or this is happening, or
Mm,
probably best if we
mhm.
fuck off over there." Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
because the
Exactly.
police is
Whereas,
sneaky.
yeah,
They'll
yeah,
kettle you and that, and you don't even know it's happening. Next thing you know,
Yeah.
you're in the middle of a load of police arresting people and that, and
mhm.
Mark knows when that's happening and stuff. Do you know what I mean?
I
See,
remember
me,
last
me and
year.
Maria Moon, as soon as hopefully they're going to sort out my situation where my neck's concerned and everything this year. And as soon as we're coming to London and we're going to stop there for 3 days. Like,
That'll be
only to be able to, one, meet Indy and Susie, Tyrant Finder. Hopefully he'll be coming down during that part as well. And hopefully meet Mark, Jason, Wilsey, and what have you, which we've been following. Oh, obviously local as well. So
Crinkle.
we are hoping to meet them all.
yeah, meet Crinkle,
So,
right?
Crinkle as well. Don't
Yeah,
forget Crinkle.
well, I put it this way: if I'm with Indy, Indy isn't going to.
We're
Indy's
an
made it plain
inclusive
what he would
club
like to
here,
do
Ron.
to Pringle.
Don't forget, we're an inclusive club. No
Yeah.
man left behind. No Crinkle
Yeah,
left behind.
yeah, but Crinkle's going to be on the side of the police.
He is, yes.
Crinkle's on the
He'll
side
be
of the police.
standing on a police horse screaming at us.
Yes,
The
yes.
police are
So,
going to get you.
yeah.
so he's on the opposite side anyway. So would we want to be
Arrest
around him?
that
Of course not.
man. Arrest
Yeah,
that
well, I
man.
suppose, yes, Crinkle, if you're listening, we'll befriend you and everything. You won't know who we are, but we've seen your face. We know who you are. And
Exactly.
we'll just push you into something.
He
a
has
slight
revealed
nudge.
himself.
Yeah.
Crinkle
Yeah. It was him, officer. It was him.
He's been on best behaviour for a couple of days, I think. He seems to have
Yeah,
married
I've
old Crinky.
noticed. I've noticed.
I've seen a bit of a shift change in him. I think he's kind of. I think he's probably addressed a few things because he seems to have become a bit light. We had a proper good night last night doing the quizzes.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you know, people do change. Maybe he's starting to wake up himself and going, hang on a minute, maybe these people have got a bit of a point and everything. And,
when
you know,
this is the thing I predicted.
When that booster made him ill, he was like, fuck this.
Jeez.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You know what I mean? Little things and what have you, you know, with the parties and all this to do with Boris Johnson and all what's coming out now. To do with Fauci and everything like that. You know, something must be making an impact on his own head and going, hang on a minute, there's something these people have been saying that maybe they've got a point with what they're saying. You know, he doesn't have to fully agree with everything, but, you know, just to be questioning, and that's all what we've been doing is questioning things.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I had a good long chat with him, and it's, you all know this anyway. His main thing is that we're all anti-V, and that's not the case, you know. And that's his whole sort of drive. And I had a 2.5 hour chat with him, and I think we both sort of clashed on it. The next night was a really good, positive night, but we still sort of continued on the same vein. But the night before, and you know, that's kind of how he sees us. Whereas it's not the case. You know that. I know that.
I am an anti-vaxxer to an extent, and that is where the children are concerned. But if you take the children out of the equation, then I say, you know, it's up to the individual if they want to go ahead and have something put in their arm. You know what I mean? But I'm an anti-vaxxer to where the kids are concerned, 100%. You know what I mean? But like that doctor, which I got, I found that interview and I got SG to put it up to show it. And then Bear showed it on his live the other night. And she come out with so much information where all this is concerned. I know. So I wish Crinkle left. He left well, you was on there, weren't you, Ronnie? And with the bear one, and he left as soon as that video come on. He left and he went over to Queen Freedom,
whatever, for freedom.
Yeah,
whatever.
and he caused a situation. Two people went over there and caused a problem on her live. Crinkle was one of them, by what I've heard.
Out.
Yeah. And then he come back to the bear one. So I was hoping that he was going to, but it was putting so many holes in what he has been arguing about for the past 2 years, where all this is concerned. I knew that he more than likely wouldn't have wanted to watch it, because then we would have talked about it afterwards and gone, right, Crinkle.
Well, those people that have been speaking like that, the health professionals, have been doing it for 2 years almost. You know, it's not like it's the first person who's come across with that opinion. Obviously, there was a lot of people involved with.
This time, though, the reporter was completely caught out. He didn't know what she was going to come out with. And that's why they more likely had to change the caption. It's more likely going to be an interview with a doctor saying that, you know, I'm not going to have another one. But the caption changed to unvaxxed doctor. See, and you saw it as soon as she says I'm unvaxxed. He's like, whoa. Would they have interviewed her if they knew that she was? Yeah, he didn't know what to do. Yeah, she caught him right off guard.
Come April the 1st, which is a very apt date, there's going to be about 140,000 people who may well start to speak.
Yeah.
It's interesting then.
Yes. What's that? Rare Moons thinks it'll be over before then, but I think this is going to be a long haul myself. But
That would be
Rare
the
Moon's
easy way
optimistic.
out, Maria. That would be a
Yeah,
really easy way out for them, because if they don't
yeah,
sack them, then all of these care workers have got a gripe, an axe to
yep,
grind. Then, if the government are not
exactly.
going to stick to mandates after sticking to a mandate, there's going to be trouble. So it's a real double-edged sword there. I'm
Yep.
interested in seeing how it goes. I
See,
know
a
a lot
lot
of
of
people who are
people.
going to be affected by that. You know, they lose their jobs. They're out
See,
of
a lot of
jobs.
people were saying, "Oh, they'll just go abroad and
Well, yeah,
go
they
into the
will.
private sector," but
Of
they
course,
can't.
they
They
can't
can't get a
all.
passport.
They
They
can't
know they don't.
all
At the moment, you can't get you have to have a vaccination passport. They wouldn't have a vaccination passport
to work in the private sector.
to move abroad.
No, you can move abroad for a job.
What, even if you're not vaccinated?
Yeah, I go abroad all the time. I'm not. But I have my stipulated reason. But because I've read all the exemption rules for every European city, because I do move about with him. We don't stay in one place. Every European country has its own exemption laws. Most of them tend to be the same. You can move country to care for a relative or close friend if you can prove association. You can move abroad for a job without vaccination.
All right.
You can move abroad for visiting rights for a child, which I have, like a court order, you know.
Yeah.
There's lots of exemptions, Ron. I advised one of my friends not long ago. He wanted to go on holiday, and we applied to the Spanish government, and he went and had a week in Benidorm.
Oh, well,
So
watch his space.
everything you can get around.
Yeah.
If they make
Yeah.
rules, then those rules are there to be twisted and broken almost
Yeah.
sometimes.
So in other words, it's watch what they are going to do before the 1st of April,
It's
government,
going to be interesting. It's
to
going to be
try to
interesting.
force another way of getting them to accept the jab.
Yeah. There's 2 states in America, Texas and Florida, which will pay them 3 times the amount that they'll earn in this country, and
Yeah.
will welcome all of them. If you imagine a large percentage of doctors that still work full time in the NHS are contracted for a set number of years. If that contract is cancelled, they can double their money overnight. They can go and work anywhere in the world, double their money without having to do their obligation to the NHS. It's a massive thing that's going to happen.
See, I was watching Jim's Correct Not Political live last night, and this guy who lives down the south coast, obviously where the boat people come over, and yesterday over 600 people come over in boats yesterday. You think how many of them? Yeah, you think how many of them are going to be applying for these care workers jobs and
all of them?
What have you?
Did you hear the law on Europe, UK and international pay rates for immigrants?
No.
UK rates is as low as £9. They've made it law that the international applicants must be paid £13 or £14 an hour. Must be by law, and they're subject to international law for, I think, up to a period of 10 years, even after they apply for asylum. That's why they get around all of the human rights laws and so on. Well, not get around, but that's why they're able to be favoured in a European rights court.
Well, that's something else to watch for.
Oh, it is. Well, it's, you know, be controversial. It's a replacement.
Maybe that's why they're let on so many over here. I forget the number there has been so far. I cannot remember.
The law?
What was it?
What's the law?
No, the number of how many have come over since in the past 2 years in the boat.
What's the law on vaccinating them? They're not. There's none. Not under your international law.
No. That's the point. That's a point. So they're forcing the citizens,
Oh yeah,
but not going to enforce the obviously
I don't
illegals.
know of any examples yet. I'm waiting for it. I do monitor
Yeah,
various
true.
places that report on this, and I'm
Hmm.
waiting to see what happens. But as yet, there seems to be no program going on.
Yeah, but yeah, it's watching. Just keep an eye out to changes which may come in effect before April the 1st. Because this one on Monday, if it goes through, and then I'm sure that other bills will be going through pretty fucking fast if this one does.
Yeah, they'll bounce through. They'll bounce through.
Yeah. So the only people which I've noticed that are speaking up against all of these bills are actually Tory backbenchers. Labour Party are all for them so far. It's only been the Tory backbenchers which have actually, about 40 to 80 of them have been speaking up against bills.
It's almost as though the Labour Party doesn't feel as though it wants to garner any support within the UK population for some odd reason.
So, you know what I mean? Lib Dems are taking the stance with Boris and his cabinet. The Green Party, well, what they want
it's only one
is
MP
the agenda.
anyway. She's useless.
Yeah, but she is the agenda. So she's part of it.
She is. But have you seen the record on green issues within her constituency? They're the worst in the UK. They're the worst in the UK for environment and the worst in the UK for eco. It's what I do. It's my work. These are the figures that I get sent to me. She's the worst.
And then you got Sturgeon and her ministers at bloody Parliament. Well, we already know what they want. They want Scotland to be its own independence.
It is already.
So you know what
part
they're
of Europe, effectively under law.
Exactly.
So it doesn't need to be any more EU, but this government won't ever allow that.
No.
Good God, it won't.
So yeah, it's.
It'll give up Northern Ireland long before it does Scotland.
Yeah.
And that'll never happen.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, they have. You know, Boris Johnson's agreement has really given up Northern Ireland.
Well,
you know what I mean?
But they still have.
They
still have a hold. You know.
Yeah, but he's basically went against a lot of what he said he was going to do. The fishing rights didn't get their fishing rights. That was one of the biggest reasons. I would say. One of the biggest reasons why we wanted to leave the EU was for fishermen to get their fishing rights, and now it's basically killed the fishing rights because the agreement which he's made with the EU is worse than what it was.
He spent another year negotiating with the French government over the fishing rights, and eventually or slowly gave them more and more and more, and then the French fishermen went to court and got the rest. It's been a walkover.
Yep. And then they're sending people over in boats.
Well, that's by design as well. You know, how easy would that be to police if they really wanted to?
Exactly.
Be effortless.
I'd be playing human ping pong if it was me. I'd have a boat out there. As soon as I see one of them little dinghies coming back, I'd push them back over to the French waters, and I'll be there all day long just pushing them back.
Well, I tell you what, Ron, you try and enter a European country without any papers. See how you get on. Video it for us. Do an audit. Do an audit on France or Spain for us.
Fucking mate, I'll be there with a crossbow, fucking out in the water.
If you tried to do that, it would be like you had a bungee cord attached to your belt. You'd be back here in seconds.
Yeah.
Madness.
But no, it is. It is what it is. But Ronnie, keep an eye on what's going on. Obviously, I've jumped in because
Ronnie's
Vincent asked
street
me.
Smart.
Yeah.
Oh no, I know what Ronnie's talking
he's
about.
awake. Talking politics here. You need to learn your politics. keep up
Yeah,
to
yeah.
up
No,
to
I'm
speed
sitting
on
here
it.
listening, lads.
Yeah,
I no, I mean, sometimes it's just it's not my subject, but I am interested. I just don't have much
yeah.
to input.
See, when
Well,
I was
yeah,
I
your
know
age,
what
I
you're
went.
I
When I
know
was
what
your
you're
age, I
saying,
wasn't
brother.
interested in politics, Ronnie. I was too busy bringing up kids and everything, and elections would come and go and all this shit, and it made no real difference for who got into power and everything. To be honest with you, the only
you are
time
half right
when I
there, Ronnie.
started, what's that?
You are half right there.
Yeah,
Doesn't really.
it's just different person making different rules and everything, fucking around with the system. But the only time I really got into politics was when it come down to leaving the EU. Then I was watching everything to do with the EU, leaving the EU. And then that got me
See,
engrossed into it.
you
You
see,
know?
and this is getting me a bit more interested into it. Just the fact that it's like the rights to them, all this sort of stuff, everything you've been talking about, it's making me want to get interested in it. Do you know what I mean? And this the fact
Mm-hmm.
that like even the bill being passed and that, it's like it's an eye opener to say, shit, man, like this
Mm-hmm.
just happening.
Yeah.
I would never have known about it if it weren't for you guys. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, by and large, probably. I keep saying that tonight. Probably never affected
Mm-hmm.
by it, Ronnie.
You love it, Brian. You love
I
it,
don't know. I
Lance.
don't know. I haven't said it before, and I'm using it all the time. I don't know if I've read it somewhere or I don't know. But yeah, you probably would have never been affected by it, But now potentially you could be.
See, that's your best bet, Ronnie, is listen to a lot of people, wiser people than me, believe it, mate. People that can actually do all the reading and what have you. At the moment, I need a new pair of glasses, so I'm having to listen to information. I can't do much reading because I really do need a new pair of glasses. I need a car. I've got to get somebody to come out and give me some eye tests. They were supposed to come out, but they never did come out and do my eye checks and what have you. But
I haven't had an eye test in years.
yeah, I shouldn't think you'd need to at the moment, your age.
He's just a boy,
Or
isn't he, Ron?
know about it. Yeah, he's still a young lad. You know what I mean?
I
But,
think we all have a
yeah.
responsibility to be interested in politics, and I think this is something that the government have relied on, is that we just generally couldn't care less. And that's why they've been allowed to run with it, really. If you look at the French, they're aware of politics, very much so.
Oh,
As soon as a law is suggested stopping a particular right, they wreck the shit and they make sure it doesn't happen. They had a law going through to stop them filming the police, and that was put a stop to. And the French government make announcements saying, okay, we won't do that. And that's how it should work. They work for us. We paid them to do what they're doing. It's like hiring a private security firm because you're getting a bit of hassle off somebody, and that private security firm beats you up. Clown world. We live in clown world, Ronnie.
Yeah, it's what I call it, an upside down clown cartoon world at the moment.
Yeah. And they don't even hide it. They even look like clowns and dress like clowns if you look at Boris.
Yeah.
Ron, what brought you on? Ron, what brought you onto YouTube? Was it lockdown and looking for information, or what?
What brought me to YouTube? May 2020.
Yeah.
To be specific, May 2020 brought me to YouTube.
For what reason?
Before then, before then, I weren't really interested unless I was going to buy something or I was looking for another APK to put on my Kodi box.
Yeah.
But
May
2020.
It's mad.
What about you, Vince?
It was to come on these lives now. Do you mean?
When did you come onto YouTube, and what was your
see.
reasons?
Well, coming on these lives is because of what was happening in the auditing community. I was interested in the auditing community, found it entertaining, and then saw it fall apart. That was the reason for me coming on here.
Mm.
But in the sense of being sort of awake about what's going on now, in about November of December of 2019, somebody sent me a message about what was happening in China. So I found a Chinese news channel which every 15-20 minutes was playing a video of people dropping to the floor and people being carted off, and it looked like, you know, the scene in E.T. where they're all wearing hazmat suits around E.T.
Yeah.
It looked like that, and it looked really scary. And I started to research. There wasn't any information on the internet. There wasn't anything at all. And then the very next day, through a platform medium, I was sent a video of that exact same thing happening, which was shown on the news repeatedly all through the night. I saw it on a video, and I saw the cameramen not wearing any masks, and it being filmed as though it was a movie. And from then,
it's what you call
that was the rat.
crisis acting.
Yeah, that was the rat
Crisis
smell,
acting.
and I've never believed a thing of it since.
Yeah.
That was before it even, geared up.
Yeah.
I think it got mentioned on the news in this country maybe a week later, 2 weeks later, possibly.
It shows how corrupt this system is in this country. When you find a war criminal becoming a sir.
Oh yeah.
Yes, that's when you know, that must be the tipping point for every single citizen of this country, a war criminal who changed the bill so he couldn't be charged as being a war criminal. One of the first things he did when he became Prime Minister was change the system. So when he committed that war crime, he couldn't be indicted to actually be taken to court.
Well,
that was one of the signs. That was one of the signs, and now the latest sign is he's just been made a sir. That's like saying Adolf Hitler, you're a good guy.
Well, they changed a lot of laws for what we're experiencing now. They changed legal definitions of various words in common use. They changed laws on pharma companies. So yeah, it was all very very obvious, really. I don't for one second dispute that, there was a bad virus going around. It's not what I'm all about, but I think it was over exaggerated.
Let me ask you this though, 1919, I think it was end of October, beginning of November. We had a truck turn up in England with dead Chinese people in the back of the truck.
Okay. 1919.
2019.
Oh
2019.
yes. Sorry,
yes.
I thought you were talking about the Spanish flu. I was just about to.
So you've got these Chinese people ended up in England. How much of Europe did that truck run through, and how many Chinese people were dropped off in the areas of Europe and other places? Because
you're right.
Something which has always been done in China is that if you do a favor, your family gets benefits.
Yeah.
So some people are willing to sacrifice something to get benefits for their family.
but that
That's
was
always made me wonder.
that was a bit earlier in the year. That was during the summer because they were subjected to incredibly high temperatures in the truck. Remember that? But
No, it was no, they died of. I'm sure they died of hypothermia.
yeah, but they basically boiled in the back of it
Hmm.
as well, didn't they? They filled the whole truck virtually.
So, because they turn around and say that now they've looked at it and that the actual virus was released in end of August, beginning of September,
Well,
whereas the report has always said later.
I have a bit of information on that, but I can't share it here, unfortunately.
No.
But there was, when it all started to kick off in Italy, you have all of the fashion brands, probably quite a large percentage of the world's fashion brands operate and were established in Italy. And because of the laws in Italy, they couldn't have those garments made in China. So what they did was, rather than take the machines to the people, they brought the people to the machines. So effectively, they had sweatshops in Italy, very much like they have in Leicester and China, unfortunately. So they had thousands, tens of thousands of Chinese people working for very low rates, ploughing out these Italian fashion brands, and that's where the first instance of C was detected in Europe, and it was Chinese travelers traveling back from China, landing in Italy, and that was the first hotspot. I don't. If that truck had been on the radar, I'm fairly certain I would have spotted that. I've never read that, Ron. I get what you're saying, but I'm fairly sure that was probably 3 or 4 months before. So I kind of, if I mean, even the conspiracy theorists out there would have talked about it if that had been associated with it. I've never come across that correlation, you know.
Yeah,
but
straight away
it is. You never know. It might have been their first attempt and it failed. You know, it's not beyond comprehension. That.
No. But yeah, I agree with Jason there. We're in. I don't know if we're in phase B or phase C. To be honest, I think phase 1 was 1919. That Greta girl traveling around the world, talking about climate change. The start of the fear. Second was phase 2 was the situation what we're talking about now, and then it went back to this situation and hitting hard with the agenda of climate change, and all of a sudden during the lockdowns a lot of posters were put up saying that you will own nothing and you'll be happy. The agenda.
Clues are all there. They do everything in plain sight. Just some people never see it.
Yeah. Well, I lived in London for a little while back, in a long time ago. But we did pop to London, got to know somebody a few years ago, so we did end up going to London. And you walk past so many posters, bus stations, the trains and everything. You may not register, you know what I mean, but it's subliminal messages, and that's what what's his name, Danny, hit on.
Programming.
Yeah, Danny hit on that subject, was subliminal messages.
Of course it is. And it's so powerful, powerful. You wouldn't believe.
Yeah.
Is that Jason? Jason Veal? Is that Jason who just goes by the name of Jason when I've spoken to you before in panels? Because if it is, I'm sorry, I didn't realise, and I apologise for not giving you,
Yeah, when he comes on panel, he's just Jason.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Mhm.
He knows his stuff.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I do like Jason.
Jason, if you want to pop, I'm going to finish shortly. Like I said that about 2 hours ago, Ron. I'm going to knock it on the head in about 5 minutes, but it'd be lovely if you just came in to say hello. Sorry, I didn't know it was the same Jason, or else I'd have invited you in earlier. Yeah, it is. I mean, they'll do everything in plain sight for us, Ron. They'll spell it all out. They'll tell you their end goal almost as well. You know, I think there's a lot of red herrings. I think there's a lot of things that you need to spot and possibly ignore, or not so worry about them so much. But yeah, they're obvious. Hiya, Jason.
Hello, Jason.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good, man. How are you? If I knew that was you all that time, I'd have tried to be just a little bit more intelligent and a little bit more on it.
Yeah, I did wonder. I thought you'd blow me out, mate, because I didn't notice a spanner next to my name. You know what I mean?
I didn't. Well, you've got a spanner now. I didn't know it was you, Jason. I genuinely did not. I just didn't make that association.
Bloody hell. Yeah, from the very first time, Jason jumped
leave it out. He's got a spanner now.
Do you guys use Telegram at all?
No,
not anymore. Messy. It's every time I go on, there's 40,000 messages for me to look at.
Yeah, you need to be picky on what you go on. Don't really use it for messaging and things, but there's some wicked groups out there, mate, that I can add you to where there's lots and lots of information because everything else is censored. But on there, you literally get
I'll open up mine now, and I'll add you, Jason.
My one, I believe, closed down because I didn't go on it. And I
Maria said she thought she got hacked from Telegram, but it wouldn't have been Telegram, mate. I know loads of people have used it.
No, I kept on saying to her that she clicks a lot of stuff on Facebook. And I said, if anywhere it's come from, it's you're taking a lot of memes and all sorts of things. So if anything, to me, it would be something from Facebook. It's just that somebody did say something about Telegram on a live because I did make an account for or was it Instagram? Because Indy has an Instagram page. Is it Instagram Indy has?
I don't know,
yeah, and that's one of them.
As well, though, isn't
it? Somebody's phone is off.
Yeah, it was mine. Don't worry. Yeah, I think Instagram's too censored. I think Telegram's the only thing at the minute, but they're obviously bothered about it because they brought it up in Parliament, didn't they? That they were trying to
use Telegram.
Yeah.
How can I find you on Telegram, Jason?
If I put my number, you'll need my number. If I put my number in backstage, is that hidden?
Yeah.
Well, it's hidden from whoever's backstage or here. No, sorry, it's open to anyone who's backstage or here. Can you not tell me the image that you use?
I don't think.
Or the name, or the moniker that you use.
That's a difficult one. I can't remember what I used on it, to be honest. I don't think I've got anything on there. I think it's quite vague.
So you have to use a telephone number for Telegram.
Oh. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Not necessarily. I've never put a telephone number in there, and I've never searched for anyone by telephone number.
See, that's something I never do, is go through something that's have to have telephone.
Yes, yeah. The least amount of people know that, the better, just so you don't get
yes.
put on a list. Yeah, more than anything.
Yeah. Always go email and a bogus. Like the email I use for this is a completely different email of what I use for everything else.
Yeah, that's best. That is best.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but to be honest, mate, if they'll find you if they want to. IP addresses, and you know, I think you can over worry. If they really want to find out who you are, they will.
Do you happen to know the first 2 or 3 good groups that you use, Jason?
Yeah, I've just put something in the back message there.
Yeah, I was going to say that's the best place to put it.
So if I search for that, will that bring you up?
Yeah, 100%. If you just put that as a thing in your phone, then yeah.
Oh, you don't mean on Telegram, you mean on my phone.
Yeah.
Oh, Plan B legislation expires.
Okay, let me just store that number and then we'll talk another time. I guess your meaning.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we'll do that.
So what do you mean?
That. So if you want to delete it, can you delete these messages just in case? No, doesn't matter.
No.
Sorry, Ron, go on.
Yeah, I was going to say, so can you tell me what this Plan B legislation expires, the 26th?
Well, we're in Plan B now, aren't we?
What's that?
We're in Plan B now, aren't we?
Well, yeah, technically, and it expires, but they got an extension on that. So it goes on until
they'll need to revote it, won't they? As far as I know, it expires on the 26th. This is why I wanted to send you something on Telegram to show you. And they're going to have to revote, aren't they?
They applied for it in November, December, and it was passed in December, I'm aware, and it was for 6 months. As far as I'm aware, you probably know more. I don't really watch all areas because most areas.
I didn't read the article properly. I'll send it to you later so you can work it out yourself. But,
yeah, okay. I'll send you a text once we're done here. Have you any thoughts on what was discussed over the last time you were here, the last hour or so, or whatever, however long you were here?
Well, on the protest stuff, I think we're absolutely knackered if that goes through, and I think it will go through because they've been pushing it for a while now.
Will you go to a protest after that goes through?
Yeah, I'll have to.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah, you've got to stand up, and at the end of the day, if you know what you're doing, there's always ways out of it.
Of course, there is. Yeah, you can.
I found it interesting. I found it interesting and just followed the crowd.
Oh.
Yeah. Have you been to many protests?
Yeah, loads. Yeah, there's one in London on the 22nd or 23rd. I'm still waiting to see. I'm trying to find where it is. I normally get a poster sent through from a group I'm in, but they haven't sent the poster out yet.
Is that the Stand Up X one?
As far as I know, it's just the Freedom one.
And what are your thoughts on imposters?
There's a lot of them. You've got. Have you seen the one that Ramesh does?
Yeah.
Yeah, he does the outreach ones.
He does. He's a good guy. I'm not so sure
about
some of the guys around him. Do you?
I know it.
He's genuine, I assume. I would have said that anyway, but I'm saying I assume.
He's done a lot, mate. I've been out to some of the ones where he goes to the school.
Yes, but there's a guy around him called Anthony.
What's he look like?
He's an exercise buff, and he comes across a bit odd. Do you remember Shinny that came on the social media? Do you remember that character?
No.
Okay, Shinny was another one, basically out just to make some money, and he was a complete imposter. I always think of the guy that hangs around with Ramesh as the same thing. I'd like to be wrong. I'd like to be proved wrong. There's quite a few people in the protests that I'm sort of.
A lot of people say that it's about him. It's becoming about him promoting his music and himself and his Instagram and whatnot. But I couldn't give a fuck about that, mate. If I've seen the work that he does, and if he is promoting himself off the back of it, I don't really give a shit. because
Well,
I've seen that man go around the schools, and he's got balls of
yeah,
skill, mate.
I have. Yeah, I've seen him
So
speaking
for
to the
me,
head teacher.
the work that he's doing far outweighs the fact that he might be promoting himself. And if he is, he deserves to, mate. He don't get paid for what he does, and he puts himself on the line every fucking time.
There's a risk. What he's doing is putting himself in a position where people will stop him from reaching any level of fame or fortune because of what he's done here. So I wouldn't for one second think he was trying to.
You've heard the song, haven't you?
Yeah, I know the song.
Yeah. I mean, that one there is everywhere, mate. And yeah, it's tarred his name now with that brush. And yeah, like you're saying, nobody will touch him.
No record company will sign him. Nobody will promote him. It won't be encouraged to do that. You know, government detractors aren't really favoured in the West.
When you speak to him as well, he's a sound guy. I've been out drinking with a guy, you know, literally on a one-to-one basis, and listening to him, mate, it's not about him.
Yeah. Does he make money from the song?
Not really, no, because obviously he's got it on YouTube, I think.
Right.
So I don't know whether he makes money on there, but I don't think a great deal, mate. I don't think a great deal. He gets some public funding. They do donations and things because he goes all around the country.
Yeah, I've always thought he was brave because not many people are willing to stick the neck out and come forward.
Well, I've got videos where I'm standing beside him, mate, on some of these schools, literally standing beside him, and police come, and I'll send you some of them because I'm doing a video.
Please do.
And yeah, I mean, there was one time that he got pushed off a wall by a copper. I've run into the copper telling him that he's just assaulted him on a trespass rule. He shouldn't have been getting involved. So I managed to get the copper to back off. There was another guy turned up in a mask and come over trying to fight him. So we've all sort of jumped in and kept this guy away. And it turned out they were trying to nick Ramesh when Ramesh nearly got assaulted by this guy. And anyway, we spun it round, so we got the other guy. The other guy got nicked in the end for assaulting him.
Has he ever been arrested so far?
Not that I'm aware of. I think he probably has. I mean,
I don't mean for anything else. I mean for this.
No. That's what I'm saying. He probably has been sort of nicked a few times. I think he has actually. Because he says in some of his speeches, he has. I've been arrested 7 times or something.
Wow.
For doing what he's doing.
Yeah.
And he's still out there doing it.
Have you caught this American guy called Tom McDonald?
Yes.
I'll put his link in the
He's
chat.
a singer, isn't he?
Yeah, very political, very anti all this shit. You might be interested as well, Ronnie, so I'll put the link in.
Let me remind myself, because I've found 2 or 3
McDonald.
American guys like that. Is this the one with the tattoos on his face?
Yeah.
Ah, yeah, I know who it is. Yeah, he did a very good one. And do you know what?
Yeah.
His music, his production value is incredible as well.
Yeah.
He's a bit like an Eminem for the hardcore, isn't it?
Very fucking hardcore. I've seen his video, not music video, but him being questioned by artificial intelligence. Yeah, subscribe, Ronnie. Subscribe to Jason, to this guy.
He's great.
Yes, very good.
He is. And
Hull put me onto him.
I went through quite a lot of his videos over a period of maybe 3 or 4 days, but do you know what? He never comes up on my suggested list on YouTube. You know, got nearly 3 million followers on YouTube now as well.
Are you still there, Ronnie?
He's
away from it at the moment. Yeah, subscribe to him, Jason. Have a view of his.
Do you go to all the protests, Jason?
Not all of them, mate, but recently I've been to a good few. I go down there with Correct Not Political quite a lot.
Okay, yeah. I've seen Jim around loads.
Yeah, it's actually
Obviously,
going around with him the whole day, mate. Is an
do
experience in
you? So you
itself, mate.
must know Mark then. You must know
Of
Mark
course I
very
do.
well.
Yeah, I've
Yeah.
met Mark at lunch down there and all sorts. Yeah, I know Mark personally.
Okay. I've probably seen. See, I remember Jim was on Spectrum asking questions.
Yeah, he's been
It's
going
when
a
I
while,
knew him.
mate.
Yeah.
But
And
this is what I was saying to Ronnie the other week. I was going to try and get him to meet up on the 22nd or 23rd and then introduce him to everyone.
yeah, do. It's interesting to do. You know, it's. I
Yeah,
think
good
it's
people
worthy
down
to
there.
do. I am
But
a
with-
little
Did
bit
you-
anti-protest, as you heard, but I still think it's a worthwhile thing to do. But they just
With
don't
Ronnie's
really.
with Ronnie's current situation, I wouldn't suggest him sort of being around the streamers because they get provoked and obviously react.
They do.
Mhm.
So you must know Will.
Yeah, I know Willsy.
You must know Sam English.
Yep, that's
Subject access.
Yeah, subject access.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Well, I
Tyrant
used
Finder
to go
doesn't go
down.
to him anymore. Chris used to
No,
be good.
well, he did. The last one he went to was the one that started Bank of England in the summer. But I think Chris's name isn't it?
Yeah, Chris.
I think he has troubles getting around, which is the reason why I stopped. We've probably crossed paths because I used to be sort of down there all the time, but my knee fucked up in the middle of this year, later middle of this year, and I stopped going to them. But I'd probably recognise you. I recognise Mark Kelly. I've never said it to him, but you know, seeing him now, I've seen him on videos of live streams, and I've definitely seen him in person because I'm always at the front. I'm always where it's
one of the
happening.
nicest guys as well. He's such a nice guy. When you meet him in
Yeah.
person, the guy, he ain't got a bad bone in his body, mate. He's an absolute quality guy.
Yeah, I've got to know him quite well on here. So yeah, I'm looking forward to meeting, you know, a bunch of people when I do start going to them again. Maybe a month or two before I'll brave a good protest just to get my knees
You
strong.
should come down to this one on the 22nd or 23rd because it will probably be a no stress one.
I'm not too sure if I'll be fit enough. I'm going to London possibly this weekend. Still haven't decided enough. If I do go, I'll go later. But I'm going for a relax, you know. Whether I can stand up all day is a thing, and whether I can walk about as well. I still need to keep exercising my knee. I've been so lazy because it's cold and miserable out. Just don't want to go out and walk and get exercise, you know.
Yeah, it is depressing, isn't it?
It's horrible. It's horrible, but I'm acutely aware that if I do just start going out, my knee will get better and it will lift me up, and I'll be ready for a fucking protest, you know.
That's what I'm having fitted today is a proper disability shower. I can finally get a shower.
Did they make
relaxing.
Have they made it big enough for two, Ron? That's the only question I'd be interested in. Is there enough room for two people in there?
No.
Oh, never mind.
But yeah, maybe that might help having a.
Yeah.
I can't go in a bath, so I can
lift your spirits, and if it doesn't lift your spirits, it will lift something, won't it?
Yeah. So maybe that might loosen up some of the tension and the neck and everything.
Yeah.
And then
how do you fare walking about, Ron?
Normally, before the situation occurred it started in May last year, and then it got really bad in August. So I've been housebound since August. Wow. The only time I get out of the house is either doctor's or hospital appointments.
Yeah.
But I went to have ENT, but they can't do nothing until I see physio. I saw physio. They said we can't do anything until you see your neurologist again. So now I'm waiting for a neurologist appointment. So then I can go back to physio because then they know what they can do, because they reckon that it's a trapped nerve right up to the top of the neck to where the brain part is. Because one time I was paralysed for 20 minutes from the shoulders upwards. So they, so me walking around and everything, my head's spinning even as I speak.
Fun, yeah.
although I'm sitting down, I ain't been able to lie down on a bed because they've fitted a contraption at the moment which raises me and lowers me. But the lower I get, the more the room starts going up and down and round and in all directions. So it's like having vertigo, but it isn't vertigo.
Yeah.
Vince, I dropped something in the back chat for you there, mate. I don't know if you read it.
So, yeah, I'm hoping that I get to see my neurologist by the end of this month, please. And then physio can start doing their jobs and everything. So I'm hoping by spring I'll be back up and about. Okay, I can't move around fast, but I can move around. If it's just standing outside Parliament Square, no fucking problem. Once I get this situation in my neck and everything sorted out, and the vertigo side of it.
Are you confident that they can help you eventually? I know it's difficult with COVID and so on.
Well, hopefully, you know what I mean? It is what it is until they know. See, I've had the MRI scan on the neck, so they do know there's a problem there. I've already knew that I had fused bones in the neck. There's only 2 bones of the whole of the neck which are actually moving correctly, but I knew that for quite a few years. But they reckon there's a trapped nerve in between the bones, which could be one of the main factors which is causing the problem. But obviously, because I've already got neurological problems from a past things, from my strokes and what have you, then that's why physio don't want to touch me, or ENT don't want to touch me until I see my neurologist and see what they say, and then I can go back and see these people.
Yeah.
So it's going around in a circle at the moment.
I had a period where I was completely incapacitated. It was awful, you know. I don't know. I sort of I've made a very fair recovery now, you know. It's down to me now to do the rest with exercise, and I did it before I had a really bad condition, and then got myself back to a good level of fitness with my little lad walking around, going on long walks in London and everything, and then I just dropped back into it. Had an infection in my knee, and now I've got to do it again, but I'm in a better condition now, so you know, wish you the best of luck, Ron. You know, they've got to identify where that problem is and find it, haven't they?
The most important thing in the whole of our lifetime, haven't been able to actually go to, because with all of this, we'd have been to at least 10 of the protests. Like, can't travel from trains and everything, wouldn't be able to hit the underground, so we'd catch a taxi. It cost around about £300 to get there and back.
Yeah, no.
But
you need an Uber account. Be a lot cheaper.
I think I'd rather go with a firm, you know what I mean, to keep them going.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean, it's like anything. If we can get it, you know, a firm that's been around for donkey's years and everything, and they rely on, you know, the public to keep their businesses alive. You know what I mean? So we will carry on. We have thought about going to Uber, but I don't know. And when it comes down to certain things, we like to keep with the firms to keep their living going, if you know what I mean, to keep them alive.
Because
they've been hit
Uber.
hard.
I have to use Uber. I have so many expenses and a kid to run, you know. So you'll know that one's costly enough. Anymore is bloody. It ain't as cheap to have 2 kids as it is one. That was bollocks.
Yes.
But
see, we haven't got kids to worry about, so
yeah.
All of our kids are all grown
now,
up.
Ron. They should be funding you now. They should be funding you now. You know, repay the favour. That's what I'm hoping mine will do.
Thanks for doing that, Vince, by the way. Thank you for that.
Yeah, I've done them all. So yeah, no worries, Jason. And
No worries,
nobody, you know. So
yeah, no, it's good for you three. I know you three very well, so that's not a problem there at all, mate.
yeah.
See, and that's the other thing. We've missed out on meeting. Like I said, we wanted to meet Indy. We was planning last summer to meet Indy, and obviously shit happened, couldn't go. We was planning on meeting Wilsey and Tyrant Finder, more likely Mark, Jim, more likely Jason by now. You know what I mean? So many people was hoping
you'll
to
see
meet.
them all in one day, Ron. Honestly, you can't miss them.
Yeah, plenty. That's what I mean. We're going to stop in London for at least 3 days when we can finally get there.
We're going together, mate. Literally. So
like a gang, like a mafia.
Yeah. Seriously.
Did you see what Jim done yesterday? Did you watch Jim's stream, Ron?
No, I wanted to. I had to work yesterday all day. I missed it.
He stitched me up proper, mate. Did you see it?
No, tell us what happened.
I watched an hour.
Because I don't want it going out there. But Ron, do you know what I'm talking about?
When I was watching it, I watched the part where that busker guy went on the panel.
Nothing about Jim's picture, no?
What's that?
Did you not know? Oh, fucking hell. I'll put it in the back chat in a minute. I'm just driving at the minute. I'm not going to announce how he stitched me up, but he fucking stitched me up good and proper yesterday, man. Good and proper. I was texting him going, you fucking arsehole.
Now, I caught the guy who turned around and said how many he put up a link for, and Jim showed it, Ipswich thing, but he lives down south and his mum used to be a care worker or something. I watched that, and I watched the bit where that busker guy come on there.
Ruins, mate, didn't he?
I know, mate. I know, with Basie on there.
That guy, that busker, man. But obviously, they've got different outlooks.
Yeah, and Joe 3 was on there, and Basie was on there. Yeah, so I caught about an hour of it.
Mate, that Joe, he's so clever. So clever, that guy, man.
Yes. And he was slow talking last night.
Yeah, he does with Jim because they know each other well, so there's a good element of respect there. But honestly,
I do like Joe.
Joe comes across a bit bolshy at times, mate, but he's such an intelligent guy. He's on the next level, mate.
Yeah, I know, mate. I know. I've come across Joe once on Indies, and he was really fast with what he was coming out with and everything, and my head was going and what have you. And in the end, I had to butt in. I said, look, you know what I mean? I'm only catching snippets, and even in the chat, they were saying, wow. And I said, Jim, you could give a fucking aspirin a headache.
Do you know what? Because all those guys are autistic, right? They've got the gift, mate. I'm telling you, they are so fucking intelligent. It makes me feel stupid. Jim's invited me up on panels, mate, and I refuse. He's like, why aren't you coming on? I'm going to get wrecked by you fucking lot of intelligent bastards. Piss off.
I know. It is, though, but he was on
SG. Like they read something and they never forget it. It's always in their memory bank.
Who are the intelligent ones, Jason?
Who are what?
Sorry, I just ran to the toilet there and I come back and I just heard you say that.
Well, just do you people mean like that? Joe Kerr, he's unreal, mate.
Jim Bob and his
They're all in. There's another guy called Untenable Position. A guy called Alex. That's one of Jim's mates.
I've never come across him yet.
Unreal. No, you won't. Really. He does co-hosting with Jim.
No, I do like Joe. And he went on SG's a week ago, and Krinker was on there, and people started saying, you're this, that, and he talks. I said, no, that is how Joe is. I was in the chat, and I said, no, that is how Joe is. You know what I mean?
Joe Kerr,
Yeah.
I like Joe Kerr, though.
That's like Jim as well.
Really
Jim
well with
very animated, but that's just
him. Yeah. But Joe, he's so fucking.
Joe needs to start his own channel,
Yes.
mate. I've been nagging him for ages to start a channel because he's so interesting.
Yeah, I know,
He's-
mate. I know.
knows his
He's
shit,
got
doesn't
so
he?
many facts and what have you. It's incredible. But sometimes he gets onto like a, and it's like, whoa, so much
Yeah.
information.
Yeah.
But
I
but
get
when
stuck
he
in
slows down, he's
conversations
really
with
good.
him. I get stuck in. I mean, I'm pretty interested in politics, any politics, Scottish, American, you name it. And I get stuck in a conversation with him, and I get to my limit of knowledge, and he continues. It's bloody hell.
It's
He's
ridiculous,
such a
isn't
good.
it? It really is absolutely ridiculous. That you
He
can talk about
quotes
anything,
years
mate.
and months and days. You know, his level of detail is. I'm vague, and he's fucking on it.
Yeah, he doesn't forget much. And what surprises me is you can talk about anything to the guy, absolutely any subjects, mate, and he'll go into it in depths that you can't even fathom.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's just not possible for a
you know,
standard
that's a
human, is
gift,
it, Jason?
Well, they're like, honestly, I always say that these guys with autism, they're like robots, mate. They're the
Jim's the same.
gift, mate. Yeah,
Jim is
they're
the
all
same.
different in their different ways. They've all got, like Jim's very animated, but
how he presents himself, he fools you, and then when he goes off, bloody hell, is an information machine.
Yeah, and when you get all three of them in a room talking, fucking hell, why would you even put yourself into that situation of going to join them? Why would you do that?
Why would you risk
sit
it?
there and be silent? You may as well just sit in the chat, mate. That's the best place for you.
Yeah.
Well, that's where I stayed. I stayed in the chat last night. I thought, no, I'm
I
going to
would
just
never
listen.
jump on Jim's panel, mate. He's brutal.
Yeah.
And I know him. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I saw that last night, and I did. Maybe it was last night. Maybe it was the night before. I put it on a tab, and I was intending to listen to it. And you know how it is. You get sidetracked. You see some crap. You watch that and whatever else. And by the time I got to it, this stream is not available. So I'd missed all of it. And I think I tabbed it when it was an hour in anyway. Did he stitch you up proper?
Oh, so that stream's not up anymore, no? No, it
No,
wouldn't
it's
be
gone.
actually. Oh, brilliant. Well, what he done, right, was he stitched me up with some pictures. So he's got some pictures of me off of another one of our mates, right, who's one of my best pals. My best pal was round his house, so they've come up with this fucking collage, right, of me, of pictures of where I'm in Spain wearing like a jokey pinate and just literally stitched me up animated pictures of me, mate, and stuck it up as his fucking icon. So the whole stream, he had me on his icon, and I messaged him going, "Get me off there, you cunt! Get me off!" Yeah, and he wouldn't. He left it on the whole stream.
Well, it's gone now because the stream became unavailable.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on a minute. The repetitive avatar. Yes.
That was me. That was when I was in Spain. Yeah.
Gotcha. Because that was doing my head in because it's so repetitive. Obviously, being
that was
epileptic.
him having a dig at me, but I couldn't say anything in chat because I'm going to dox myself.
Yeah.
So I'm just thinking, I'm messaging him on the sly, and you bastard, what have you done to me? It was funny though, wasn't it?
Yeah. Right.
The evidence is gone.
Yeah.
Only about 5,000 people saw it. No worries.
Well, I should have known really because the topic of conversation that was never going to be put up. That's for sure.
Yeah, what did they talk about?
Everything, mate. A lot of it was about Jews and things like that, so you can imagine.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It was.
Something came up a little bit. I'm so glad that Jim never went on that Queen's live the other night.
Yeah, what a shit show! Did you watch it?
Yeah, that was terrible, mate. What they
show.
done to Crinkle, man, that was just.
What they did to Peter Pope as well. Peter Pope. They did
Peter
it first
Pope was
of all.
overstepping it a little bit.
No. He came in with a position, whether you like it or not. They knew what they were getting, and they rather than use any form of opposing opinion, they just binned him off. I was texting, what is the definition
Yeah,
of
no,
a
but it
debate?
depends. It depends, though, Vincent, whether she wants to upload that or not. And I think if she wanted to stick that on YouTube, there were things coming out that he was bringing up that could have possibly stopped her from putting that up. And I
Yes,
think that's
Jason,
what she was trying to protect.
you're right, but if you're going to hold a debate on a particular subject, you don't want it to be an echo chamber. You want it to be balanced, but you don't invite people like Crinkle or Peter Pope. Them's the rules.
Well, Crinkle, I don't think overstepped anything.
No,
I don't
no.
think he said anything that was wrong at all.
No, you're right.
But when adrenochrome was coming up and things like that, and I just think that is a little bit borderline for somebody who wants to maybe put that stream up.
Yeah, if they're doing it,
his point of view is his point of view, but I can understand why she was trying to protect that stream for that reason. I think I don't see that reason, but Crinkle, mate, I think he was definitely given a bit of a hard time for it. The minute they said to him, "Oh, you can only have 5 minutes," I was like, "Fucking hell, leave it alone."
Yeah, I was with Crinkle straight after that, and then for the rest of the night, and we had a proper laugh about that.
Yeah, Jason, he was on beds, before he went over there. And you know that video that I sent to SG to show with that doctor at the GB News?
Yeah.
I got that. Well, I got Bear to put it on there. And as soon as Bear put it on, Crinkle jumped off and went over to hers. And then obviously once we'd watched it and we're talking about it, he come back about 10, 20 minutes later. So he just completely dismissed. He didn't want to know what she was saying at all.
Mm.
So he did a runner.
Yeah. But it was really badly run. You know, I like Buzz, I like Queen Bee, but they didn't hold it as a debate, really. It was a advertisement, is what I thought it was.
Yeah, it was echo chamber. Like literally, the only two people that came on and had an opposing view were kind of. Look, Peter Pope did get a bit too animated.
He always does.
Yeah, if he calms it down, mate, he can actually speak some good stuff, and I think he's totally misunderstood.
I've done it with him. He's a great bloke, I think.
I've tried to.
I've invited him for another one very soon on a particular subject. But they mishandled it.
And whenever, and I'm agreeing with most of what Peter Pope says. It's over my head. Yeah, it's over my head.
I heard that the other day with you and him. That I heard your first talk about it. The fact that you basically said, "Well, you know it. Why don't you start the petition?" And I kind of agreed with you there. You know, it did make sense what you were saying, but I think it was
because I haven't got a clue.
I think I've decided never to talk. I'll never talk to Peter Pope about common law because one, I'm not interested, and two, I just don't know enough about it. But he's great to talk to about other subjects. He's a really clever guy, you know.
Mm.
He's
well, I've never got him on another subject really. He always talks about common law.
Yeah, that's all I've got him on.
That's his thing, isn't it?
It would be nice to get him on to other things.
Try it. He's ever so good. We spoke about freedom. And it's fair to say, I don't know where.
That's the same sort of subject. I mean, something's totally away from where he's comfortable.
Well, no, he felt very comfortable because that's what he came in. Oh, you were there, Jason. You were in the room. You were there at the start, at least. It was the first time I've spoken to you. We were talking about crypto coin, and then he came in.
I remember.
Talking about freedom, and I said, "You are a free man," and he said, "Oh, fucking," and then after about an hour,
when you dissected him, that was unreal. That was I remember that.
I think dissecting is a harsh word.
No, that's what you did to Crinkle.
It is what happened, and it needed to as well. And he was really calm for days after that. But
I know,
I think he needs another hour.
Have you noticed Have you noticed how calm Crinkle is for the last few days?
Honestly, mate, Peter Pope, he needs another hour in your chair, mate, and that will calm him right down again. It will get him back on a level. I think I need an hour in your chair, to be honest.
I can't do everyone, Jason. You sound we did speak a little bit, and I don't know. I mean, if you want to have a good chat, I'd love to sometime. It can't be on crypto because I don't know enough. I think I expired my knowledge on crypto when I was talking to you.
Yeah,
but, I said to Crinkle last night, I'm the Crinkle Whisperer, because he's been grounded for the last 4 or 5 days. Wouldn't hold myself totally responsible. I think his illness had a lot to do with it.
Yeah, he's got a lot better, hasn't he? To be fair.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I wonder, how bad did he get on that third one? He looked really ill the next day, didn't he?
No, it was 4 days away. He had 4 days out the game.
Really? What? Based
Yeah.
on that? On the third thingy?
Yeah.
Oh.
Maybe it's woken him up a bit.
You reckon?
I don't know.
May have done.
I don't know.
I thought I heard him say that it was only a day that he felt a bit rough.
No, I'm sure it was 4 days. Everyone I've spoken to said he had 4 days of sickness.
Yeah. I know it sounds terrible, but it probably couldn't have happened to a better man.
Well, you know, he has made comments similar to that, so I wouldn't argue that. But yeah, maybe he's taken a different approach now.
I doubt it very much. But I haven't heard him harp on about it, though. To be fair, since then, I haven't heard him sort of, no, not at all.
Yeah.
I don't
Maybe
think I've
he's
heard
give
the
up on
subject
us.
come up.
Maybe he's give up
Yeah,
on us.
because he's been on Blackburns and he was chilled out and everything. I got into a quiz with Mark and what have you. That was
a
on.
laugh. I had never laughed so much in my life watching that.
Yeah,
I didn't want to come in because I was laughing so much. It was just too much fun.
Who won that quiz?
Yeah,
he got battered, didn't he? Wasn't it you, Bits?
No, I won the one on. I think, who was it? Somebody had one afterwards, and I won 1 or 2 on that, and then Glove did it, and I won 1 or 2 on that. But Mark Kelly went up against Crinkle, and Mark Kelly picked him by 1 point, 14 to 15 or something.
Really? Oh.
But it was so entertaining to watch, Jason.
Meep's got one of the
throughout the whole thing.
Meep's got one of the science questions correct, didn't he? Whereas really Crinkle should have got that specific question, and that's on Blackburns, correct. But Meep's beat him to it or something.
This was the dead heat question. Which animal is representative for the star sign Cancer? And Mark got it first, long before Crinkle, and Crinkle's star sign is Cancer.
Is it the scorpion?
It's the crab.
No.
Oh, yeah, the thing with the pincers, that's what I meant.
Yeah. And Crinkle didn't get it, and Mark did. In plenty of time, Mark got it. Mark's not a Cancer.
Yeah.
So it was, as you can imagine, very funny. Crinkle should have got that.
Rare Moon does star signs and everything, and she said that what was it now? That's the crybaby of the zodiac.
What, the Cancer?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, they're supposed to be loving and what? And nurturing too, but they're the crybaby of the zodiac.
Telling. Very telling. I might bring that up next time I talk to him.
Well, if you want any more information on star signs, I'll let you chat to Maria Moon about that one day. Well, she will talk to you about it. I'm not being let up.
Ron, tell her thanks. I've got enough. The crybaby star sign. Bless him. I like Crinkle. I'd go so far as to say I love him. Do you know what I mean? I've watched him for ages, and I've got a fondness for him, old Crinkle. I think he's misunderstood among you lot, as he likes to say.
He takes it on the chin pretty well, doesn't he?
He's hard as nails, man. I've seen him grilled by 5-6 people. I try not to be involved when that's happening. I have found it a couple of times.
I've been one of them 5 or 6 people, mate.
Yeah, I think it's a bit unfair, really. He can hold it, but I think it's a bit unfair. I wouldn't want to be put in that position, would you, Jason?
But he likes it though. That's what he's about. I mean, he
Centre of
loves
attention.
it, mate, and he'll tell you that as well. He loves
He
it. He
does.
loves being
You know
provocative.
what? We're all blood and flesh, flesh and blood rather, and even that he thrives, I think it has an impact on him.
Well, I think he likes the challenge, mate. The more the merrier. I really do. I don't think it phased him in any way.
I find Crinkle likes the centre of attention.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you had 10 in there giving it to him, mate, he'd love it.
Yeah, because everything's directed at him. That's why whenever I go on panels now, I just completely blank, and I make sure that the conversation, if I'm up there, goes around instead of.
Mate, you made me laugh on that one where he's talking. And where he's trying to overtalk you, you're repeating yourself. Even if it took 10, 15 times of repeating it, you weren't allowing yourself to be interrupted, mate. That was fucking unreal.
That's how you got to treat it. You know what I mean? That's what you have to do.
He has incredible skills when it comes to debating, and he will, if you've got a good point, he will not deconstruct you. He'll deconstruct your approach at it, and he's very good at it. It was something that I spotted from the start, and he does it in a really sort of an obvious way as well. I've seen people press a point with him, and when they finally get the point through, he'll say, "Well, what's your point?" After allowing you to fight it for half an hour. He's good. He's good.
He finds out what a weakness might be in a person. Classic example. Danny Shine went on there, and the first thing he says to Danny Shine was, "Oh, I give up. I come over. I know you. I come up and give you a cuddle." And Danny Shine just shrugged that off. And then what did Crinkle do when Danny Shine was basically ripping him apart?
Yeah.
Let's be honest here.
Yeah.
He goes, "Oh, well, you're the guy who goes round with a megaphone and blah, blah."
Yeah.
I thought, this is it. This is the typical Crinkle.
Delegating slight. It was.
Yes. Yeah, he starts putting down the person because Danny Shine walks around with a megaphone saying, "Oh, well, you're just a clown, aren't you?" I thought, is that the best you've got? First he's licking his ass, and then the next thing is trying to fucking put him down. And that's the Crinkle one.
Yeah, Danny destroyed him.
Yes.
It was funny, though.
It was.
Yeah, it was funny.
I was hoping he was going to go further. I really did, but I think Danny realised he'd hit his pinnacle, mate, and it was like, okay, I'll leave it on that point before it goes any further.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it would have been a tougher battle.
Did you catch any of Vincent when he was doing a 1-to-1 with Crinkle a few mornings ago? And Vincent asked him a question of where has science failed? Or on that line, am I correct, Vincent?
Yeah, I remember you messaging me live on the screen,
Yeah, and Crinkle was blubbering like he normally does, but you could tell what he's doing. He's Googling.
Yeah.
He's Googling. I've got to find something. Because it took him about 5 to 10 minutes to get
I had about
answer.
3 examples lined up for him, but he never gave me one, so I didn't bother.
Well, like I turned around and said, I was on Indies and I was talking to Indy and this Irish guy up on the panel, and I turned around and said that. Within a second, the Irish guy says, "Tobacco." They said it was good for you. What a fuck up that was. And I thought, there you go. This guy ain't even a scientist. And he come up with one within a second. And somebody claims that they're a scientist.
Well, I believe he's a scientist, and I believe he's intelligent as well. But I don't think intelligence is everything. You can have a very clever person who can't fucking operate a coffee machine or open a door without having to think about it, And I'm not suggesting Crinkle is, but he's got a few areas that he's kind of
You
missing.
need
I
a
think
balance of the two, don't you? Intelligence and common sense.
you
Mhm.
do.
Yeah.
You do. It always reminds me of that image, the cartoon image of there's a building and the sign says Robinson's School for Geniuses, and the little kid outside carrying a violin case, and he's pushing on the door with the sign on it saying "pull." You know, and it's true. You can't just have that intelligence. There has to be other. You need emotion. You need emotional quotient as well as intelligence quotient.
Mhm.
Or else you start running into rooms and screaming, COVID will catch you.
Mhm.
Which
Yeah.
is not a great
COVID's gonna
argument.
get ya.
Yeah, it's not a great argument. And me and Crinkle are halfway through this right now on that. We still need to revisit it. I've had 3 good, strong nights with Crinkle. 2 about sea, 1 about other stuff. And it's to be continued, And I'll quite happily do it with them. I enjoy them. Gives my brain something to do for a few hours.
I enjoyed the half an hour I watched of it, put it that way. I had to go to bed.
And I know you caught the next night where we were talking about love.
Love?
Yeah, you did, didn't you? Or we were talking about
No,
relationships.
I didn't catch that one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's the one where he left my review at the end, which
Right.
is on my YouTube channel. I clipped it. It's about 7 minutes of him reviewing me after the end of that long chat about relationships and love and the world and nice stuff. I deliberately went in with the nice stuff after clashing with him the night before.
Oh, you know what?
Right.
I had 2 subjects I wanted to tell you guys about when I first joined the stream, actually. One of them is I had a guy come round to fix a vent in my bathroom. So he turns up, strange guy. Like, I knew something was a bit funny about him. I just knew it.
Are you having eco work done on your house at your property at the moment?
No. It's just a new vent we were having an extractor fan.
Okay.
So I knew something was strange about this guy. Not strange, but there was something in his body language. So he tells me, it was only a 20-minute job, mate. So he starts to tell me that he used to be a copper. So then I said to him, now I'm seeing it now. 19 years in the robbery division. So we got talking about tyrannical police, and he didn't like it. I really stuck it on him, mate, to the point I almost got my camera out. But I was everything about the protesters getting beaten up, auditing. He didn't like the auditing. He didn't agree with it. And I said, well, why is that then, mate? If you're doing your job well, why go out and, you're talking about us provoking you. But what about you coming out and provoking us? If you just leave the people alone who aren't breaking any laws. And he couldn't get it into his head, mate. And just listening from a copper's point of view, because he was an out-and-out copper.
Well, he wasn't a copper anymore, Jason.
Yeah, but he still had that opinion. He was still defending them. Literally.
Did you question his validity?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%. But yeah. It was good listening to a copper's point of view who could speak and have an opinion.
How do you know he's not still a copper?
You'd think CID, though.
He was a contractor, mate. He's coming around to fit a fan. I doubt very much he's doing that. Oh, yeah, Tony, you're right.
You'd think CID would have a different opinion, to be honest.
But he was a bobby for quite a long time as well. Obviously, he worked his way up. So he did have that. He had that point of view.
Yeah.
But you said his body language was odd from the start.
Say again?
You said his body language was odd from the start.
Yeah, but 19 years in the job, mate, they have that sort of body language. And I said to him, as soon as he said it, I said, I knew it, I could see it. I was watching his body language, and I said, it makes sense now, mate. I said, because you still look and act like a copper, you've still got the mannerisms. I told him straight. And so that 20-minute job, he was ended up staying for an hour and a half. And we were
You're not under investigation, are you, Jason?
Mate, he's doing fucking worse, mate.
That's
I've
what
got
I'm getting
nothing
at.
to worry about. Yeah, no, I've got nothing to worry about, mate.
He wouldn't tell you as an ex-copper, would he, I suppose, if that was the case?
Mate, I'm as clean as they come. He can do what he fucking likes.
Yeah.
Literally, I've got no issues there. The second thing was my son. He's 11, right, and he's at senior school, first year. And I've had no end of problems because none of my kids, I won't allow them to wear masks and lanyards.
Yeah.
So he's been harassed by teachers at the school no end of times, to the point that he's been getting detentions and just for saying he's not going to wear a mask or a lanyard.
Wow.
So I'd had enough, literally. So I've been documenting every single time, every situation, to the point that on Friday he was told to stand out he came in the class, the teacher said, "Where's your mask?" He said, "Oh, I don't wear a mask." "Okay, you have to wear a lanyard." He said, "No, I'm not wearing one of those. They're ridiculous, and I'm not going to highlight myself." He goes, "You have to, because this is what tells the teachers that you're exempt." He goes, "No, I've got my mouth to do that."
Yeah.
And she didn't like what he said, because my son has autism, so he's a very logical thinker. He sees it as it is. So
yeah,
he's told her straight. He then came home and told me that evening. I was fucking fuming, mate. I phoned up the school and they switched all their phones off onto diversion, so I couldn't get through. So I had the weekend to think about it. But bear in mind, it wasn't just Friday. I've had this for weeks and weeks of them constantly harassing him, making him go and use hand sanitizer. He refuses. He goes to the toilet. He says, I'll use soap and water, but I'm not using hand sanitizer. And they just don't like that he's not buying into what they want him to do. So,
well, it's segregation.
It's medical apartheid. Yeah. So basically, I phoned them up on Monday and I said, right, I read off all these incidents that had gone off. And I said that now I'm basically drafting a letter of claim. I said, because I plan to start proceedings. So the first point is I'm going to write a letter of claim about all these incidents that have gone on. I actually said this for about 10 minutes. I'm talking to this reception woman. I said, so these are the teachers involved. They're persistently harassing him and discriminating now.
Yeah.
So the letter of claim will be drafted over the next few days. You'll receive that. I'll give you 7 days to respond to that letter, after which I'm going to start magistrate's claim against the people who are involved.
Yeah.
I said, don't worry, it's not the school I'm going to be taking to court, it's the 3 individuals. I said, and if you could let them know, it carries up to a £9,000 fine. I said, but it won't go there because we'll settle out of court before it goes to that point. I said, because I've got enough evidence now. I've got witnesses, other kids have told me what's gone on, that he's getting screamed at about wearing a mask in the playground.
A school can exclude a child for behavioural issues. What they've done now is called not wearing a mask behavioural issues.
Well, they said to me it's policy. I said, well, unfortunately, your policy doesn't trump the law.
No.
So we need to go with the law. So I took in a copy of the legislation on mask exemption.
Yeah.
I told them to photocopy it and hand it out to all the teachers. So anyway, the funny thing is, I'm doing all this. I'm in the process of this. So on Monday, he goes into school, and the same French teacher calls him out again and says, you've got to wear a mask. And he says, no, I'm not wearing it. Same old thing. Okay, get a lanyard. No, I'm not getting a lanyard. So she made him sit out. She goes, right, go in the corridor and sit outside the classroom. So he went outside, and instead of sitting out the classroom, he walked straight down to reception, told them what's going on. The teacher said, yep, we've spoken to your dad, don't worry. So 2 receptionists walked back to the classroom, walked in with my son, went up to the teacher and said, this boy doesn't need to wear a mask, he doesn't need to have a lanyard, and he's not to be consistently asked about it. It's finished now.
Good on those 2 people.
Ever since then, mate, he's had no issues at all. Yeah. He's left alone. I think I'm in their black book.
Why was he opposed to the lanyard?
Why was he opposed to it?
Yeah.
Because he's of my beliefs also. My children, I've brought them up to see things as it is. You know, I've educated on what's going on, what I feel is going on, right or wrong, and stand up for their rights. None of my kids are exempt, but they don't want to wear it, so they're going to use the exemption.
Because for me, I mean, if it was a simple case of just wearing a lanyard to circumnavigate their Nazi rules, then that's a simple one.
Yeah, but that's the whole point, isn't it?
I get that.
What I tell my son to say to them is, if I were to come to school as a stupid person, would you expect me to wear a dunce's hat?
No.
So it's the same thing. He doesn't want to highlight the fact that he could have medical conditions and let all his peers know that. That's between him, his doctor, and he shouldn't have to advertise that I have a medical condition. End of. Finished. I mean, we're not back to putting stars on our yellow stars on our jackets, mate. I mean, if you buy into any of this, then we're done, aren't we?
You're right, but don't forget we live in Crazy Town.
Yeah, but
we are no longer on planet Earth.
Let people put their finger up there and crack on, mate. But I'm not prepared to do that myself, and I'm not having my children doing that. If they don't want, if they want to go, because I heard this. I think it was on your channel earlier, talking about the damage that this mask thing is doing to the children. When you were talking to Ronnie, it hasn't affected my kids, mate, at all. My kids because I haven't allowed it to.
Good. Well, one thing, a caveat I did put in was it's a parent's responsibility to guide them through this, make them understand it, and
protect
decrease
them,
the damage.
Them in the best way.
That's what I did say.
Unfortunately, me and my children, we suffer with something called CFS, a very bad case of CFS. That's common fucking sense, mate.
Do you know what? I didn't even see that coming. I was wondering. I didn't know if I should ask you.
I tell them when I go in the supermarkets, you got a mask? No, but I've got a really bad case of CFS.
CFS,
and they're like, okay, I'm sorry.
I'm going to remember that.
Yeah.
I'm going to remember that too.
Mate, I told you about the magic stone, didn't I? When I used to go in there with a magic stone in my hand.
Yes.
Yeah, that was a quality one, but that got boring after a while.
This is the stone I pray to.
No, it was a matter of they'd say, "Where's your mask?" And I used to carry this stone in my pocket. I found it on the pavement, and they'd "Where's your mask?" "Oh, don't worry, I don't need one because I've got one of these." And I'd put it out in my pocket and go, "That's my magic stone." And they're like, "What the fuck? What's that going to do? About as much fucking good as that mask you're wearing."
Absolutely.
And I've got videos of that, mate. I'll send you when you have me on Telegram. I'll send you videos of stuff that I've done around shops and that, mate. Honestly, it was a sport, mate. In the first lockdown, we used to treat it like a sport.
So your son now, is he past the point where he has to justify not wearing the mask now?
Yep, he's to be left alone now, mate. I've given him a paragraph to read out to any teacher that approaches him now. It's a small paragraph, and it starts off with explaining why he's not going to wear it and why he's not going to wear the lanyard, and it finishes off with, if you carry on, if you persist to harass me with this, there'll be obviously we're looking at discrimination.
Yeah. Did you thank the two people involved in the office who walked down to the...
No, because I told them so many times and they'd let it go to the point that once I had started the procedure of a letter of claim, I think I must have put the fear of fucking something up them, you know? They realised the fact that I was spouting law to them now. Because that's the starting of a proceedings. As soon as you put a letter of claim in, mate, they know where that's going.
Yeah, they do. They're not daft.
They must have heard that before, and I think now that I and my children are in their little black book, because I know for a fact, I know people that work in schools, and if you get a parent who's a bit of a problem, they get put in a book or put on the system.
They have reports now. They build reports on parents.
Yeah,
you're not in a book. You're in your book, which is all about you. Yeah.
I don't care if it protects my kids, mate. I'm not having it. You know, and this is why they haven't worn a mask. None of this has affected them, even to the point of the lockdowns and going in shops and things like that. I went in a shop day before yesterday. It was in a furniture village because I was buying a new sofa, and I went in there and it was ridiculous, mate. They weren't only wearing masks, mate. These masks that the staff are wearing were almost like balaclavas. And one of them had one of these the face shields. They cracked me up when they got them on, you know, because what the hell's that about? So I've gone in there, and obviously 3 or 4 of them come running over to see who's going to get the deal first. And then the manager who's wearing the face shield says, whilst you're walking around, because it was me, my wife and my son again, whilst you're walking around, do you mind wearing a face mask? I said, no, mate, we're all exempt. No, I said, I'm exempt. And he goes, what about the others? I said, no, we're all exempt. He went, oh, okay. I said, is that all right? And he went, yeah, that's fine. I said, okay, then. We bowled on about our business.
Yeah. It's easy as that. folks.
It's so simple. You know, you can't be worried about looking stupid, because when you're going in as a family saying you're all exempt, they clearly know you're taking the piss.
Of course
If
they
it's
do.
one person, it's a bit more of, you know, it could be real. But I'm going in there. I've got 3 kids with me and my wife. There's 5 of us going into a shop,
Yeah.
and we're all exempt. I mean, what are the odds on that?
I've done this from the start. Before they even created the exempt thing, I used to say I'm exempt from wearing a mask. And they used to look at me puzzled. I'd carry on.
Mm.
I've never worn a mask. I've been through Europe a few times. Didn't wear a mask. Germany's the strictest, you know, and I won't have it. I won't have it. I need oxygen, man. Oxygen is what got me this far, and I'm relying on it to get me just a bit further.
I can't believe you're doing this to kids.
Tony,
it's appalling.
They're only doing it to kids, mate, if you allow them to. If you allow them to force these things onto your kids, you need to stand up, mate. I've just proved it's easy to do.
Honestly,
and if you disagree with everything and you're still allowing your child to go to school and get bullied into wearing a mask, then you need to ask the question.
Yes.
If you believe it's there and you've got the fear, then carry on, you know, agree with it. But if you genuinely believe in your heart that there's something going on and it's not all about a cough, and you're still allowing your child to go in and wear a mask at school, then I think the question needs to be asked.
Yes. Now, the other pretty contentious subject is on Monday, the no protesting bill comes out. What is happening to Britain?
Trying to have total control, Tony. This is it. This is what the agenda has been all the time.
It's
really
shocking.
Yeah. It's taken complete control. They've used the fear factor, and it's all about control.
Saw it all from the start. I had a lot of time on my hands when it all started, because my little fella had just gone off to check 2 months previously. So much time on my hands. Saw it all from the start.
Like I said, I woke up in May 2020 when I saw things that were being said on the mainstream media, and I thought, nah, this ain't right. This is not what I've been told.
You know, when somebody's lying to you, don't you run? And I've had some humans lie to me. Not you know, I'm 10 years younger than I am type of lie. But you know, when they've told you something which matters and they've lied about it, it's not very nice. It's a very uncomfortable place to be. You never trust them again. And I know the government and the media has told us fibs through history, but you know, when you know they're lying to you, it's not a good thing.
It's honestly, at the moment, the UK it's not the place I grew up and became an adult in. It's just changing something so appalling.
But it's not what our grandparents fought for, Tony.
Exactly.
Yes, spilled blood in them trenches, mate, for our freedom, and we're just giving it away to people.
Exactly.
Yeah. It is just so shocking. It hurts me. It really does hurt me. I mean,
it's a loss. It's a loss,
yes,
Tony.
It is
it's a loss. It's a death in the family.
Yeah. And sort of, this is where I stand. Master on. I'm not blue. Just to make you aware of that.
You're not what?
I'm not blue. As in
blue?
I'm not conservative, not anymore. Because
he's not transsexual. That's what he's saying.
Oh, right.
Sorry, conservative. That's the word.
Right. Yes. Gotcha. I'm not any of them, mate.
I did used to read, but I've since Boris has came in and just totally goofed the place up. I've turned my back on politics because, number one, I don't believe that anybody in any government at the moment is capable of running the UK. Certainly not Boris, but certainly the same on the left side. Keir Starmer, he's bloody useless too. So I'm sort of one of those people that I don't vote. I stopped voting 5 years ago, I think it was, because I can't see anybody helping Britain to be Britain. Helping
that Keir Starmer, mate, we don't want him in. I reckon he could be one tyrannical motherfucker, him.
Yes, I agree. I really agree.
I think he could be a brutal guy.
Also, it's all about lining their pockets now because they ain't running the country. They ain't running any country in the world, any politician. Anybody at the head of it.
Spineless, isn't he? Like that Keir Starmer, I don't think he's spineless, mate. I think if you gave him the power, he'd be one obnoxious, don't give a fuck.
Oh, yeah. We're being locked down permanently with his stance.
Definitely, mate. He'd be like that one in Australia. What's his face?
Mm-hmm. So now Keir Starmer is even worse than what Boris is. They're all fucking clowns, though. Yeah. You know what I mean? They are all clowns.
Agreed.
They're all looking after number one, and that's themselves.
The same objective. I mean, obviously they're told what to do, but it's sort of how ballsy will they be? And I think the Keir Starmer could be very ballsy.
Yeah.
Got no soul. That's why.
No, if he's prepared to, he protected Jimmy Savile, didn't he? So if he's prepared to do that, then he certainly wouldn't have any problem pushing things over here, I think.
That's the long and the short of it.
Yeah, it's Britain's in, the UK's in a really, really dodgy place at the moment. I just, honestly, I can't even see a way out of it.
I can.
There must be a lot of resistance in England at the minute because look at what they've done to Wales and Ireland and Scotland. It does seem that they can't push it on us the same way.
Where are the Celtic warriors, Jason? I'm Irish. Where are the Celtic warriors?
Where's the British bulldog spirit? That's what I'm asking, mate. Seems to have almost gone into fucking snowflakes.
I wonder. But it can be overcome, Tony. The French are a fine example of that. The French had a similar bill. They have to what?
They are fighting back.
Yeah, they do. They do it in force, and they stick to the guns, and they stand in the streets for days, and the farmers go and dump crap all over the place, and the truckers stop the networks, and it works. It does work. The French had a similar bill going through as we're having on Monday, and it was stopped, and the French government just happily announced, okay, we'll not do that then. In French, of course.
That's why we need a big stand-up when it does happen. We need to get out there in force.
That's why I say walking through the streets of London on a sightseeing tour with your mates, sipping on a can of beer and then having a dance at the end does nothing.
Yeah, you need to get your terminology right when you do get pulled, because they can demand your name and everything. There's not a lot you can do about it, depending on what section they're going to pull you for. Most times you'll have to get the name and details, which you've got to be happy to do, but your story needs to be good.
Yeah. Your demeanour at a protest will stop you getting arrested every single time. If you're jumping around, causing a bit of a fuss, of course they'll target you. If you're just standing back, which I would recommend most people do, be part of it, but stand back, you'll be left alone.
Yeah, but they pay people to start that sort of aggro off, mate.
Yeah, just stand and watch.
In the crowd. If they want that to kick off and tar everyone with the same brush, they will do.
Yeah, and there's always a few that will participate in with the agitators, of course.
Yeah.
But that ain't me at my age, you know. Yeah. But this year's going to be interesting for protesting, Jason. Going to be very interesting.
Definitely.
They won't stop them. They'll just become more interesting.
It's
they can't arrest.
Spicy, mate. It's going to be spicy.
They can't arrest 100,000. How many police officers are there in the UK? 300,000, is it?
They're going to struggle, mate. And what really helps is when they do them all around the country. Because normally they draw police in from other areas to cover the protest. But if you've got them going off in all different areas, it does confuse them. They can't cope with it.
It does, but they tend to be smaller protests.
But it still needs a force of police to be there to cover it.
Yeah, true. I don't have any answers for what is needed, unfortunately, but I know what's going on right now. I've seen protests that do work. I've seen lots that don't. But they won't. I firmly believe it won't. They won't get away with it. I firmly believe that there will be a larger public support eventually when it impacts people, not before. One of the points I made with Peter Pope was after he freed the whole UK with his protesting and however he did it, 90% of them would thank him and go back to watching the tellies. So, and that's the position we're in. Just people don't care enough. They're not bothered. They're more worried about putting dinners on table for the kids, more worried about paying the bills, more worried about game of golf, more worried about whether their team wins at the weekend. You know?
The one that's done them up is holidays, mate. That's where they've got people over a barrel.
Yeah. Well, as long as you comply fully, you get your holiday. As long as you take all of their conditions and you know what they are, you get your holiday. You know, the planes.
And this is why you've got to draw your line. I mean, I love travelling. You know, I went to Spain 6 times a couple of years ago before all this started. 6 times in a year. I love it.
Yeah.
But I'll be fucked if I bow down to this. My line's drawn, mate. I'll just go holiday in Cornwall.
No. I told you earlier. Go onto the Spanish website, get the English version of it, look at their list of exemptions and work out which one applies to you. Simple as that. You'll be on a plane.
But even being over there with the tyrannical shit that they've got out there. I've got a mate who lives in Spain, and it's a nightmare. Literally, masks everywhere. I'm not prepared to do it.
And I went to.
I don't want to go to a country where the rules are going to be more strict than they are at home.
Yeah, I went to Budapest briefly in September with my lad for a couple of days, and they have what's called the COVID pass, Freedom Pass it's called, and in their language. And yeah, you can't get in any of the restaurants in the main city, but as soon as you head out, you'll find people who are happy to flout the rules. And it's the same in the Czech Republic, and it'll be the same here. You know, black markets exist when normal markets are damaged.
But that's not the point. The point is, all right, there might be some shops flouting the rules, but if I go and have a holiday and spend money to go to a country, I don't want to worry about that.
And you can't do anything.
I don't want it on my mind having to look for a bar that's going to allow me in, and that's not. Yeah. How is that a holiday?
Yeah, they've got that yellow tape on your door. Do not enter, do not leave.
Yeah, until everything goes back to normal, mate, I just won't travel, and it will just fuck the economy. If everyone does the same thing, mate, then they'll soon have to back down.
You know everything's going to go back to normal, don't you? You know it will. It will eventually. They'll have to give up this eventually. It's untenable. It's unsustainable for them to do this. It's too expensive.
It's bending over in our direction, isn't it?
Yeah.
A year ago, I would have questioned that, but the fact of what I'm seeing is so many people are waking up now.
Yep.
Have had enough for all different reasons. Are starting to draw their lines.
Yeah.
It's going to head. Yeah, it's just a matter of now. How long can they? And Fischel said it the other day in her head. That made me laugh, man, when she said, Yep, COVID's over, guys. I'm just here to let you all know, celebrate together. You know, the narrative's finished.
Yeah.
And if you have that mentality, you've only got to think that in your head, and it is finished. It's over.
Yeah. Well, what you have to imagine is there's well, not imagine, but what you have to remember is there's many countries who are no longer playing ball. There's many populations who are no longer playing ball. So those countries have done that. There's many countries don't even participate. So for them to realistically put these conditions on effectively, the Western world is impossible. You know, the businesses are losing money. The shopkeepers won't follow the rules for long enough. It doesn't take too much more of a push for this to tip over.
And they're still using, like, a lot of people, you know, they're building that super prison and things like that. I think people are seeing it the wrong way. They're thinking, oh, no, look, this is because we're going to, if we don't comply, we're going to be in the prison. They're building these prisons to lock everyone up. Look at it as a psyop. They're building this prison to try and make you think. They can't physically lock everyone up, but they're trying to put that into your brain by building the prison. Yeah, of course they are. It's another psyop, isn't it?
2 to 3% of the population they could possibly put in those if they have 3 to a room. That's it. And
that prison there, I think, from what I think it only holds, is it 1,600 people or something like that?
Well, one of them is 3,000, and another one I think is 6,000 or 5,000.
Well, that's a piss in the open, isn't it? I mean,
it is tiny, yeah. It's not 2%; it's 0.2%. Yeah.
So it's there as a symbol. It's just literally look at this. This is we're building this. We want you to think that this is what's going to happen. FEMA camp. It's everywhere. Yeah. It's just plants.
As I said earlier, in plain sight, they tell you exactly what you need to know. Yeah. You just process it slightly differently. It's all fear porn. It's all boogeymen. This is why I think we had a chat about something when Peter Pope was in that room, and I said, ignore half of it. Half of it is of no consequence whatsoever. You know, the hill I'm going to die on is the one that matters to me,
or you
not the one they tell me.
You can go with Fischl's theory and just ignore the whole fucking lot,
which is a brilliant way to do it.
Yeah, I think so.
Probably slowly getting there myself. There are still concerns with the world, but those concerns existed long before all of this nonsense came along.
Yeah, I would say a good year now I've been of that mentality, mate. Do your worst.
Yeah.
Literally, do your worst.
Yeah, all right. Fucking bring it on, man. Fucking bring it on.
If mate, I might not be able to go into a supermarket and get food. I might not be able to travel. I'm happy with that, mate. I'll change my lifestyle if need be.
Absolutely.
But I'm not going to have your finger up my arse. I'm sorry. It's not going to happen.
Well, you'll still be able to do whatever you want, just not whatever they want.
I'll have to change my lifestyle a little bit, you know, but that's fine. That's fine by me.
Yeah.
Let me ask Tony a question. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Tony, hello, Tony. You've been sitting there patient and quiet and everything, mate. Oh, right. My electric's going to go off, but I'll ask you that later because I'm going to lose internet now because they have to switch my electric off. So I'll catch you in a little while.
Okay,
okay then. I'll ask you later. Bye, all, because I'm going to disappear any second.
Bye, Ron.
Bye, all, mate.
See you, Ron.
You'll be able to get a word in now. Ron's gone, Tony. Oh, that man is he's relentless. Honestly, relentless.
He's a very good debater.
Very clever man is Ron. I'd rather have him on my side. I'll tell you that much. As I'd say for most people that I've met on these things, you know. Whew. How are you doing, Tony?
I'm okay. I'm just, I've just, you probably heard the printer going. I've just printed out what's it called? It's basically an employment tribunal claim.
Okay.
Because I'm not going to let my previous employer get away with what they've done to me.
No.
I don't really care, I think, because I've got an interview on Tuesday, which I'm very sure that I'll get in the company.
Smashing.
It's, you know, I just want to make sure that they learn the lesson.
They shouldn't have done what they've done. I know you've told me details about it before. So yeah, I'm fairly confident you'll be all right there. I can see rays of sunshine darting into your room there and hitting you. Have you moved to Honolulu, Tony, in the last few days?
No, I'm still in sunny Hampton. The fact that it's 3 degrees C, that's the thing that pisses me off somewhat.
Yeah. What you're saying is it looks better than it is.
Yes, indeed.
I know what you mean. Still there, Joseph?
3 degrees C today.
Yeah, mate, I was just actually thinking, it's so nice to be on a small little channel like this where you don't get any drama. And I was thinking,
You know what, Jason?
How long is it
Let
going
me
to be
stop you
until
right
your
there.
channel gets attacked?
Let me stop you right there and just say, I ain't having none of that around here. Before anyone starts, I ain't having none of it.
Nah,
it's because I've only got 3 people watching. Fuck me, Jason. There's no one to cause any trouble. They're all just the nice people
great.
in here.
I used to love SG's channel. I don't go on it anymore because it's gone toxic. It really has. And he was the
on SG's. No. We've brought it back. He's had a couple of happenings, but I go on SG's quite a lot, and we have got the message across to those who want to make it trouble, I think. So it's calmed down a lot. Yeah.
I would have just literally, mate, as soon as that started, they would have got kicked out and just don't want it, because there's been some brilliant topics and people speaking on that panel. And as it's grown, I just feel that toxicity has just come along, which it does to all channels when they get bigger.
Yeah, it doesn't help. It's non-productive as well. But just to warn you, just after you said that, Anthony was just about to kick off in the room. So you see, that whole recurring positive message about not putting up with it, it does make a difference. Other sites should follow my lead. You watch, as soon as I've got more than 40 subs, it will go chaos. But
can we get a shout out to get Anthony on this panel, right? Because he's a bit shy to go on the panels, and I think this would be a perfect one for him to get on, man.
I've invited Anthony before. I'd love to speak to Anthony.
Come on, Anthony, come up and have a chat, man. There's only 5 people in total here, and how many in the chat at the minute?
3, 4,
3
maybe.
people.
No, 2. We've gone down to 2 now.
2 people. Yeah, so there's 6 people here. Come on, Anthony, let's have a chat, man.
Let's see what he says.
Please, Anthony, come on.
He's just doctors. I want to hear about his doctor's surgery.
Yeah, I am going to end it soon. I'm not here for much longer. I was going to end it about 5 hours ago, but nice people keep popping in to see me, Jason. It's addictive, you know, when they do. But yeah, if Anthony does want to pop in for a minute, that'd be great. I'd like to meet him proper. He's a good contributor to the chat.
I just want to answer.
We wait in silence.
Question.
I can hear a tick-tock as well. Is that just my imagination?
No, that's Tony's computer, mate, isn't it?
Is it?
In my computer.
Sounds like teeth chattering. It does everyone's head in, but nobody really knows it's his computer. I'm going to stitch him up.
Oh, I can hear it. God, yeah, it is a ticking. I thought it was just my... Because I hadn't heard it before, and then as soon as you said, come on, get in, I heard the music from Countdown. Do, 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 do. You know, the end bit. Can you not switch that computer off while you're talking to people, Tony? That would be helpful.
No, I'm talking to you.
I know I was.
Computer.
I know I was joshing you. But yeah, I have asked Anthony to come on.
I think he needs the link. You haven't dropped the link, have you?
Well, if he says,
yeah,
is it obligatory?
Do you need the link, Anthony?
If he says, yeah, I'll come on, then I'll put the link out there.
So you're going to be running more of these lives then now?
I plan to. There's a lot of people that do lives. I don't want to just be, in sort of one of the other ones. So
What's
they're
your
very
What's your
infrequent.
reason? What's your reasoning behind it? Are you looking to grow your channel and make money, or are you looking to just keep it on a small, low, personal?
Just on the small, low personal, really, but whatever it grows into, if I reach more people and the people that come on reach more people, then it's great. It's not as free as SG's. I won't have an open forum for people to air everything. I'd like to think it would remain controlled. Anyone's welcome to come on, but I won't have 8 or 10 people in the room. I will always keep it to 3 or 4 at the maximum. I like the little one-to-ones, Jason. I'd like you to come on sometime when I do it, and just me and you chat for an hour. Over the night, over the last 7 hours, I've had a long chat with Muggles, a long chat with Ronnie London. So that's what I prefer, and it's possible that nobody's interested in listening to that, but I enjoy it, and that's my aim.
Mr. Vega.
Yes, sir.
Can you highlight Master Ron's last comment in the chat? Not that one, the one further up. That's the one. Right. I will continue to get boosters for as long as it needs. I'm on the clinically at risk scale, so I have to take it, really, because otherwise I get pestered to death. I've had the booster. I've had 2 previous shots. Not a thing has happened to me. Not even felt tired. No problems at all. But as long as, you see, the way I look at it is, I don't want anybody to contract COVID from me.
But Tony, that's not going to stop people contracting it, mate, because you can still pass it on even if you're fully jabbed.
Well, yeah, I'd have to contract it first.
Which you can. So you can still contract it and you can still pass it on, can't you?
Oh yeah, but I don't go anywhere. I stay in my office. I've done for 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, I've got no problem with anybody that wants to have it. Then you do your research and you decide whether you want it or not. I just don't like it forced on me, mate. If I don't want to take it, I just want to have the pro-choice. I want to be able to choose whether I take it or not. And not be. That is my only thing. I'm not going to sit here and say it does this, it does that. I'm not interested. But all I know is I don't want to take it. I don't feel that I need to take it, and I won't have it forced upon me. And I won't put anybody down. You'll never hear me have a go at you for taking it. If you want to take it, that's your choice, mate,
Yeah, I completely agree.
And I think both the vaccinated and the unvaccinated need to come together and just get rid of this divide, because it's the divide that's disrupting the whole thing, and they're using that against us.
Yeah, it's splitting the country.
Yeah, divide and conquer in so many different ways, mate.
Yes, I agree totally. I'm totally of the same as you, really. If you want the jab, you can have the jab. If you don't want the jab, you don't get the jab. The only thing is that I'm just cautious that I don't want me to contract it. Not that I will, because like I said, I'm sat in my enclosed office. But I certainly would not like to pass it on to my, my aged father.
One thing I find strange, though, Tony, from what you've just said, there was a story that I read about a boat that was full of fully vaccinated people, yet they had an outbreak of the thing. I don't get that. If you've got a fully vaccinated boat full of people. Everybody on there was vaccinated. I don't know if you heard that story, Vince, but they still had an outbreak of the virus.
Well,
Very
all
strange.
you need is one asymptomatic carrier. Even if you're vaccinated or not, quite simply, you can still catch it. This is what annoys me about them calling it.
But I'm not sure that I fall into that. I'm not sure that I buy that asymptomatic. I'm really not sure. I'm not no scientist.
It's never existed before, Jason.
That's my point. I mean, you don't catch a cold and not feel any. No, it doesn't make sense to me. That
I
in
thrashed
itself.
this out with Crinkle for an hour. I gave him
long
prime
and
examples.
medium and short COVID and mate, come on. I'm not buying into that either. I don't get it.
Yeah, never in history have you had a population who are tested to see if they have something with no symptoms.
Yeah,
but if you had those symptoms,
up for it, mate, as well.
But if you had those symptoms, you were not allowed to be tested.
Did you hear that story about the boat where they were all
Yeah.
There was an outbreak
about 3 weeks ago. Yeah.
Same
as the princess at the start. Well, we know what's happening in the hospitals right now. We know who are having troubles, and by and large, I'm going to say it for the last time tonight, it's not the people without the medical transformation. Just made a cup of tea. Sorry, I was away for a minute there. Got a cup of tea on Tony. I honestly, for an immigrant Irishman, I'm as English as they come. It comes as no surprise, Jason. It comes as no surprise. The entire boat was transformed, and they all got it. Well, not they all got it, but they had a supposed outbreak, and a number of people tested positive. But we know that testing positive doesn't necessarily mean.
Sorry, mate. Can you drop the link for Master Ron and then obviously remove it again, if possible?
Okay. Where are we? But I mean that immigrant Irishman under a blood red sky. I was in a quiz last night and I won probably 3 or 4 out of 5 or something. One of them I didn't win, but I was known as the champion. The one question that I became the champion and received the adoration of the crowds. There's about 10 people watching. Was in which country did the 1916 Easter uprising occur? Do you know the answer to that under a blood red sky? I went into a minute and a half history lesson for them all. It's ever so funny. Do you know the answer to that, Jason?
Mate, I'm thick. No good asking me, mate. I'm an
You're not. You're not.
I am, mate. I am. I know nothing about nothing, mate. I'm a thicko.
The first time we met, you came in like a steamroller. Can I be honest with you here? Full disclosure, I thought you and Peter Pope were doubling up on me. For no other reason other than you just came in both with the same subject. And me and you, we talked about crypto, didn't we, for 10 minutes, 15 minutes?
Yeah.
And then
stock market something.
Yeah, and then Peter Pope, we were talking about freedom. But genuinely, I thought you both came in at the same time to sort of, hit me with it.
I've spoken to you before that, man. How could you put me in a double act?
No, I don't think so. I don't think you had.
No, honestly, I definitely had.
Had you where?
On SGs. Early on in the SG. Yeah, we've spoken before.
Right. I didn't remember that at that time.
Yeah. No.
And obviously, quite quickly, it became apparent that you hadn't.
Yeah.
But no, I remember thinking at the time, you're not thick, or thick, as you said.
Hello.
Hello, Ron.
Hello
I
again,
didn't know
Ron.
they're only going to. Hello, mate. Respect your answer, Tony. You know I respect your answer. I just wondered. Yeah, only had to turn it off for 5 minutes. But the other reason why I asked that question is this. The whole of Gibraltar has been done. They're up to scratch.
Yep.
And they had been right from day one. Anybody, like any Spanish workers that go into Gibraltar, have to also be fully as well. But they still have cases.
Yeah. Their numbers
Well,
are as high as ours.
COVID's never going to stop. It's going to remain with us probably for as far as the future can see. Obviously, the nice thing is that at least the Omicron version is nowhere near as lethal as the Delta version. I just hope it stays that way, but it will constantly mutate, and that is the worrying thing.
Yeah, I totally understand where you're coming from there, Tony, but the point I was making is that when you've got a whole population, I forget, 300 odd thousand people, I think it is, in an area which is fully done and everything, but nothing has changed for those people at all. That's what makes me think and everything when a whole population in one area has been done up to scratch. By what I found out was that when they ordered it, you could have given them 3 times over. That's the amount which they ordered at the beginning. They could have vaxxed them up 3 times in one session.
And as these, I think it's quite common that with a virus, as it mutates, it becomes weaker, which has been proven with the strains that we've had. It has become
by the laws of nature. It has to.
It's
the virus
diluting,
always makes the wrong decision in history.
The next one after Omicron, in my opinion, should be even weaker.
Yeah.
And
well,
you know,
I
look at the different strains that have been out already, and
fingers crossed it is, Tony. See, and that's the other thing. I don't think that there is such a thing as the Omicron variant. I think it's the flu season, but they've given it a name.
Of course it is.
But they've given it a name.
The last one was 2018. That's when the most people died. 2015 was the one before that. We're 3 years again. I mean, I've never thought about flus coming in a set number of years, but here we are again.
In England, I think 2018 was 24,000 died in 1 week.
There's an interview with I can't remember who, a nurse, Danny Tomo, and she spells it all out. She says it was hell. It was hell in 2018.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I disagree a little bit there, Ron, because I had it. I told you, didn't I? About a month ago, I had it, and I've never. It was really weak. It was just like not even a mild cold, mate. It was just the 3 days of losing my sense of taste and smell. No flu or cold has ever done that to me, ever. So I do think there is something there that's different.
Is, Jason. There is, of course. It's a strong
I don't think
one,
it's flu. I don't think it can be put down as flu. But whatever it is, it's getting weaker. And I had it back in March, 18 months ago, 2 years ago, when it all came about. And I was quite ill for about 7 days, but not that bad, just like a heavy flu. And that was a bit different. That felt different. But the one I had a month ago was well different, man. That was unreal. It made me feel sick for about a week. I felt really tired, and I just lost my sense of smell and taste for 3 days. And that was really, really different. Never experienced that.
All right.
I originally had it in December 2019. It knocked me sideways for about a week, but I pulled through. Obviously, I've not been vaccinated or anything then. Not that, I mean, I hate that description, vaccine. vaccine people think, you know, oh, well, if you're vaccinated, you're all right. You can't spread it, you can't catch it. Bollocks. So, yeah, I understand what you've been through. Like I said, 2 years ago, over 2 years ago, I caught it. I also caught another virus around about, it was the same virus that SG had, which was, again, very similar to a flu virus. Very weird. It hurt right in my diaphragm. The pain when I coughed, oh, it was horrible, man. Shook that, no problem. I've still got remnants of COVID. I've got long COVID. I was quite lucky in some ways because I've not got a sense.
When you say long COVID, Tony, remnants of long COVID, what do you mean?
Long COVID, it's where basically you catch it and it doesn't leave your system completely.
Yeah, I know. I understand what it is, but how can you? What symptoms have you got? What are you saying that you're still struggling with as long COVID?
Cough still. Occasionally I get sort of pain in my chest. I don't have fevers or anything.
But you smoke. You smoke, Tony, yeah?
Not very much.
I saw you roll 2 fags up the other night in about half hour.
That's alarming. Since it takes
Could that be giving you a cough?
To roll one.
I smoke myself, and smoking, when you smoke, it does give you a cough, doesn't it?
It can do, yeah.
And it can make your chest hurt a little bit as well sometimes.
Yeah.
See, and if you remember back during the summer months, you was hardly coughing.
Yeah, this is the weird thing. How a lot of these problems came on when I got this second virus, this horrible thing that SG also caught. It really hurt. That was probably worse than when I caught COVID. Because the COVID one, even though it stuck with me for a long time, and still is, it didn't hurt anything like this second virus. Now, luckily, I'll say luckily, this is strange, I've not got a sense of smell anyway after an operation to fix a crack in the base of my skull. So they had to basically go up my nose, smash the way through. It completely destroyed my sense of smell, so they could never use that as a test on me. How's your sense of smell? I haven't got one. So yeah, it's I'm in a funny state now. I don't really know what is going to happen with COVID. I think that it is going to, as you were saying, I think it is going to weaken progressively until eventually it will be just equivalent to a cold. But until we get to that point, until we can get to the point where, you know, you will not get hospitalized, I'll just continue to stay insulated, stay in my little room, continues to just be me. Yeah, pneumonia is pretty painful.
Yes. Yeah, pneumonia, yeah.
In fact, my mum died of pneumonia. She was in hospital at the time.
Yeah. Yeah, pneumonia.
We all tend to die of pneumonia mostly, Tony, because when the body is traumatized, the first thing it does is send out the triggers that will bring on the weakness to pneumonia.
Yeah.
So it's far more common, and pretty much anyone who dies will contract pneumonia. at some point in the last hours or days.
Yeah, like I said the other night, when I was a child, I got double pneumonia when I was a child. So it's both lungs which were affected. Somebody asked me, so how are my lungs now? Can they fight back certain viruses and what have you? I thought, I've never actually thought of asking that question. Maybe I should.
Do you remember having pneumonia?
Do I remember it? No, I was. Yeah. I'm not sure. I'd have to ask my mum how old I actually was. But I was a child, and yeah, she said I had double pneumonia at the time, and it was all touch and go.
Wow.
But if it strengthens your lungs, I really don't know. I really don't know.
It's a misnomer about asthma. I've met quite a few people through my life that tell me they have asthma, so they're inactive. But most athletes have asthma because their lungs are able to open wider. Their breathing passages are able to open wider. They're able to inhale more oxygen so that the body can excel.
Yeah. Yeah, Maria Moon, she's saying that she had pneumonia and it scarred her lungs. Was it? She's got pain under her arm, left armpit area. She said, well, not quite under the armpit, but that side further down. But she said that's what the doctors told her, is that that's scar tissue. Obviously, it's coming in from the lung.
It's the damage that it does that remains the problem. Anyone can weather pneumonia, but if it sort of gets a grip, people can have many heart attacks through their life without ever knowing it. But when a doctor gets to see your heart, they can see the scars like rings on a tree. They can see all the times that you've had a heart attack. There's a certain threshold where it can be classified as a heart attack, and some people have many. I've had a few heart attacks in my life, I tell you.
Yeah.
I was kind of joking there, but these things do occur. So it's unfortunate if you contract pneumonia and it gets a grip somewhere, because the trauma will always sort of remain, and it'll debilitate the lungs in some way. Once they're gone, they don't come back.
Yeah, she does suffer with. She's an asthmatic, diagnosed as an asthmatic.
Well, she should be quite athletic. Get her running, Ron. That'll do it. No excuse, Maria.
When I quit smoking, the asthma actually goes.
Did you hear that?
No, I missed it. I laughed.
She said if she ain't smoking, like when she did quit smoking for 2 years, the asthma actually went. It's only when she started smoking again that. Self-inflicted.
Yeah, I had onset asthma that came on as a young adult. When I got to, my brother had asthma from birth. I had it as a young adult. Suffered it for about 2 or 3 years, and just poof, gone. Never had it again. I was prescribed Ventolin, Salbutamol, and all sorts of things, and it did help. So I did have, the standard definition of asthma. I had a couple of asthma attacks. One was really bad, and I was took to hospital, and then poof, it's gone by the time I was about 22, 23. Strange.
Do you smoke?
I do. I was smoking then, and then I didn't smoke for about maybe 5, 6, 7, maybe 8 years, and then started smoking again. It's just the one recurring bad habit that I've got, apart from hot, racy women, of course. And it's, I'll have to confess to that one. Might be bullshitting a bit, but who cares? But yeah, smoking. I'm smoking again at the moment, And I'm very aware. My son, the last time I was with my son, because I'd miss his birthday, because she is very skilled at not letting me sort of see him around his birthday and Christmas. She's a bit angry still. And I take that on the chin. I'll weather that for a year or two more, and then we'll look at it. But when I do see him, we have his birthday and we have his Christmas, and I tell him which day to decide for each one, because usually I'm with him for 2, 3, 4 weeks, depending on what time it is. And on his birthday, we got him a little cake and had a birthday and presents and everything like that. And when he blew out the candles, he says, "Oh, Dad, on my real birthday," he says, "I blew out the candles and I wish that you'd give up smoking." And I felt horrible. Oh, I felt horrible that, that was the one thing that came to his mind. He didn't wish for a scooter or a skateboard or something. And it made me give up smoking for about a month, and then back again smoking again now. It's a horrible habit.
Yes.
Excuse me.
Yes. I was talking about it. So, is young Ronnie back? No, still not back.
Ronnie was with me in the night. He'd be fast asleep now, getting his hours in.
Right. Was he up all night?
Yeah. Ant says, "I'm asthmatic. I was the fastest runner in my school, and I'm a PADI scuba instructor." See, scuba instructors, they've got to have good lungs. But how much do you suffer, Ant? Are you constantly medicating, or is it mild? Have you become a bit more athletic and it's gone away? Has it come up more because you're more athletic?
Yeah, it's
See, I keep on thinking about going to vaping, but they still say that it can cause another problem from vaping.
The moisture in your lung, it can bring on bubble lung, it's called, which is a form of infection, because you're introducing an abnormality to your lung. Your lung starts to touch in places where it shouldn't, and you'll get an infection most likely.
That's what makes me think, should I change to vaping or not?
I vape. I have a vapor. I bought one, cost maybe £40 from Amazon, and all the bits and so on. But it's probably about £60 in total. I did use it for a little bit when I gave up for that month, and it did the job perfectly. In fact, I was perfectly in the habit of it. But you know what? I just got racked off one day. And I just went out and I just thought, I'm going to buy one packet, smoke it, and done. And of course, here we are 3 months later, still smoking. I'm a very weak man, Ron. I've got no resolve, no sort of ability to stop myself smoking. Although I've done it 3 times in my life as an adult. One time for about 8 years, one time for maybe the same amount, maybe 10 years, I think. All because I was in relationships where they didn't want me to smoke, and I was happy to go along with that.
Well, there you go. You got to do it again then, mate. Find a woman.
Chances of me getting a decent woman at my age. Chances of finding a decent woman at my age in my condition.
Your age? What's your age? What's your age?
48.
That's the age.
Have you seen the women at 48? You go on the dating sites and have a look at the 48-year-olds. Jesus. I am joking. I would just like to say I am joking. They're all beautiful in their own right. No, I'm not fussed. I've got a lot to do myself. I'll be honest with you. I've took a break from that. Had a sort of.
But there again, though, I'd say for the past 2 years, it ain't exactly been the easiest thing to go out and, pubs were closed, clubs were closed, wherever you wanted to go, and you might have met up with somebody, closed. So it ain't been easy for anybody. Look how many people had to postpone their weddings and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, somebody was saying the other day, so many people that had weddings lined up and now split up because they never had the wedding and it didn't work out.
Exactly.
Saved them the
So,
cost of the wedding, didn't it? To
mhm.
find out
I
they were
want
incompatible.
I'd like to know how many divorces occurred during all the time, because obviously the
That has
men and
gone up.
women had to stay at home and everything, and it's like
There's a big water park near me, massive water park, and there's about, I think it's 14 little, well, 5 or 6 big lakes and about another 8 or 9 smaller lakes, and they do fishing, water sports and everything there. And I go there and cycle round because it's a good sort of 4 or 5 miles to get around the whole thing if you follow the track that I do, And when I was doing that during lockdown, there was always a police car in the car park. They were watching people, making sure they weren't out having exercise, breathing oxygen, And I went and spoke to them. I pulled up by their car with mine open window. As it turned out, they were very nice blokes. They were told to be there, and they were just sort of chilling and relaxing. They weren't approaching anyone. They never approached me because I'd got my bike out. Got that in 10, 15 minutes, and it still hadn't come on. And they were telling me domestic abuse had gone through the roof.
I bet.
Yeah, this was about 2 or 3 months in, and it had gone cocoa. People locked up together. People having spent far more time together, and frustrated as well. Worried, concerned, anxious for the future, terrified and listening to if they were going to kill Granny and themselves and the neighbour.
Project Fear.
Abuse. Crime went down. Domestic abuse went through the roof.
Yeah.
Because there was no shops to all the shops were all closed up and so on. So crime had gone down. People weren't milling around at night like they used to. It was like a restricted zone. Yeah.
Well, we didn't even know that there was you was only allowed out for an hour, because obviously the spring.
I never knew that either, Ron.
Yeah, the spring of March, April, and May had pretty good weather. So me and Maria Moon, obviously, we'd go out for walks and be outside for hours, wouldn't we? Like we normally do, because, like I said, walk out our front door, it's fields. So we'd just be mulling around, sitting down, chilling out, and what have you, and then we'd walk home. This will be around about, I don't know, 5 in the evening, and we'd just walk to our normal places and what have you, and we'd be walking back as it's getting dusk and what have you, and didn't know. Well, we enjoyed it though, because whenever we did actually have to hit a road, we'd be walking in the middle of the road because there's nobody driving around it. It's lovely. No slipping off of the car, the path on the curb. It's like no ankle twisting, nothing. Lovely.
The chances of you getting run over, the chances of you getting mugged, the chances of you, all of those had gone, diminished. I didn't listen to a word of it. I went out every single day. Some of the days I was out for hours and hours and hours. I went off to London every other weekend during the first year. I was walking around London City, bare empty, having to go to McDonald's for food, which I rarely do. And didn't listen to a word of it. I was never questioned once. At the height of the lockdown, when the whole madness about the masks, I walked into the train station just at the back of the South Bank. Fucking hell. Anyway, my brain's dead. Sorry, Ron. But I walked in and there was 2 transport police there, and one said, "Put your mask on." And I just looked at them and said, "I don't wear masks." I walked past them. They never said another word. Nobody cared.
No.
All this about people being arrested for going to the beach to have a cup of tea, it was bollocks. It was all PR. The little old fellow was probably paid $5,000 to do that. It's all scary stuff. It's all scare stories. Just to keep us, and it worked. It worked on 95% of the population.
Where I am, they were pretty on it, mate. They were hassling us. I saw them going into parks and telling people to move off of benches because they were sitting down. I actually physically saw that.
What would you have said to that, though, Jason?
I'm not actually sure unless I was in the situation. I probably would have got the fucking ump, and it would have been a conflict.
Yeah,
but I've seen them in the town centre where we are, in the first lockdown. as they let us out and everyone was vigilant about wearing the masks, there were police in our town centre. So it's not a big town centre, it's quite small. And there must have been about 40 coppers all walking around in groups of 2 and going in and out of shops, checking to see if people were wearing a mask and stuff like that.
Wow. I never saw any of that.
It was, honestly, mate, round here, they were on it.
And when you know where I live, Jason, you'll be amazed. I live in Leicester.
How far are you from London?
100 miles. I live in Leicester,
okay.
which was
in
the
Leicester.
COVID hotspot for the first year. We had the longest lockdown in the entire UK.
I remember that.
And you know what? Leicester just carried on as normal. Don't believe a word of it. There's a large Asian area in Leicester as well, and I would drive through that to get down to the A6 to go out to Rutland Water and places like that. And nothing. Everything was just normal. Life went on as normal. All the shops were open. You could get a burger at 12 o'clock at night if you wanted. Perfectly normal. Nothing, honestly, man.
Wasn't it Leicester that had that situation where if you're on one end of the road, you was on tier 1?
Yes.
But at the other end, you was on tier 4 or some stupid 3 or something.
They separated us. There was one area that was tier the lowest tier. I can't remember how they did it. And most of the rest of the areas scaled up until quite a large area of Leicester was the highest tier, the highest danger level, if you would.
Crazy.
But nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Because that was when the councils were making their decisions, wasn't it? To what tier you may be put into.
Yes, and this was the reason why the one region had the lowest, because they are Leicestershire, and Leicestershire and City are very, very close. The City is a small circle. The Leicestershire covers quite a lot of the City, if you know what I mean. I'm sure there are other cities where that occurs, but the actual City is a small area, and the Leicestershire one still rings around the City. You know, it doesn't peter out and turn into Leicestershire. So yeah, we had one large area in Leicester, which was the lowest tier, and your neighbour across the road could be the highest tier. But I drove around it all day long. I saw it every single day. Nothing really had changed. The roads were a little bit emptier. That's about it.
I think I saw a video of somebody in a car. They were coming from the low tier, and as they went into the high tier, a police car was waiting there and stopped them, and was saying, "Why are you out and all this shit?"
Do you mean like the old Russian military
is that
border
sort of scenario?
posts?
Yeah, is that sort of scenario? There's a police car in the high tier, and as the car come out of the low tier and went into that section, I actually stopped him and was asking him questions of, you know, how long you've been out, what's your destination, and all this. Whereas he's been driving all over the place in the low tier and didn't have a problem. It's like that seems a bit fucking weird.
There was none of that here. I mean, one of the few things I used to do to go out and just feel as though I was human was in the evening I'd go to McDonald's, go through the drive-through, get myself a coffee, and I'd sit there and make all my calls. I tend to do a lot of work calls that way. I feel as though I'm away from home, and you know what I mean. And I'd sit there and it'd be police car after police car after police car coming in and out. Not one of them questioned me. I'd be there for hours. A few cars would come in.
At Starbucks, exactly the same thing. I'd sit outside Starbucks or go and pull up in a park.
In fact, I met a friend. I met a mate of mine, and he popped he rang me on his way home from work, maybe 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He says, "Where are you?" I told him where I was. McDonald's, sat in the car park. So I'll come and have a coffee. I said, okay. So he came, he jumped in my car. We were sat there for 20 minutes, half an hour, nice little chat. Police car pulled in, and he went, "Oh, I've got to go." And he got out my car, jumped in his car, and shut off. because the police
That's
car
so
pulled in.
bad, and that reminds me of how bad you felt having someone in your car, knowing
Yeah.
that it's a friend, and it would hot you up basically. You'd know, and that was mentally like not right. The way that it made you
damaging.
feel like you were doing something wrong by having someone else other than your family in your car.
He ran back to his car, got in and drove off, and I rang him straight away.
It made you feel like a criminal,
he
mate,
says,
doesn't
I'm
it?
not hanging
Awful.
around to get arrested. I'm not hanging around to get arrested. And that was
Wow.
it. Yeah, madness. How powerful they are.
But we all felt like it. It's easy to say we didn't, but we all felt that.
Honestly, I didn't. Although, let's put a caveat in it. I was a bit of a loose cannon at the time. I was probably ready to fight them at the time as well, because what had happened with my son in sort of going abroad. And so I just had that couldn't care less attitude, you know. My world sort of rocked. And don't know, I wasn't going to fall for anyone else's silly rules after the worst thing could have happened to me is that I wasn't bringing up the sin anymore. Not in the conventional sense, you know. So, yeah, I wasn't falling for any of it. Never got asked once, never got approached, nothing. In fact, the only thing that ever happened was I met a female friend of mine and we got some fish and chips one night from a chip shop that was allowed to open till 8 o'clock in the evening, which was, oh my Lord. So they shut it and we got this fish and chips and we went and sat in the car park of the Space Centre in Leicester. We're famous for space because there's lots of really clever scientists at Leicester University that got the Mars rover to land and sort of send back the information. So I sat in this car, but only car there out of, 3,300 spots. This security guard came up with a torch. And she said, oh no, here we go. I was sat there perfectly innocent. This is what you're doing. I said, we're sitting having fish and chips. Mind your own fucking business. And he went, if you're found here, you'll get in trouble, don't you? I said, by who? He said, by the police. I said, what are they going to do? It's not illegal to park your car. And you can imagine the conversation was he. And he walked off saying, on your own head be it. Tried to help you. And that was the mentality of the entire country. That was probably the only thing I had in terms of, somebody approaching me. And I was laughing at him, carried on eating my fish and chips, and that was it. But of course, she said, we better get out of here quick, so it's Germany in 1939, and we'll be stood against the walls.
How they got us to police ourselves.
No, it was skillful, but it wasn't so clever. We just complied.
They've done a great job though on people, just giving them that extra little bit of authority. You'd walk into a shop and they just felt they had to stick it on you when you went into a supermarket or.
Yeah.
Personally, if I was working in there, mate, I wouldn't have been doing that. I wouldn't have had none of it. Fuck that. I don't want the conflict.
Yeah.
These people, it's like they wanted the conflict because it was everywhere, wasn't it?
Well, this is it. This is the one thing that I had the problem with is the people in the shops were willing to do the government's bidding. They all turned into security guards and police officers,
That's
even
what
though
they were
scanning you. They were scanning your baked beans on a cash till, but they were happy to become police, security, medical advisor.
It was that bad that, like, even your local Toby Carvery, which were very bad, man. I used to, if I went anywhere, because of the QR code thing that you had to scan everywhere to get in, I had an old burner phone, an old Nokia. I bought it on purpose. So what I'd do is I'd go into somewhere like Toby and they'd, can you scan the app, please? And I'd take the phone out of my pocket and give it. So how do I do it? I'd act dumb, So I'd be showing this old Nokia. Obviously doesn't scan a shit. How do I do it then? Can you show me how this works? And they'd look at my phone and go, is that your phone? Yeah.
Well, Jason, I didn't see this. I would go and stay in London. I used to go to Cricklewood, to the Moon Under the Water. There's you've just said it. My brain is Coco. What is it? The range of pubs. No, it's not a Toby Carvery. It's Weatherspoons, and he used to go there all the time. Cheap and cheerful, and none of them in there. and I never scanned. They never asked me. They had the scanning ability. I would use it all the time. Never got asked. Never got asked. Same as McDonald's in London. In Leicester, there's a pub not far from me called the Hobby Horse. It used to be a play place, and my son loved it, but then they converted it into a let's make as much profit as possible from the adults. And used to go there during the lockdown and have a carvery. Never got asked to scan. Never. Just didn't see it, Jason. Honestly, I don't know if I was living in an alternate dimension to you, but I never saw any of it.
Yeah, it was everywhere. Toby
I
Carvery
heard
were really
about it.
bad for it.
I don't think I went to a Toby Carvery.
Yeah,
but
they were really
didn't see
bad.
it.
I think it was certain shops were worse than others, but yeah, Toby were really. You had to sign a bit of paperwork as well with your telephone number and
Wow.
literally all sorts to get in there.
Yeah.
So obviously, I just put Mickey Mouse down and fake numbers.
There's a really nice Indian takeaway in Leicester where I used to go for a buffet with a friend of mine called Paul. He's a proper activist, really sort of clever guy. And he would put his name as, what was it? It's made me howl every single time on this piece of paper. Claude Stryker or something like that. It made up the whole persona to go out and do this thing. And it used to rip me every single time. I was howling as well. I was like doubling over in laughs as he was just writing this name. He'd scribble it down. Claude Straker or Striker or something like that. That was it. No number.
Oh, the
no
names
nothing. And it was humouring to do it though.
Yeah, they knew I was taking the piss. I think I even used Kentucky. And literally I used loads of different names because that's what I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna try and do it like and make up some name that sounds like a name. I'm gonna take the piss if I'm gonna do it.
Course.
You know?
And it's my expressed wish that everyone did when they went and did these things, you know. But unfortunately, I know it didn't happen that way. Mad.
What was it like where you are, Ron?
Very rarely going to the town where we are. Very, very rarely. Well, I haven't been into the towns, like I said, last year. But beforehand, we never really went into town.
Where are you based, Ron? Without giving you, obviously, what area are you in?
Near the East Coast, Essex.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, very close to the East Coast. Lovely fields. Very small town is near us.
Yeah,
mainly coffee shops and charity shops. Oh, and quite a few betting shops. That's where we are.
Yeah, I remember that putting me Saturday Bet on as well. The betting shops tried all that lot on.
Mm-hmm.
I pissed one of them off really badly.
I have been in a betting shop a couple of times, but that's because of Maria Moon's father when he used to come down. He went into a betting shop, I think twice, but I've never been a betting person unless it's on myself. So, no.
We have a
all
beautiful Irish comment there from our Irish and a Blood Red Sky chat member. I have no idea what it means. It probably means just having a cup of tea. But my Gaelic is non-existent. Folk Mahol is about all I know. You shut your mouth. Which my mother screamed at me.
Yeah.
How about you, Tony? Did you feel like a caged animal during it all?
The weird thing is, as soon as all this started, I just sat in the office and worked from home. So really, it didn't affect me that much because, you know, I was just Here, in my own little office, working away.
No restrictions in your office then?
No.
Did you have to wear a mask?
No.
Did you make yourself wear a mask and sanitize every 5 seconds?
Wearing masks out of my own.
Did your missus ask you to wear a mask?
No. Even though the weird thing is, when I got COVID in 2019, I actually caught it off my wife. She caught it first, and she got it from work. But we both got over it. It just knocked us sideways for, like I say, for a week. But we came out of it the other end, not feeling that bad at all.
Do you wonder about the long-term effects? You know, Jason and Ron mentioned that the sort of the long COVID symptoms could be just the conditions you would have anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that it's well documented. So I'm not particularly bothered about it because I know that eventually it will pass. I mean, it's certainly not as bad as it was 6 months ago now. So, you know, I'll just let it run its course, bugger off.
Yeah. How often would you get a flu normally?
Normally, I'd get a flu probably once every 2 years. Obviously now with what's happened, I've not had a flu for 2 years. I've had a virus that was nasty, but no flu, no cold. It's been pretty easy.
So effectively, you've had your scheduled flu.
Yeah.
I normally have it once a year.
Yeah, normally.
Without fail. I had a bad one, 2019, and it was like vertigo. My balance went for 2 weeks.
Oh yeah, I've had flu like that as well.
And I live alone as well, so and I ribbed mate, the lad I was talking about earlier when he met me in the McDonald's, and I was ribbing him because I was sick for 2 weeks, 2 weeks solid, and for the first 5-6 days I didn't eat. I couldn't even get out of my bed. I was bolted to the bed, and I rib him because I say to him every so often, you know, I remember the time he fucking deserted me, and I could have died in that 2 weeks, and he'd have never known. And obviously, we've all got busy lives, and I was only joking. But yeah, it hammered me to a bed. This was 2019. This was about November 2019.
Isn't it weird?
And it was a killer.
Yeah, me and SG have talked about it. And now Tony's saying, you saying, in 2019, at the beginning of December,
yeah,
I come down with a
another
really
friend
bad
of mine had it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, really bad. Mine lasted about a week.
Well, I don't know if you remember.
That's the first time for a very long time.
I don't know if you remember this, but there was a few medical people saying that, you know, it had swept through us in November.
Yeah.
They weren't really outspoken because, as you can imagine, none of them are willing to talk, really. There's no prize for talking about it. But yeah, I remember at the time, maybe 2-3 months later, there was lots of talk that something big swept through us in that November. I had it and I just thought nothing of it. And then slowly over time, I started asking people, "Were you sick last November?" And, numbers of them were. Not everyone, but numbers of them were. Mine was awful. It was the first time I'd had anything like it. If I lifted my head off the pillow, I was being sick. So it was for some reason related to my balance, my maybe an ear infection as well as everything else. And it's horrible. I'd never want it again. I wouldn't wish it on a dog, honestly.
Yeah, that's it. Mine was, I didn't suffer with the vertigo, but I really had no energy whatsoever. I'd never had flu like it. I don't think. And it lasted about a week, didn't it?
Was it different?
Remember 2019, I had that really bad flu.
Yeah.
Really bad.
Completely different to anything you'd had before.
Yeah, it's really strong. Maria Moon didn't get it. I did. And that's the first time I'd had bad bout of flu for 20 years. I think.
I've never been tested for COVID. I've attended a few testing sessions, but I've never been tested because I've travelled. So you do have to have those relevant documents. I've never had COVID. I've never had any symptoms or anything since, apart from a sniffle end of last year, but that was just a bit of a cold. I went out on one of the days, got proper chill, and so I knew where that came from.
Yeah.
I'd be interested to know now if I show any antibodies.
Never know. People that caught that flu. This is the strangest thing about the whole of this event as well, is that they didn't do any scientific studies to see if herd immunity would have
worse
worked.
than that, but we can't really talk about it. But none.
They didn't have a look at that in any shape or form.
No.
What's the first thing you normally do? You find out if your own immune system will actually fight it.
They didn't do a study.
But no, they went the other way.
They didn't do a sort of an isolated study on antibodies.
No,
they haven't done that.
Not anyway.
Because I know why. Because the results would be revealing.
Yeah, because that's what Rad Paul keeps on putting to Fauci, saying, why didn't any scientific studies at any time go in to find out if herd immunity was the way to go about it?
They classified that in 2020, March 2020. They said we had herd immunity, and that was one of the most distinguished virologists that predicted. What's the correct termination? He from research, from study, and from subject. He surmised that herd immunity had been reached already, but they didn't actually tell us that we had until I think it was August last year, or maybe earlier last year.
Well,
you have to hit a threshold at 83%
because that was the ones who writ up the paper for the Barrington report. I can't remember their names. It was a female and two males.
And I don't know if it was included in the Barrington Declaration.
No, but they were saying it at the time.
Yeah.
They were saying at the time, and a female doctor scientist used to go to Speaker's Corner, and she one time stood up on the table at Speaker's Corner, and she was shouting, saying, well, what about the studies and everything on herd immunity? Don't believe in what you're being told, because. And I thought, well, she's got a point, because how can you go by something if they haven't actually done any scientific research to find out if herd immunity may have been the correct way to go? But instead, they decided to go the other way. Let's have this to give to people. Let's not study.
And would you not think
effective way?
Would you not think on herd immunity or antibodies? They told us that you shouldn't really take the vaccine if you've had COVID in the last month or so. That was that was the advice they gave us. Or
initially.
so okay, yeah. Purely they were saying that because there was a medical reason for not taking it. So what about the asymptomatic people that may have had COVID? Were they tested for antibodies before they took the vaccine?
That's the other thing. Yes.
Should they have been tested, or should that have been the first point of call before putting the vaccine in a person?
Jason, try not. I know I've said it a couple of times. Try not to use the word "see," if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It counts.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean,
what's the tried and tested method for reducing herd immunity?
Vincent, I'm gonna have to leave you. I've got to go and make some food.
Pleasure to see you, Tony. Let me just say, Mark Kelly's not here, so let me just say, Tony, don't you fuck me. Don't you ever try to fuck me, Tony.
Look after yourself, mate.
You take care, Tony.
Mark does it better, doesn't he?
Always, mate.
Take it easy, guys. Look after yourselves. Take care.
You take care.
So the most tried and trusted way to reduce herd immunity is to isolate and keep us apart. Quite simply,
make
us wear masks, reduce your immunity system.
Yeah,
immune system.
It's completely, absolutely crazy, and
They did the opposite.
That's why I listened to this Rad Paul when he's got Fucci in front of him, questioning him and everything. Because he's really grilling him. He knows. And what's it? Oh, I come across a news report that they've got hold of Fucci's emails, and they're seeing quite a few things coming out of his emails. I'm gonna have to watch that fully. I only watched a bit of it. I think I was just about to go to bed, so I thought, nah, fuck it, I can't concentrate. I'm gonna go to bed, so I'm gonna go back on that. It's called Rising. They're the ones who are following Rad Paul with the questioning, because that's Hill, isn't it? Hill Rising or something like that. So I'll have to go back on that one. Something about Fucci's new stuff has come out where Fucci had he was more involved in. So yeah, I can see him by everything that keeps on coming along. One, he's going to be done for perjury. I'm pretty 99% sure that they will get him for perjury, at least because of the lies and the deceit and everything, and it's now starting to come out and saying, you did know about shit. You know, there's no getting away and denying it, but that's what he has been doing. So we shall see. Watch this space.
I don't tend to invest much time into him or his UK equivalent because they'll get away with whatever they're doing anyway. So that's a constant for me. Whatever they sort of say, do, or whatever else, it's a constant. They're not going to be held to account for that.
I don't know. This Rad Paul he won't even take any notice of what you'd call the chairperson.
Yeah.
He just dismisses the chairperson and says, no, I'm going to carry on. You know what I mean? And he will push his luck. He really does push his luck. So I don't know. I think you've seen some of them.
I have. Again, I don't put much effort into watching them really, but I was in an American panel last week. I spent 2 or 3 nights going in American panels and getting sort of to know the people there. It was quite interesting, made a few connections and so on. And I wish I'd gone back, but I like the UK ones better because they're my people, you know. They're all for this Rand Paul and what he's doing, but I tend to think as soon as they make a big thing of it, the longer it spends on television, the more you have to question it. quite simply. The things that don't hit the television, they're the ones worth looking at.
I will
Sad as that
disagree, but only
sounds.
time is. It's because of the terminology which he's been coming out with. His own one, you should be locked behind bars,
Yeah,
and two, history will tell the truth.
yeah.
And I think, well, if he's saying that he should be locked behind bars, and he near enough said that right at the beginning after the first questioning, so I think that he is. I think he is genuine. I think he is going to push as far as he possibly can when it comes down to Fucci and his lies. I think he cannot abide liars. That's the attitude I get from him, that he cannot stand people that will be there sitting in front of him and be out and out liars. So he's catching him out on so many things. He's a very intelligent guy, very
He is.
intelligent.
I agree with you. And he's
Yeah.
been very outspoken about the crime bill that they're running through at the moment as well. And he's opposing it, and it's not going anywhere quite right now, but it's still on the table, unfortunately. I always feel that they have to look like they're doing something. And, if they look like they're doing something, we're less likely to do something.
Yeah, because there always has to be some. We have to be careful with controlled opposition because it's everywhere.
We need a hero, and if they provide one for us, we won't bother looking for one. Simple as that.
Because if he isn't, he keeps on exposing Fucci for the fraud that he is. And every single time that Fucci is coming up in front of him, being questioned or what have you, he will have to take him to perjury, because he's shown time and time again where Fucci's answers are flawed. So that has to go to perjury, no matter what. He will have to stand up in court for perjury, if anything, because he keeps on proving that he's lying.
Yeah. I do watch, and I do watch with interest, but I don't know. I've seen it a few times before, and I've followed politics for as long as I can remember, since I was a boy. Really, I had a very strange interest in politics from a young age, and I've seen this happen so many times before, where they've had a so-called opposition and just goes to nothing. Look at all the reports that they've released over the last 20, 30 years, all of the reports that they've funded and never released, the reports that they've done and released and nothing's been done about. It's just...
I think you have a lot of people, though, will cry out and turn around and say, hang on a minute, if we did that, we'd be up in court for perjury.
Yeah, of course you would. Yeah, don't do as they... Don't do as they do.
When a person has been exposed, then you're exposed.
Of course. Don't do as they do, though, Ron. Do as they say.
That's
the rule.
Time will tell. Hopefully, how he's talking, he sounds really genuine, and he wants to expose Fucci for what he's done.
Yeah.
So, like it says, history will tell.
It will. It will. And there have been examples where people have been exposed. We've seen that. They've done it with the politicians. Unfortunately, they tend to do it after they're no longer with us.
Yeah.
Told you about my my local MP when I was growing up was Greville Jenner.
Who?
He used to come, Greville Jenner. Have you not heard of Greville Jenner?
No.
He was the MP for my local area in Leicester. He visited my school very regularly, so I would see him quite often. He even came into my parents' house a time or two, and there was lots of accusations at that time. I remember at that time when I was, a boy, and then as I grew older, those accusations grew more and more and more, and now the government or whoever have admitted that he was torturing and abusing children in his rooms in the Houses of Parliament. people he would
See, this
invite
is it.
there.
See, I didn't follow. I said it before. To me, politics, I didn't take any notice of it. I just thought, well, you're just taking one bunch of criminals and putting in a new bunch of criminals. Nothing really
Yeah.
changes. A
Nope.
few things here or there. They say a lot when it comes up to an election. If they actually follow through, that's a completely different thing. So I didn't follow. But when it was the referendum, then I followed that because I wanted to make the right decision.
Yeah.
You know? So I did follow that. But no, I never really followed stuff beforehand. I lived in my own little bubble.
Yeah.
I
Good.
knew
Good.
that Parliament was just full of corruption.
You were better
Most
off out of it, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, most corrupt organisations known to man, really. And they go around saying to people, "Oh, you can't sell this and you can't sell that; it's illegal." And you think, "Hang on a minute, you've got your fingers in those fucking pies." I know for a fact that whenever anybody's got raided, a weed farm or cannabis place, what have you, that stuff the very next day is on the streets.
They're all at it.
Yeah.
So let me
the
take a
corruption
cheap
is
shot,
on.
Ron. Let me take a cheap shot. Why do you trust Rand Paul?
So, what's that?
Why do you trust Rand Paul? He's on a gravy
Why do I
train.
trust Rand Paul?
Rand Paul.
Because I think he's a different type of politician. I truly do believe that he's one of these people that actually has taken politics seriously.
There are outliers. I will defend your position there. There are outliers. We have them in English politics. People who have got there through the conventional methods as opposed to being selected. You know, chosen by the people. One of the few democracies we have left is choosing the MPs. So I'll agree with you there, but
and he might be doing it for his own political gain. You know what I mean? He wants to be the man in history to have gone down as the man who brought down the man who was part of the whole fucking situation of, well, since the Second World War. You know what I mean? He may want to be that man in history.
Could be.
Could be.
He could have grand plans, you know.
Like the term said, history may tell. Or he may just be, like I said, he might be just one of these people that wants to be on the right side of history and
Tracy
to go down
her
in the
name
history
was,
books.
Sorry, Ron, I was just answering a question in the chat.
Right.
Tracy Shaw, her name was, or something Shaw. I think it was Tracy Shaw. Sounds a bit common when I say it like that, but I'm sure it was. I like confidence, Ron, and you give me a bit of confidence when I hear other people say it. I respect you. I think you're a bright bloke. So,
well, no, it's just anything I see that is picking holes in what's going on and exposing anything, I think is a good thing.
Absolutely.
And that's what I see him doing.
They had a debate the other night. I don't know if you saw this. 2 nights ago, I went out for dinner and was listening to it in my car and getting really frustrated, and it was about Tommy Robinson. And their position, the person who held the debate was strong for Tommy Robinson, and a couple of people came in that sort of shook it all up, and they were both ejected from the debate. So I was getting annoyed about that because I hate to see that. You know, I'll discuss with anyone, and whatever their approach, I'll calm them and then discuss it with them. And so it's a bit of a shit show. But the simple fact is, whether you agree with Tommy Robinson or not, he's created this huge awareness that people have become, they've heard of all the things he's talking about. Whether they believe it or not is their business. But so he's created this awareness of some of the issues in this country. So to defend your point there again, even somebody who may not be on our side can do a lot of work for us. It creates an awareness. It spreads that message, those facts.
But what I don't follow Tommy Robson, really. I know what he's done, but by what I could gather, what he was doing was because it looked like that the police and the care workers really knew what was going on, but they give it a blind eye. It sounded like. Plus, he wanted to expose because there was a sort of a media blackout, if I'm correct, on what was going on. So that was what his aim was, to actually expose it.
Yeah.
So, big up the guy for doing it.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
How could you oppose somebody who wants to stop the abuse of children?
Yeah. And it's been going on for ages. You know what I mean? And
longer than we realise. 30 years he's talking about.
Yeah,
in the
exactly.
particular place he is right now, and he has this TV series, I think it is coming up, which is going to be releasing in January. Is fair evidence of what's been going on. I think it might just be interesting. That I don't support Tommy Robinson fully. I believe in all that he thinks, but I don't tend to follow people in that sense.
I know people because I caught a video where he's outside a building. He's got about 3 people with him, and he's asking, I'm not sure if it is 2 or 3 Muslims, and he is speaking about sex with children.
Westminster Court, Crown Court.
Was that it? Yeah. And he asked a specific question. And he is dogged in getting an answer out of them, and the answers shocked me. It just goes to show how a religion hasn't moved forward with the times.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. See, if you go back through history, and by what I gathered out of history, I'm not a history buff at all, but since it seemed that your span of life wasn't as long as what it is now, that people did get married at a younger age once you turn puberty and things like that. By what I can gather, so that happened for that reason. Not a 9-year-old, but you're talking about a god or something, or you know what I mean? When you talk about Muhammad, is it, or whatever, you know what I mean? That's just like talking about Moses and everybody else. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But
that's
what you have to do is, whether you use the media definition of what's going on or whether you use the actual definition of what's going on. So in this country right now, according to social services, there are tens of thousands of underage wives, child brides. Those ages are shocking. I won't say it here, but some of them are shocking. What they do, I don't know. Most of it can be assumed. It's not long ago in this country since the age of consent or marriage was 13. Those laws still exist in some states in America.
Yeah. But that's what I mean. Things should move with the times and everything. But I don't know. It seems to be ridiculous. But there again, though, is it Scotland that want to be that brought the age of consent down to 14? I heard that last year. That there's talking of bringing down the age of consent. And I think it's in Scotland. I'm not too sure.
I don't recall that, but we had Patricia. Oh God, what was her name? In fact, this is sounding like a bit of a pattern here, but she was the MP for North East Leicester, which is the opposite quadrant to where I grew up, and she was involved with an organisation called PI, and PI was all for the reduction of the age of consent for gay sex to go down to 10.
Really?
And they pushed this for many, many years, and they hung around Parliament, and they were given a lot of time with politicians. I can't remember her second name. I had a friend in Leicester. She was his auntie, and she was very involved with them. She made a public rebuttal about 3 years ago, saying, "Well, I wasn't that involved with them." She was. I tell you that. I remember it. I don't have to find old stories to work out whether she was. I remember. I spoke about it at that time. And this PI organisation, it's long ago now, so I can't remember what the PI stood for, but they were all for, bringing the age of consent down to 10 for boys and girls with adults.
That's weird.
Yeah, the Sun newspaper ran a story on it, maybe in 2002, 2004 time, and that's when it kind of got revealed what was going on, but it was all happening 10 years before. Nobody sort of felt it was of any importance before, I remember seeing a Sun newspaper saying it, this is what Labour's doing to your country, but they were doing it 10 years before. It wasn't an exclusive at all. A lot of people had known about it. Oh, good. And she distanced herself, obviously, probably at some point 10 years before, but she was very involved with them. They got a lot of time within Parliament, within the building, and then she sort of distanced herself from it, like I say, about 3-4 years ago, when she was being pitted to work a little bit more sort of in the spotlight of politics, but eventually that didn't happen. So clearly it was a little PR thing to clear her name, but she never came forward. They selected somebody else.
Wow, didn't know that.
Yeah.
See?
Oh, Google it. Google.
I believe you.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying it so you'll decide whether you'll believe it, but just to read about it, it's awful. I want to know what her Patricia Hartner wasn't. What was her second name? Patricia Hewitt. Patricia Hewitt. It's called.
Patricia Hewitt wanted to. She did a campaign. That's what you'd call it, isn't it? Did a campaign of bringing down the age of consent for homosexuals down to the age of 10. The age of consent.
Yeah,
which was not recently.
There's the story in my. There's the link in my chat, Ron. This is the independent article from possibly 3 years ago. How long was it?
3 years ago.
Oh God, it was 8 years ago. I thought it was more recent than that. Her name was Patricia Hewitt. She was a Leicester MP for a few years. PI controversy. Patricia Hewitt apologises for connection between civil liberties organisation she headed and paedophile rights group. And the paedophile rights group was called PI, and they wanted to bring the age of consent down to 10. It'll be in this article somewhere. But as you can imagine, because of the censoring of the internet, they give you the whole story, and then a bit gets removed, and then over time the story will evaporate into Just the
I remember
slightest
her
of
face.
controversy. Yeah,
Her face does ring a bell.
Yeah, she was a big player. She was when they do politics, if you look at it as the acting stage, there are bit part actors that sit at the back. There are the middle ones that get a couple of lines, and then the ones at the front that do the work, do the hard work, and that's how politics is. It's all the world's a stage, and we're all but players, as Shakespeare said.
Yeah.
He's right. Perfectly right. And if you just Google Patricia Hewitt Pye, you'll find that Sun newspaper headline. And that was the big reveal. Yeah, here it is. Exclusive. The Sun. Sun exposes full horror of pedophile plan. Labour chiefs. It's okay to have sex with 10-year-olds. And that news story, isn't it amazing the things you miss, Ron, if you just don't look hard enough, if you know what I mean?
Yeah, see, this is it. I was never really interested in the way the politics and everything. I just see it as all corrupt. All the bullshit that they talk about when it comes down to general elections, like they've mentioned just recently. I've noticed that they're talking about legalising cannabis. I thought, yeah, that's just fucking words and what have you out of the Tory government. But yeah, I never followed politics. Too busy bringing up kids, and other situations were going on to really follow it. Any of it, I just got fed up with hearing about it all the time.
Yeah. So I'm reading an article here now, and it I can tell you this statement never, ever made it into the stories when it was, for me, active. Where is it again? And this is sort of like a way that they do it. Rather than it being a license for pedophiles, it's got here. Rather, it appears to me to be a recognition that teenagers, 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds, 18-year-olds, have sex, and a reflection on the view that they should not be criminalized. Yeah, so what they're effectively doing is saying a 16-year-old can sometimes accidentally have sex with a 14-year-old, and we shouldn't criminalize that. But what happens when you bring the age of consent down to 10? Everyone. It's game for everyone.
Yeah.
And that bit there, I can promise you, with my heart, never appeared over all the years. But this article I'm reading right now is a website called Subscribe, which is a website for journalists, by journalists, and for everyone else who cares about journalism. And so there's a spin on it there straight away, and they'll have omitted details which were present in the original news articles and so on, and eventually it will fade into nothing, and it disappears from the public's conscious, and then that's how they deal with it. There's only so many people watching anyway, so we don't have to do it too much to get rid of the story.
So I suppose that's what it was, though, wasn't it? Majority of people switched off from politics.
Yeah, of course.
And I was one of them, you know what I mean? And I thought, fuck it, never get anything solved and what have you. So what's the point in following them and everything? So I was we've never really been into watching the news, have we? Never bought the only newspaper.
Sport.
Yeah, the only newspaper I ever bought was the Daily Sport.
just for the tits.
Just to see
for the tits.
No, seriously, no. It was for the stupid stories. Aliens come down, and you know what I mean. Literally, seriously, just for the silly stories and everything, just to find something amusing, and that was it. Never actually gone out and bought a newspaper for news.
Yeah.
Never really
I
followed the
don't.
news either. I thought, fuck it.
I don't.
You know,
I've never bought a newspaper. I never will.
no. The only time I'm telling you now, I'll be honest with you. The only time we know that something's happening in the world is when our kids tell us. Oh, have you seen the news? No? Why? Oh, war has broken out.
Yeah.
Oh, where? Oh, in such and such. Oh, right, we better tune it. Oh, a volcano and it's fucking killing a load of people. Oh, really? Where? Oh, right, then we tune. You know, and it's only that. It's like we didn't even know that, you know, Italy and what have you, were, you know, in 2020. We didn't even know about it until the kids told us what was happening in Italy and other parts of the world because we didn't follow the news.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
we just oblivious to it all.
They say ignorance is bliss.
Mm-hmm.
No, it is, really.
So we more likely wouldn't have known until March when the people were going, right, we're going into what? Okay, why are we going into a lockdown? Well, for our kids.
Well, if it wasn't for those pesky kids, Ron, you'd have never gone into lockdown. You'd have probably
We
never
never
noticed.
did, mate, to be honest. We just went about our business.
Yeah.
Just carried on walking around, doing what we normally do.
Same here. Same here. Well, this is how it's designed. They want you to see the frontline things. The television are most definitely instructed to run particular stories. This thing about the parties last year, there's a motivation behind that. There's a reasoning for that as well. They're not stupid, Ron. They may act daft. You might think they're daft. They're not. They're very well structured, and everything is very well presented to us. They're telling it something else.
I think our kids believed it more than what we did. Like I turned around and said, knew something was going on, but it wasn't until May when I was awake. I awoke, and I thought, this is not what I'm actually seeing myself to what's being said. But our children was. They wouldn't come and if they popped around because they'd get something from the shop for us, and they wouldn't go anywhere further than the back door and all this. And we'd be saying, "Come in," and they go, "No, no, no," and everything.
They didn't want to kill you, Ron. They didn't want to kill you.
What's that?
They didn't want to kill you. That's what it was.
That's right.
You'd have dropped dead if they'd have walked into that kitchen.
Yeah, that's it. That they were the ones who were scared, and we were going, "No, just come in." Oh, fuck that.
I used to go into shops, and there was one person in there behind the tin. I'd say, "Take the mask off. Take the mask off," and I'd be walking around picking up little bits what I was there for. I'd say it, shout it. You know, if I couldn't even see them, take the mask off, and then I'd get to and have the mask on.
Well, I'd play sheep. Maria Moon would go, you can't. I fucking can, because look at them. Yeah. Walking around like fucking sheep.
Yeah.
I'll be in the garden and go, shut up. I know, you know, that's what sheep do. They follow each other like herds.
Well, they had that
one does it, the rest of them follow.
Yeah, they had the residential area where the lady was sat. I think she was in the 60s, and she was sat in the communal garden. And one of the residents called the police, and she was removed and ordered back to her flat. She was sat there on her own in a space of nothingness, nobody around, breathing oxygen. And the police came along, put themselves in a world of danger, risked their very lives to get this woman safely back to her flat. You know, how those two officers survived that is a mystery. But we have to be thankful that the police are willing to go the whole measure and risk their lives to save that poor woman.
Mm-hmm. Well, what was it? During the very first lockdown, I think it was Jim or it's Wilsey walking past all these police vans full up with police, and they haven't got a mask on.
Not
reading the
one
newspaper,
between them.
eating, chatting, and everything. And he must have walked past fuck knows how many vans. And it's like, hang on a minute, you're having a go at people outside, which are not wearing a mask, and you're saying, oh, you should wear the mask, or you should stop being in more than the numbers, or whatever it fucking was at all the times and everything. But they're all crowded in the back of the van, eating away, reading their newspapers, and not one of them having a mask on. It's like, you're indoors. It's basically indoors.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're within a enclosed area, and you're not fucking abiding by it.
Yep. Well, I was comforted quite early on in the whole thing as well. When people were wearing masks, I did doubt whether my decision was the right one. I wondered if I was always be held up as an example in the years to come in history that, this is the one guy didn't walk around with a mask on all day long, and look what happened. And kids, learn from this sorry twat. So I used to worry that what I was doing was the wrong thing. I was terrified. I'd walk past and think if I touch something, I'd start to feel ill as I was walking around, probably make it back to my car, and then they'd find my dead body in the car. But then I started seeing photographs, and those photographs were of Boris Johnson and rich people, elites on holiday in Dubai, and they were in a swimming pool with about 8 or 9 of them throwing a beach ball around, or of the Queen. The Queen eventually surfaced and started to do all of these Davos and all sorts of other sinister meetings, and they were all stood around laughing their asses off and drinking champagne and stood right next to each other. They would be the first ones wearing a $10,000 hazmat suit with a snorkel that was 5 foot above any breathing air. That's what you would see. These people are not going to take any chances with anything, and that reinforced to me more than happily that there was nothing to worry about. Yeah. And they're all inbred as well, Ron, so they do have through their genetics respiratory issues, So I figured if a natural breed like me could cope without a mask, and they could, I'll be fine.
Yeah, we like the time when we used to at the beginning, I had to have a hospital appointment and thought, right, I have to have my treatment, put it on. But the nurse was really strange. She was sitting there. We obviously had me treatment a lot of times at this hospital.
Yeah.
And so we sort of knew her. And we got talking, and she says, I haven't known one person that has died from this.
Yeah.
Or even contracted it at the time. Yeah, she said nobody that she knew had contracted it or died from it or anything.
Yeah.
And this was a nurse right at the beginning saying this shit to us. But then obviously when I was rushed into hospital and I saw staff twiddling their thumbs and the doctor come round and I said, should I be wearing a mask? Why? The doctor said, no need to. Shouldn't I be tested? Why? There's no need to. And it's like, hang on a minute. I've been told we're in a situation where people are dying.
Yeah.
And I was pissed off.
Yeah. I got delayed for a year on the sort of the continual treatment for my knee. If I'd have just had it done as per usual, I would have had no issues, but because it was delayed by a year, I got an infection halfway through that year and it got really bad, and then the treatment was done. And then it turned out they'd written, they sort of closed my case without my knowledge. I just thought it was delayed, but I could have gone during the height of the lockdown. When I eventually went to the hospital near me, massive hospital called the General. There's 3 big hospitals here in Leicester. We were really well catered for, medical wise. Walked in, no mask. Nobody asked me. The only person there. The unit that I went to was about 200-300 yards within it. Walked in. I went straight into the reception, told her why I was there. They had the big plastic screens up, but she never said anything. The doctor popped her head out the door and she said my name. I said, "Yeah, that's me." She says, "I'll be with you in a minute." So I sat down, and literally, as I sat down, she came back out and she went, "Right, come in." So I stood up, and then she, as I was walking in, she went, "Oh, hold on, let me just," and so she says, "Just take a seat a second and I'll be with." So I went to sit down again. And just as my ass got back onto the chair, she called my name. I think she probably went for a phone call or something, and it didn't, it stopped ringing or whatever. Went in, had all my treatment, was there for 15-20 minutes. She never had a mask on. The nurse never had a mask on. We had a really nice laugh and a joke. Nobody asked me if I was tested or jabbed or anything. Really nice laugh. It was like the last appointment of the day, about 5 o'clock in the evening, 4 or 5 in the evening. And I left, walked out, got back in my car and went home. I did that twice, Ron. Nobody said a word. Nothing. Not a dot. Not that it would have made a difference to me. I would have simply said, well, don't wear masks. Don't wear them. That's it. And if they really want me to get tough on them, I'll say, well, I'm exempt. And that's it. That ends it. There's the conversation over. As soon as you use that magical word, it's over. They have no power.
We'd heard about footprints in the towns. Making sure you stood away from each other, these circles and this, that, the rest of it. It wasn't until I had to go up and get a prescription. So we thought, okay, then we have to go to this town. And all of a sudden, we walked around this corner by this. It's a little hotel B&B place, and we started seeing these little yellow footprints on the ground.
Yeah.
I thought, what the fuck's this? And then lines and all this shit. I thought, what the fuck is going on? We'd heard about it, but we'd never actually come across it too. I thought, fucking hell.
Did you see when Primark reopened across the country, and they had one particular Primark, I can't remember what city it was. It had almost I think it was almost a mile or a mile and a half queue, because it snaked around the car park 8 or 9 times. And every one of those little yellow dots would stand here was filled with an expectant woman or man, let's not be sexist, going in to get his bargains or her bargains from Primark. And it took something like 2.5 hours from the back of the queue to the front of the queue. And this was on the first day that Primark reopened. They never had a sale on or anything like that. And you know what, Ron? You can order the same stuff online, and you can have it delivered the next day for about £2 delivery.
Yeah.
That's how well trained they got us.
Mm-hmm. No. Mm. And standing outside the chemist, wasn't it? And having to keep separated from the people and what have you. And it was really weird. It's surreal for us, wasn't it?
I didn't get any of that. My chemist, one person at a time. I would just walk straight in. I am a little bit of a rebel, being Irish and all.
Well, you couldn't go in the chemist. The chemist door was locked, and they'd open the door for one person. Yeah, you couldn't just walk in the chemist. You had to stand outside.
My chemist has plastic all the way around. There's a few little bits that you can pick up and buy in the area that the customer stands, but there's paneling all the way around, plastic from roof to floor almost. But I would walk in, there'd be 2 people in there, and she'd go, only one person or 2 people, whatever, in there. and I'd just smile sweetly with no mask, and I'd say, "Pretend I'm not here." And she'd just look at me a second, she'd smile, carry on what she was doing. I wasn't going to do it. I wasn't going to play along at all. Not at all. Madness. I'm not going to encourage madness, Ron. I'm just not.
It was mad.
You'll catch it. If you encourage it, become normal in your own brain, and then you'll catch it. And then when you catch it, you'll have it forever.
See, I've been in town for a long time now. But Maria Moon has to go into the town because in the village, which is the closest to us, there's one pub, a hair salon, and that's it. There's no other shops.
There was a black market.
Yes, there is. There is a little shop where you can buy a few groceries from. You know what I mean? But there's no chemist, so she has to go into it.
Which part of North Korea was this, Ron? Did you say? In Leicester, you could have anything done. You could have your sack, back and crack done during the height of the lockdown if you wanted to. You could go and have your hair done. I went to 2 or 3 different hairdressers during it and went and had my hair cut. Just anything that was all available. Just the doors were down and you'd go around the back, or you'd sort of knock on the door, but everything ran as normal. But you look on television, fucking hell, it was like an episode of Casualty. When they had those episodes of Casualty where the big disaster happens, so all the big guns have to be brought out. That's what Leicester looked like on the telly, and it wasn't true at all. Nothing.
No, it's like I said, I've been uptown, but it's by what Maria Moon says to me. The last time she was up there, everybody's wearing a mask. She's basically the only person who isn't wearing a mask.
Yeah.
But all these people, which this is outside, they're all wearing masks. But if they go into a coffee shop, they take off their masks. And it's
I think the rule was you walk in wearing it, you order,
you take it
sit
off
down,
once
you
you
can
sit
take
down.
it off to drink, but you must put it straight back on. If you move, if you go to the toilet, you put your mask on, go to the toilet, come back, take your mask off again.
How stupid.
I wouldn't do anything like that. I had a tyrannical ex-partner for 10, 11 years. I'd have enough of being pushed around. There was no more of that silliness gonna happen for me. Not from anyone. It's just, yeah. And I used to see car drive past me with 4 people in it, all wearing white masks. It's fucking madness. Fucking madness.
I don't know. It is what it is. It seems a lot of people have fallen for it, but by what people who we speak to on these YouTube things who may have had 1 or 2 have now decided they're not going to have the 3rd. So hopefully the tide, by what I'm hearing, the tide is changing.
Apparently,
and everything, so the numbers are growing.
Yeah,
So,
I mean they don't publish the figures, and nobody's able to monitor the stations in that sense. But apparently, the take up on the booster has been very low, very, very low. And they did a bit of a, use the same word again, a booster campaign to promote the booster, but I think that fell on its arse, and they gave up on that. I don't know if you noticed, maybe 2 weeks ago, everywhere had "get boosted" written on it, in the TV and the radio, and I think they've sort of pulled back on that a little bit.
well, hopefully momentum, but anything you can grasp to at the moment, I grasp at. Just anybody doing a little bit of waking up, and going, hang on a minute, like Tony, although he will carry on accepting that thing in his arm,
Yeah.
But at least he sees democracy as in the right to decide whether you want to or you don't want to. You know what I mean? And I think, well,
Yeah.
good on you. You
I
know
would
what I
never
mean? We need
criticize.
more of people like you.
Yeah, I would never
Yeah.
criticize anyone who makes their own
No.
rational decision. And as he said, he's going to have the next one and the next one. And
Yeah.
I would never say a bad
You
word
know,
about that. How can I tell him it's not the
well,
right thing to do? I
I
wouldn't.
think that if I started saying to Tony like, "Oh, you shouldn't," then I'm no different to the ones who are saying you should have it. And I think, well, no, it's freedom of choice. You know, if somebody
Yeah.
wants to have it, then let them.
Well, Tony
You know,
has
it's the whole point.
sort of honestly told us that his condition
Yeah,
puts him in a position where he thinks he needs it, and I
yeah,
probably agree with him.
exactly.
I'm no
So
medical
yeah,
expert, but
you know, I have had talks with people that have said that that they've had basically because they felt that their backs were against the wall. It's been coercion. They wouldn't have had it otherwise. But these are people which have got a business to run. Like I
yeah,
was talking to one guy, I think he's Irish and he's in Ireland, and he said that when in December 2019, when Boris won, and obviously we ended up leaving the EU, he was worried about the stuff which he uses for his business getting shipped to him. So he already had that pressure, and then obviously come along the next pressure of, well, him being in lockdown for so long, and he's only running a small business. And then he has to work with the public. He has to go into houses and everything with his line of work. So he literally felt that, by what I would say, he wasn't had his back to the wall. In the end, he more likely felt that he was part of the wall, and that he had to bend to be able to keep his business survive. And I felt sorry for the guy. I thought, yeah,
yeah.
you've gone
Well,
from one measure of worrying if your cargo is going to get to you to, are you going to have a business at all?
well, don't forget, before all of this, they had Brexited us for a year,
Yeah,
a year and a
yeah,
bit solidly, with extra costs for a lot of businesses. Well, most businesses
exactly.
probably, because we don't manufacture anything in this country really. Extra costs, extra bureaucracy, extra paperwork,
Mm,
extra applications, extra taxes,
yeah,
limited stocks. Yeah, they were struggling before the big thing came along anyway.
yeah. So I did feel for the guy. He said I wouldn't have. He said I definitely wouldn't have, but I just felt I was so pressured into having it in the end to keep my business alive. And
Yeah,
I
of
thought,
course,
yeah,
people will
you've
do
got
anything.
situations out like, and some people, what was it? Somebody in the chat was going, "Oh, why did you have to do it?" That's not a good enough reason to do it. So I noticed the thing, and I said, "Hang on a minute. What would you have done if you had worried about because we just left the EU and you're getting your goods to you and everything to keep your thing alive? Then you was closed. Your business had to be closed down for X amount of time." I thought you're not taking in everything that he's saying, which was building up and building up, that he got to where he felt that I've got no options. But that's what
Yeah,
the government do.
I would assume
Project
that
Fear.
build up.
Yeah,
I would
Project
assume
Fear.
that build up was very slow. Sorry, go on.
Mm. Well.
Well, that build up would have been incredibly slow. It wouldn't have taken much when you've got
Yeah.
2, 3, or 4 kids to feed and a mortgage to pay and a woman to keep happy and a dog to fucking look after. Responsibility goes above anything. They'd have taken any medical procedure to be able to continue on, And then what happened was, once they got you to take the medical procedure, they still took away quite a lot of your abilities anyway. Abilities to trade, abilities to operate normally, abilities to sort of move around, because a lot of people's work involves moving around. Mine does generally. You know, sometimes I'll go and stay away for 2-3 nights. Knocked all that on the head. I miss that, but it's not necessary. I just sort of do it because it's good, contributes. But the world turned into a Zoom world, and I never bought into that either. You know, not that I really need to. It's all phone calls for me, but the only Zoom, Zoom thing I got to do, and it was a plus, and this will make you laugh as well. I got a speeding ticket. Where was I? In Leicester. Leaving Leicester one morning, 6 o'clock in the morning, and there's a road. It was my own fault. It's so stupid. I was half asleep. The road immediately changes from 40 to a 30, and then goes back up to a 40. And the 30 section is about 200 yards. It's a nightmare. And they've got a speed camera on it, of course. And there I was doing the 40, and I always remember to slow down. I didn't remember to slow down this one time. Got a speeding ticket. So I got the ticket through, and I had the option, pay the fine, take the points, or do the course. And of course, anyone would do the course. You still have to pay 90 quid or whatever it is. I did the course on Zoom. I did the course on a Zoom call. And do you know what the rules were on?
No.
Could never fag, and I could never drink during the time that he was talking. Serious. In my own home, on my own fucking device, using my own fucking broadband. I couldn't have a cigarette or drink during the time. I could, in the allotted 10 minutes in the middle of the 4-hour or 5-hour thing, what it was. So I chain smoked throughout the whole thing. But all it did was just move across to the side, stretch my arm, take a puff, and then come back in the screen. That's the rebel in me. But how can they set out rules? You imagine somebody said, look, this thing's going to cost you 90 quid. I'm going to just go through a few things, and then that's our role. But what I want you to do in your own home is you do not smoke for 5 hours.
Lads, back in 10.
Yeah, I'm going to be going soon, Ronnie, because I do need to do stuff today.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, shoot off. I need to go to the toilet and what have you. So I was going to say, right, I'm going to get off for a few minutes.
Are you on over the weekend, Ron?
What, are you going on at the weekend?
I will be over the weekend, yeah. I'm probably going to be busy tonight, but I dare say I might be on tonight, really.
Oh, yeah, it's Friday today, isn't it?
It's Friday today, yeah.
Fucking
hell, I never weekend starts here.
Yeah, I never know what day it is. Every day is the same to me.
They blend into nothing for me, Ron, honestly. They do. I wake up on a Monday sometimes thinking it's a Sunday, and I wake up on a Sunday sometimes thinking it's a Monday.
Yeah,
I
know.
And it doesn't really matter, you know?
No, well, I'm not getting to step out the door, so every day seems like the same day.
Yeah.
Like a pain in the ass.
I am Marie. Sorry, I came on for half an hour, and now Marie was with me at 2-3 in the morning, and yeah, Ron made me do it, Marie. I'd have been gone hours ago if it wasn't for Ron just rabbling on.
He asked me to come on.
Yeah, I never said anything like that. Ron, have a beautiful day.
Andrew, I'm more likely to catch you at some. Yeah, I'm more likely to catch you on somebody's at some point.
Yeah. Regards to your wife.
I'll tell her she's in the moment in the other room having a phone call. I don't know who to, but.
And I'll look forward to seeing you soon.
Yeah, and you, mate. You get some sleep now, Vincent, and then may catch you later on. And bye to everybody in chat.
Yeah, I've got about half a day to do before I go sleep, but it'll be Friday.
Okay then.
It's been
All
a
right,
pleasure as normal chatting to you, Vince. You got a
you
nice
too,
chilled
Ron.
out channel here. Nice
Cheers,
chilled out
Ron.
channel.
Speak to you soon,
Catch
sir.
you later, mate. Bye.
Bye now. How you doing, chat? How you doing, Anthony? Well, thanks for joining me. I'm going to go now, but I'll be on people's lives over the weekend. I only came on for literally an hour. I was going to make all my banners and try and learn a bit more about StreamYards, try and link up OBS or one of those to introduce videos and stuff. But as usual, other people got me talking. Thank you very much, and I'll see you again soon, all. Bye.